have any idea as far as the protest numbers or in this case, it sounds like the woman who was shot today, apparently by an ICE agent, as confirmed by ICE's website. Do we know how many constitutional observers might be available to those folks who are trying to keep tabs on what's going on with the ICE operation?
Yeah, that's a good question. And they're literally in town right now training people to be constitutional observers. I don't know the number of folks who have been trained. I don't know the number of folks who have not been trained and want to be observers. I can tell you, out here, I haven't seen more than, probably several dozen folks who are, gathered around the lines here. Probably just a few dozen of them who are actually not neighbors who live here and are concerned about what's happening in their neighborhood. So I would say, I don't know how many of the ICE agents were actually out here at the time, but it sounds like they may have outnumbered the number of observers out here.
Mm-hmm. And that is one of the questions too, and we don't know the answer. And frankly, I'm not sure when or if we will get it. What was the initial response? Obviously, ICE is in town. We know that. Who were they potentially looking for this morning? Was it on that block? We don't know. Were they en route to somewhere else and something changed? We don't know at this point, and we will continue to work and try to figure out as much as possible. But Corin, I know you know this. The administration talking about that. This is the largest immigration operation, and they had said and stressed yesterday they will be here until they feel like the job is done. Obviously, this ups the ante for everything, and it'll be interesting to see.
I can't hear you right now.
Sure. Obviously, it'll be interesting to see what happens going forward, not only in Minneapolis, but here in Minnesota, across the country, and just the tone of something like this.
That's right. This is something that they knew could be a scenario that could play out. Whether they knew it would happen at this point, we don't know if they have what they are going to do, how they're going to mitigate some of these issues, or what they're going to do now. But it certainly changes the playbook, you would think, on either side. Now that someone has been killed as part of the ICE operations here in our area.
Oh, and local officials and frankly, national officials too. Everyone has talked about that. This is the worst case scenario. No one wants this to happen, and a lot of questions remain. A lot of questions remain about what exactly happened, about how this all started, and then what happens now. There's been a lot of talk of witness account versus what ICE is saying versus what actually happened, and where that lies. The big question is their video, and not necessarily that most people want to see that video, but is there video and where that looks. At what point did the video start? Were agents wearing body camera footage, video cameras? We don't know at this point. Again, we're working to get as many answers to the questions that you have at home that we have here, hoping to get some information at this 12:15 presser that we are waiting from City Hall.
And we do know this area, as you can see, it's a residential area, and from all accounts on the ground, it is all you're talking about homes here. So there's a good chance in that area somebody, if not a lot of people, have their Ring doorbell cameras, or a doorbell camera that has a camera on it. Doesn't have to necessarily be that brand, but that may have captured what has happened in this area as this shooting went down. Now, how far back are we now? Almost 2 hours?
At least
2 hours to when this all took place. So obviously we know that's part of police work, and that's what they'll be doing. Corin was telling us he did speak with one of the witnesses he spoke with, who had some video he was going to send him. Whether he has been able to get that video to Corin yet, we don't know. But we do have at least maybe one source of video that we will, as soon as we get it, we'll certainly share it.
And again, you're just looking at, these are live pictures right now. So this is still the active situation. This is still what the scene looks like right now at 34th and Portland in Minneapolis. That lower, the smaller box in the upper hand upper corner is the car, presumably the car involved here. I'm pretty confident in saying that is the vehicle that the woman, the victim, was driving. A lot of focus on that. And then the bigger picture here is kind of what it looks like in the neighborhood a little bit just down the street here. And again, Corin's saying it looks like potentially police presence decreasing just a little bit. And I would say just even to the naked eye, it looks like the crowd has gone down.
Dispersed a fair amount.
Yes.
From the time we've been on the air, you can tell that there's just not much else going on right now. And Corin wasn't sure if some of the ICE vehicles were still there. We'd observed what appeared to be a smaller caravan of ICE vehicles leaving the area. One of those vehicles, we had a camera on the ground. Our photographer was there along with Karen Scullin, one of our reporters. And it appeared that there were some protesters trying to detain that ICE vehicle from leaving, using their bodies as shields, trying to stop the vehicle from driving off by getting in front of the vehicle. That's when it appeared two ICE agents got out of the vehicle and then used some chemical irritant.
When I put this up here, this is DHS's statement for now. We'll go back to the scene. It says, as you see, this is pretty crazy. Basically, today, ICE officers in Minneapolis were conducting targeted operations when rioters began blocking ICE officers, and one of these violent rioters weaponized her vehicle, attempting to run over our law enforcement officers in an attempt to kill them. An act of domestic terrorism. An officer fearing for his life, the lives of his fellow law enforcement, and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training and saved his own life and that of his fellow officers. The alleged perpetrator was hit and is deceased. It's a woman. The ICE officers who were hurt are expected to make full recoveries. So again, I don't know why the local media there, the Minneapolis media, is not emphasizing that these ICE agents were out there doing operations, and then the stalkers and all the people that have been following, and similar to what happened in Chicago, these people, use these ICE apps and they use these certain things. And again, that seems like this is what's happening. I can't just see a thing where an ICE agent's just like, oh, I'm just going to shoot a woman today. Obviously, there was some sort of threat going on here, something going on. And, in Chicago, the woman and the man that were sitting there, they were trying to plow their vehicle into, the ICE convoy and things like that. We've been hearing the rhetoric and things like that. Again, they're trying to, there's actually some YouTubers that are sitting around just filming and trying to, follow ICE agents and inform their viewers of where ICE agents are and where they're doing operations. It's pretty crazy. Let's go back to the scene here and listen to the report. Let's go back here and listen to live. We got a presser coming up here very, very shortly about what's coming up.
Calmed down significantly, and it appeared that it just was in that one little area. It was an alleyway where an officer was trying to get out of the scene, it appears, and protesters there on the scene were blocking them. We haven't seen anything since that moment.
And in this case, we know that Minneapolis police had said that they would not be a part of any of the ICE operations, which they were not at the time. But they did respond after the shooting, and obviously their jurisdiction to find out and to certainly investigate what happened at the scene. Hence, you can see all of the yellow police tape. That is the tape that was put up by the Minneapolis Police Department, and now they're the ones who are trying to take care of crowd control of the crime scene. As you can see, the crime scene is still taped off there. That maroon-colored Honda Pilot, we understand, is the vehicle this constitutional observer was in, who ended up being shot and killed by one of the ICE agents.
And again, if you are just tuning in right now, we continue to follow this very active, very developing situation in Minneapolis. This is East 34th Street and Portland Avenue, not far from Powderhorn Park. If you're familiar with the area, a residential area, confirming here now that an ICE officer shot and killed a woman. ICE saying as she attempted to run over the agents there on the scene. ICE saying that officers did what they had to do to protect themselves, and others saying that this person, this rioter, protester, as they say, quote, attempted to run over law enforcement officers in an attempt to kill them, an act of domestic terrorism. They go on to say that he feared for his life and opened fire. Again, from witness accounts, it sounds like maybe it was 3 shots, and that seems to coincide with what we have been seeing on the scene.
With the bullet casings and markers around the vehicle there. And it was actually a ways away from the vehicle. It sounds like the vehicle drove off a ways away from where that shooting took place and then crashed into, and you can see where it ended up.
And that is the vehicle that you're looking at there at the
Correct.
top corner.
We should also note that the people who Corrin spoke with, the people living up and down that area, Portland Avenue, had a different vantage point, as Corrin put it. Obviously, they live in different houses. They're in different parts of that street, and they all saw different things. They maybe didn't see something as close. Maybe someone was closer than the other. So all these accounts, we have to. We understand how they're giving us their witness, their account of what they witnessed. But we have to remember vantage point and a lot of things that go into that and what you see and what happened.
And also when they encountered the situation, at what point did they look out the window and see what was happening in their, in their front yard, essentially. Again, a live look right now. Now, this is a little bit away from the shooting scene, if you will, away from the vehicles. Obviously, Minneapolis police are on hand. We know the sheriff's department has deputies there as well, as they are having that kind of line preventing people from coming into the crime scene. And Minneapolis police, along with the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, saying at this point we are there to assist. We've talked a lot about this. The police chief and the sheriff has talked a lot about we are not participating in enforcement, in immigration enforcement, but we will be there to protect the city and anything that potentially happens following an ICE immigration operation. So obviously they are now there. The police chief had talked about it, of if there is a public safety issue, that is where we jump in. That is our role. And obviously now that there is a fatality, a fatal shooting, that they are getting involved.
We want to go back to our chopper shot real quick if we can, before we lose that. We could see now that they have also, we have the police tape. You can see the yellow police tape cordoning off that whole area, but they've also now, as you could see in the shot before this, they were bringing in the metal fencing, temporary fencing, to make more of a barrier to keep the crowd away from the scene. One thing to have tape, anyone can go under tape. A metal fence is a little different.
And again, this is a neighborhood. This is a residential area. So at some point, obviously, people need to get back into their homes, and obviously that will be what we watch going forward. What you're looking at here is just our camera from the City Hall as we await this press conference from Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry. We know the police chief, Brian O'Hara, will be there, potentially other city officials, maybe even state officials. I do want to just mention that Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty had issued a statement saying, quote, we are aware of the shooting at 34th and Portland. We have been in contact with law enforcement, the Attorney General, the governor's office throughout the morning, and we are pushing hard for a local investigation, which is the only way to ensure full transparency and review by our office. We will use every available level to ensure a local, transparent investigation takes place. So again, we are just at the early stages of this. There is a lot of unknowns going forward.
Well, I can tell you, I'm not going to tell you the source, but I'm watching video right now on X showing somebody was videoing that maroon car that we see that pilot driving off. So they were recording as all this happened. It did appear to speed away very quickly in this video.
I saw the video too. So it's gonna be right up for debate, folks, whether this was a justified shooting or not. I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna have to edit it. I'm not sure if it's suitable for audience, but I'm gonna get this video of the event. It's now circulating online. I got tagged on it. It's a way up for debate. They had a woman in a red SUV. They surrounded her. They had their guns drawn. She backs up. She starts driving. There's some agents in front of the vehicle, and then they shoot her from the side.
An ICE officer.
And we know, obviously, Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem was in town. She was in St. Paul. yesterday, part of this operation, this immigration operation. She was involved in at least one of the arrests yesterday in St. Paul. I understand she is now in Texas, and she's actually holding a press conference right now talking about a number of topics, but she did take questions about it and asked about what has happened here in Minneapolis. And she said it was an act of domestic terrorism, saying agents were trying to move their vehicle out of the snow when the woman attacked them. Again, that is what she's saying at a press conference right now, kind of mimicking what the official press conference or official statement from ICE saying that the ICE agents were trying to protect themselves and others.
We know that this is something that Mayor Fry and police chief had talked about before all of this started to kind of ratchet up. Initially, they were not in support, obviously, as we reported, that they would want to assist in any way the ICE operations. But they did warn that there could be a worst case scenario. This being the worst case scenario, with the ratcheting up of the ICE agents, with the churning up of all of the noise, if you will, all of what's going on with this operation, and the fact that it is starting to kind of ratchet up.
For sure. And kind of the irony of the police chief actually had his essentially end of the year review yesterday, talking about all the things within the police department, the highs, the lows, and everything in between. And he was asked about ICE enforcement and agents being in town, and talked about how he was worried that something was going to happen, and said, please, let's not make this worse. Let's not.
All right, I got the video. I got the incident. I'm gonna play it. All right, so this is the incident that happened. You decide if this was a justified shooting or not. We're gonna put it up. We got it right here. All right, what do you think? Justified. Let's go back a minute. Let's just go back. Let's go back. All right, so she's backing up. Now you see there's an agent in front. There's an agent right there in front. No! She starts to accelerate. There's an agent in front of the vehicle. Oh, shit. What do you think? Justified or not? That's going to be the debate here. You know, this whole situation is going to be centered around this. Man, this is bad. This is going to be bad because, you know, people are going to take sides on this. People are going to, there's going to be the divide. You know, the anti-ICE people are just going to use it no matter what and just say, you know, they murdered her. And then, you know, pro-ICE is going to say that's justified. But, you know, just be objective here. Whatever your position is this justified?
No! Shame! Oh my fucking God!
All right, excuse the language, but I had to put that up there and show you. Let me know what you think. This is insane.
See some movement here now. You're watching this with us. This is from our chopper shot. We don't know if some of those vehicles being moved out of the area were at one time ICE agent vehicles. It's very possible. Corin Hoggard, our reporter on the scene who's on the ground, was telling us it appeared most of the personnel, as far as ICE agents, had left the area, but some of their vehicles were still behind. We did see a caravan of some of the ICE vehicles, what appeared to be the ICE vehicles, the typical black and white SUVs, going down the street at one point. Leaving the area. That's where the one incident happened where we were on the ground with our camera, and the protesters were trying to keep that ICE vehicle from leaving. But now you can see some of these vehicles might, if that was an ICE vehicle, looks like they're trying to clear that scene of those vehicles.
And it has been kind of hard to tell. Obviously, this is an active situation, and we know that not only here but in other cities too. Some of the ICE agents are using different cars that not rolling up in a squad car. So it's hard to know what exactly is what and who is with different agencies and the like. But clearly, there is still a presence here at 34th and Portland, and will be for some time, even after people leave, even after people disperse. This is an active crime scene, not only here for obviously the city of Minneapolis, but federally.
Right.
And so this will definitely continue to be a crime scene and an active investigation for quite some time.
We can tell by what we've observed and what Corin Hoggard, our reporter on the scene, was able to observe on the ground, that it is now apparently the jurisdiction of the Minneapolis Police Department. You can see that they have taped off this area. They have the temporary barriers there with the metal fencing, and you can see a line of officers there keeping the crowd from going down the street. But that is clearly, the investigation is now under their purvey, and they're the ones who will be looking into all of this and figuring out what happened. Again, we may get some more pieces to the puzzle with this news conference we're waiting on, coming down any time now. We were told 12:15. We know things happen, and
This story is not going to go away, folks. It's getting bad. Sides have already been taken. Positions have been taken. Might be the next George Floyd 2.0. I'm serious. I'm dead serious when I say this. We're not sensationalizing the situation. This is bad. This is bad, and people are taking positions already. We could see possibly, them trying to gun and get state charges on this agent. Then there's a clash of jurisdictions. This is going to be wild.
City council members were seen at the scene. We know that nearly every local and statewide politician has commented on this, talking about they are aware, they've been briefed, and working to gather more information and hoping to learn more, obviously from the governor's office all the way down to Minneapolis city council members as well.
we can't see it. It does look like most people now are behind that barrier. We did see more people lined up along the street behind the police tape, but it does appear that they're now behind this kind of temporary metal fence barrier. And from what we understand, there's still a lot of shouting, a lot of yelling, and we don't know if anything's being thrown at officers, but we do know that certainly this crowd is not happy.
And we do know that there were some tense moments earlier, as we've been talking about. And if you've been with us here this whole time, you saw it live happening as it appeared. ICE agents, or at least some, were trying to leave the scene, and folks there at the scene started throwing objects at the cars and at officers. It looked from our vantage point that it started with snow and then potentially something else escalating. Presumably pepper spray was used at one point. We saw obviously our own crew was in the middle of all of that. Eventually it looked like people were kind of trying to barricade that car and trying to prevent it from leaving one of the alleys. It did get through, and that really was the only situation, at least that we have seen from the scene. Things have all intents and purposes calmed down, if you will, as far as tensions between those out there protesting and those law enforcement officials.
Right. And that's our observation right now. Again, just the rancor, the people yelling and shouting, very different from, actually physically trying to get involved with the vehicle trying to remove itself from that area. Again, we're still waiting for you. We'll bring it to you as soon as we can. But the microphones are set up. They're ready to go. I'm sure they're still kind of going over what will be said, who will be saying it. There's a lot of, obviously, this is all happening in real time. There is no playbook for this. This is something that they've all been piecing together, and will hopefully share with all of us so that we can learn more information. But we do know that this is the largest operation of its kind. The administration saying that there would be 2,000 officers plus here, some under the guidance of trying to, they were going to be taking part in the immigration enforcement. Others were also looking into, we reported, to some of the Somali issues, but with possible fraud that's going on. Some 600 agents will be looking into that. And Kristi Noem saying that they would not leave the area until they had resolved these issues.
Homeland Security Secretary Noem just was involved in a different press conference out of Texas, but I do want to read what she said when she was asked about what happened here this morning. She says it was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened was our ICE officers were out in enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle and a woman attacked them. Those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. She goes on to say an officer of ours acted quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him. My understanding, she says, is that she, the victim, was hit and is deceased. This goes to show the assaults on our ICE officers and law enforcement are under every single day. These vehicle rammings are domestic acts of terrorism. We will continue to protect our ICE officers. You've seen me in the last couple of days deploy more than 2,000 officers to the Minneapolis area. She says in the last 2 days, we have arrested hundreds of dangerous criminals. We're going to continue to do our work. The act like we saw today of using a vehicle to try to kill an officer and his colleagues is something that every politician, every elected official, everyone in this country should be able to rally around and say is wrong. Sanctuary cities, she says, and sanctuary states that protect individuals who do that should no longer be allowed. Domestic act of terrorism like this will not stand. Again, that is from Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem in reference to what happened here this morning.
And we know as of yesterday, she was in our area with boots on the ground herself here, commenting on the Homeland Security webpage, talking to one of the detainees, saying to that person, you will be held accountable for your crimes. We understand we're getting closer to hearing from both Mayor Jacob Fry and Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara at this news conference. We're given maybe the 2-minute warning, that type of thing, but we're getting very close now to hearing what they have to say.
So as soon as that happens, obviously, as soon as we see the mayor or the police chief step to the.
Oh, this is going to be. Let's see if it's the responsibility of the politicians and the police chief to quell down the situation, or are they going to amplify it? Are they going to amplify it? Or are they going to say there's investigations, this was unjustified, to incite, the locals there? This is not a good situation, regardless of what side you support. This is bad. But we've seen it. It's brewing. It's brewing in Minneapolis. Minneapolis is like ground zero of what's going on in this country right now. Just in the last week with everything in the Somali and the daycares and everything like that, this just adds an element to it. It adds a crazy element to this. This is. My goodness, folks, just pray for peace, pray for that this doesn't boil over to something bigger. These ICE agents could now be targets. There was stuff going on the last couple of days with Hilton hotels, and Hilton hotel locals there were denying apparently access to DHS agents. And it's just a big mess, folks. Big mess. Courtney Woodruff says her tires were turning, but she was going at him. He only had a millisecond to decide if it was her life or his. I don't think it was unreasonable. And thank you for the comment, Courtney. Courtney said that, the law enforcement has a split second. It's like a defendant getting pulled over. As soon as a defendant pulls out a gun like that and points it, it's that split second. It's either you're dead or they're dead. Whoa.
What happened post, what happened, everything that transpired. We are working to verify information. We are working to verify videos and make sure that we feel confident in what we show over the air, right, as a news organization as well.
We're also observing, you could see on those folks who are walking by the crime scene, they're FBI. You can see that clearly on their uniform.
Yeah, the FBI has arrived back to the scene. I guess they put up barriers to maybe keep the safety of the FBI, because the FBI also has to process the scene for their investigation. They can't just kick rocks and go. The FBI has to process the scene. I'm sure, there's going to be quasi investigations on the state level or the local level and an FBI level on this. I just want to put this back up again. Julie, thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships. Put that up earlier. 5 new members of JLR Investigates, courtesy of Julie 53532. But you see, FBI is at the scene.
From city officials. We have heard from ICE. We are still waiting to exactly figure out what happens now. The big question, too, we've talked about this a lot. Our reporter Corin talking about body camera video. Were agents wearing them? We don't know. There's a lot of unknowns at this point.
A lot of unknowns, and we have heard that not all of the agents are wearing body camera videos. We don't know what the protocol is, who is wearing them, who is not. We just simply don't know. We may get those answers. We know.
And then also with this particular photo here, the crowd was going. So you're going to see this also circulating too. And this is a bad situation too, because it's a bad look on agents' parts of shooting people in the face and whatnot. So just a very, 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 very bad situation. And just pray that there's going to be peace out there and this doesn't boil into riots.
The Department of Homeland Security saying that no officers were hurt, or if they were, they will recover from their injuries, and saying that they acted to protect themselves and others around them. So that is the update, too, that we have received from ICE at this point involving this deadly shooting in Minneapolis. Again, this is at East 34th Street and Portland Avenue, not far from 35 and Powderhorn Park, clearly a residential area as folks were waking up here this morning. We heard from one witness. He's got a 1-year-old.
Look at this. Look at the crowds of people forming. So the crowds of people are definitely forming there. I mean, this is a massive crowd here forming here.
To this area, but again, the federal agents who were here have all cleared this scene, and as they did, it was intense. We saw chemical irritants deployed exactly where I'm standing right now. We saw a federal agent wrestle and push a man to the ground and then almost stand over him as the person was on their back and directly fire chemical irritants into that man's face. He was bloody and his entire face was coated with what looked like to be pepper spray. And then we saw a moment where federal agents were attempting to take a van out of this area down 34th and down over to what I believe would be the next street over, even down the alley here. And when that happened, multiple demonstrators or protesters attempted to block that vehicle. And that is when federal agents got out of that vehicle and again, from point blank range, administered those chemical irritants and then put down and deployed tear gas as well. I can tell you we were caught up in that. But again, if you're just tuning in, I think this is what many people feared as you have 2,000 additional federal agents here on the streets of Minneapolis, is that there could potentially be a deadly clash. But again, we're going to hear from the mayor who just spoke moments ago.
Right now, and we collectively are going to do everything possible to get to the bottom of this, to get justice, and to make sure that there is an investigation that is conducted in full. But what we do know is that a 37-year-old woman is dead and that she was shot by ICE. We've dreaded this moment since the early stages of this ICE presence in Minneapolis. Not only is this a concern that we've had internally, we've been talking about it. They are not here to cause safety in this city. What they are doing is not to provide safety in America. What they are doing is causing chaos and distrust. They're ripping families apart. They're sowing chaos on our streets. And in this case, quite literally killing people. So they are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly. That is bullshit. This was an agent recklessly using power that resulted in somebody dying, getting killed. As soon as it happened and we learned of the incident, we had several priorities. The first, of course, was to get the victim to the hospital and to get care as soon as possible. To the family, I'm so deeply sorry. There's nothing that I can say right now that's going to make you or your relatives or the friends of the victim feel any better. There were, I believe, 2 Minneapolis police officers that responded and were in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. The second was to get ICE off of the scene. There were dozens, if not hundreds, of ICE and federal officers that were there at the time. Having them there was only causing more chaos. Having them there was only making a difficult situation even more problematic, and one that, yes, they created themselves. There's little I can say, again, that'll make this situation better, but I do have a message for our community, for our city, and I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite. People are being hurt. Families are being ripped apart. Long-term Minneapolis residents that have contributed so greatly to our city, to our culture, to our economy are being terrorized, and now somebody is dead. That's on you. And it's also on you to leave. It's on you to make sure that further damage, further loss of life and injury is not done. We're going to be working towards justice as quickly as we possibly can right now, and justice is what we've all got to get. Next, a message to our community. Look, we all know that the agenda of this Trump administration is to create chaos. Let us respond right now with our best versions of self. This is a moment where all of us in Minneapolis and beyond, we can rise to the occasion. We can show them who we are. We can show them the kind of courage, bravery, love, and compassion that makes Minneapolis, Minneapolis, and that makes America, America. We are better than a bunch of ICE agents being deployed to cities around the country and ripping apart families and communities. We're better than that. And so we are going to meet that hate with love. We are going to meet that despair with hope. We are going to meet that injustice with constitutional justice ourselves. And we're going to make sure that in this very difficult moment, we do not take the bait that these ICE agents are trying to create and that the federal government, to be clear, wants. They want us to respond in a way that creates a military occupation in our city. They want an excuse to come in and show the kind of force that will create more chaos and more despair. Let's not let them. Let's rise to this occasion. Let's show them something far more beautiful than the kind of division that they're trying to stoke. Let's show them unity of purpose, of love, and the courage of our conviction. Our conviction, to be clear, is rock solid, and it is for our neighbors, all of our neighbors. It's for people who have lived here for 80 years. It is for new immigrants who have made this city a better place. That's the kind of love that we're going to show up with right now. If you're angry, I get it. I am too. If you're feeling that kind of despair, it's understandable. Let's show them who we can be. Let's show up with peace. To march, to to protest, to hug one another, to love all the way with peace. Do not give them what they want. Finally, we've got a lot of work that needs to happen right now to make sure that, first, of course, the scene was secured as much as possible, that we were able to get the victim, now deceased, to the hospital. We've got a lot of work to do in the coming days. I want to thank our city enterprise for the work that they have done, but more importantly, what they're about to do, because this is going to be heavy and our city has been through a lot. We also know that we're prepared to do right for people. Among them is our chief of police. I'll invite him up.
My name is Brian O'Hara, BRIANO''HARA. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. This morning, Minneapolis police officers received a report of federal law enforcement being involved in a deadly force incident, meaning shots had been fired. Minneapolis police officers responded to the scene. We arrived and found a woman with a gunshot wound to the head. Life-saving measures were performed at the scene, including CPR. The woman was transported to Hennepin County Medical Center, where she has since been pronounced deceased. The preliminary information that we have indicates that this woman was in her vehicle and was blocking the roadway on Portland Avenue, midway between 33rd Street and 34th Street in the city. At some point, a federal law enforcement officer approached her on foot, and the vehicle began to drive off. At least 2 shots were fired. The vehicle then crashed on the side of the roadway. Minneapolis police officers secured the crime scene and assisted in trying to preserve the evidence that is there. We have since turned over the scene both to the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well as the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, which will be conducting an investigation into this use of deadly force. I want to thank the mayor, city council president, other members of the city council, state legislators that were on the scene. This has been a very difficult time for everyone in the city. And this is obviously a very, very tragic situation where a woman has lost her life. That being said, in addition to this tragedy, which unfortunately we did predict, we were seriously concerned about further escalation from the scene. And I want to thank the elected officials that came themselves to help us prevent that from happening, as well as the individuals on that scene that remained peaceful and that abided by law enforcement instructions so that we could preserve that scene and ensure that a full and transparent investigation can take place. That being said, I just echo the mayor's comments that we ask that the community continue to call for peace. We understand people are going to be upset about what happened, and people are going to want to exercise their First Amendment rights. But please do so safely and lawfully to ensure that we do not have any further tragedy in this city or destruction. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, council members. Commissioner, I'll open it to questions.
Any idea on the identity of the ICE officer who fired the shots?
I don't have that information, no. The question was, is there an identity of the ICE officer that fired? I do not have that.
Mayor, the ICE officer stopped a position from helping the lady was shot. Is that true? We've seen videos all over social media that someone tried to help us and they were told they were pointing guns at and told you away. Do you know about that at all?
So the question was, there's information out there that people tried to help the woman that was shot and ICE officers that pointed guns at them and told them to leave. I do not have that information. I myself saw a video of the shots being fired as the car was driving away. What I can tell you is the narrative that this was just done in self-defense is a garbage narrative. That is not true. It has no truth. And it needs to be stated very clearly, since we have already seen a video of it. I do not know as to what you're talking
So,
about.
Mayor, she wasn't driving.
Over here.
She wasn't driving the car toward him, using her vehicle as a weapon.
That does not appear to be the case at all.
What's the city's protocol when an observer or an activist calls 911? We say agents call agents. How does the city of Minneapolis handle that situation going forward?
Repeat it one more time. I forgot that I missed the first part of what you said. And I'll turn it over to the chief. Yeah.
What does the city do when someone calls 911 and a federal agents?
Oh, I see. Yeah. I'll turn it over to the chief. The question is, what does someone do when a federal agent is pointing a gun at them, chief?
So, if I heard you correctly, the question is about when people call 911, what is the city's protocol in these situations? We've had a very dramatic increase in 911 calls related to this activity. We have a protocol in place that has been evolving as the situation has been changing. And at this time, there is a designated supervisor that is on duty 24/7 that fields those calls. And we do everything that we can to ensure that they are appropriately prioritized, with the priority being placed upon the protection of life and safety of everyone in the community.
Can you tell us any more about the woman who was fatally shot? Was she there as a legal observer, protester, bystander? What do you know that you can share?
So the question was, what can I share about the deceased? There is nothing to indicate that this woman was the target of any law enforcement investigation or activity. This woman was in her car, and it appears then blocking the street because of the presence of federal law enforcement, which is obviously something that has been happening, not just in Minneapolis, but around the country. She appears to be a middle-aged white woman.
Chief, just about a month ago, you said these unplanned and questionable tactics by federal agents would result in someone being killed at a press conference right here. Do you consider today's tactics in line with that, or do you just have a generic response to the fact that somebody is not dead?
The question is that I had previously made several statements about being concerned about the tactics being employed. I am obviously very concerned that I have been told that a woman who was sitting in her car blocking the street and not the target of any enforcement activity is now deceased. However, I do not know, to be clear, I do not know the exact circumstances of the shooting, but I would tell you, in any professional law enforcement agency in the country, I think they would tell you it's obviously very concerning whenever there's a shooting into a vehicle of someone who's not armed. But it also is something that is possible. At times it is justified. But it is very concerning, and it's something that most law enforcement agencies in the country train very intensely to try and minimize the risk that law enforcement officers get placed into a situation that the need for deadly force would be necessary.
Has there been any indication of that need of this case?
I didn't hear the question, I'm sorry.
Has there been any indication of the need in the shootings to be?
The question was any indication about the need. I guess getting back to the justification of this, I have not seen any information other than what I have communicated.
Was she alone in the car? Or was there in the car with her?
The question was if she was alone in the car. I know that I got there shortly after this call came in. I did not see anyone else with her while I was on the scene. However, I've since been told by our officers that have been with her the entire time that a spouse has arrived at the hospital.
Mayor, just curious if you're thinking about contacting federal authorities to register your concerns about this, personally making phone calls, et cetera.
Yes, we've been on the phone all morning. As soon as we learned about this, again, there were a series of priorities that we needed to go through. The first, of course, is to keep people safe and to help the victim in any way that we could. The second was to get ICE off of the scene. There was the notion that ICE agents would be necessary to create a perimeter around the scene itself. They themselves were creating the kind of dysfunction and chaos that they claimed to be trying to help with. And so the message that we delivered very clearly was to make them leave. Now, beyond leaving the scene, they should also leave our city and our state. We do work, our chief does work, our sheriff does work every single day to keep people safe in our city and in our state. And crime is dramatically down. Crime is down. It continues to trend down. They are doing the hard work of investigating, of arresting perpetrators of violent crime. What this federal administration is doing right now is not about creating safety. Do not let them tell you that what they are doing is about creating safety. It is not. It is having the opposite impact. We need to be clear-eyed about the work that is moving forward, and they need to leave Minneapolis.
We have time for one or two more questions.
Mayor, you may know this with your legal background. If a shooting is found to not be justified, does the city have any legal, or does the state rather have any legal recourse to bring charges against this ICE agent, given that this person is a federal agent, if the feds don't?
So obviously, and I have to always lead with this caveat because it is true, an investigation still does need to be conducted. I had my perception of what took place based on the vehicle and the vehicle's positioning. It does not appear that the individual is trying to ram anybody. Now, the question was, if it is in fact found to be an unjustified shooting, who issues the charge, who prosecutes, how does justice take place? I don't know the answer in full to that. This is obviously information that we're still working out. Chief, do you have any additional information, or Commissioner?
The only thing I would add to the mayor's statement is that the crime scene was held by the Minneapolis Police Department, and the investigation is now being led jointly by the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well as the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. And the purpose of their involvement would be to investigate whether any state laws within the state of Minnesota have been violated.
One more.
Can I just add something to that too? What's very important is that for our communities, that we do have some kind of part in this investigation. It needs to be done on a local level. With all due respect to the federal level, we do need to make sure that our local agencies are involved. Well, certainly the BCA is very well capable of working with our federal partners in doing so. That is something that's needed for our communities. And so that's something that I can tell you that there's already been conversations from the U.S. Attorney's Office to the BCA that have already taken place today. How that's going to roll out, we don't know yet, but we are making sure that there is some kind of local entity, namely the BCA, that has a part in this investigation for the purposes of transparency and expedient transparency as to what happened today.
One more. If that's it. Thank you, everybody.
Final piece, again, thank you everybody for coming. Thank you to the media for being here and disseminating this very important information around this tragic incident. To reiterate, a final message to our community members, I understand the anger. Let's unite around hope and love and peace and getting justice. That's what we need to be doing right now. I appreciate the service from everybody up here as well as the 435,000 people that call Minneapolis home. Thank you.
All right, that was the end of a press conference, a joint press conference with city leaders, Mayor Jacob Fry, Police Chief Brian O'Hara, Hennepin County Sheriff Dewana Witt as well, speaking out on this incident this morning.
Right. What we have learned is a 37-year-old woman was shot by ICE. She had a gunshot wound to the head. We understand that her spouse is now at the hospital there.
Yes.
Nothing to indicate, according to law enforcement, according to the police chief, that she was the target of any law enforcement activity. We have heard from people on the scene. They believe she was a legal observer there. What we heard from Police Chief O'Hara, because we are getting conflicting reports about what happened prior to the shooting. He says that she was in a car blocking Portland between 34th and 35th because of the presence of ICE agents. They said the law enforcement officer, the ICE agent, approached her on foot. The vehicle began to drive off. 2 shots were fired. Then the car crashed. He said he doesn't know the details of the shooting, but he did give that information out there. This is now all being turned over to the FBI and to the BCA.
And like you said, Heather, I mean, we're hearing a bit of conflicting reports between, what ICE was telling us this morning and now what we're hearing from city officials. And we know that Homeland Department Secretary Kristi Noem spoke out on this just earlier this morning. And we do have some sound from her. Let's take a listen to that.
The act like we saw today of using a vehicle to try to kill an officer and his colleagues and the other people around him is something that every politician, every elected official, everyone in this country should be able to rally around and say that it is wrong. And that sanctuary cities and sanctuary states that protect individuals who do that should no longer be allowed.
Again, that is Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem speaking at a TSA press conference earlier this morning. In a statement from ICE, they had said that the woman who was shot and killed was using her vehicle, weaponizing her vehicle. Now, it is important to point out that Mayor Jacob Fry, in this press conference, he said he had seen video of the shooting, and he called that narrative coming from ICE, coming from the Department of Homeland Security, he called it garbage. He said he actually used words. Yes, he actually used an expletive earlier describing that. You could tell that he was very angry. He said the narrative that this was done in self-defense is a garbage narrative, that is not the truth. And he says it does not appear to be the case at all that she was using her car as a weapon. We have heard that also from people who were on the scene there. We ourselves have obtained some of this video too. Barrett and I haven't seen it quite yet, but we have talked with people who have seen it, including the mayor of Minneapolis, who we just heard from a few minutes ago.
But I do have a message for our community, for our city, and I have
I got something else I'm going to put up here, another live scene, because we want to see what's going on at the scene. We want to see, the mayor and them are in a sense calling for calm. They're mad. They're mad at, he said, get the F out of Minneapolis. But I think he has a legal obligation to, call for peace, because if he tells everyone to riot, then you got something crazy.
And Will, I can just talk a little bit about what you hear, since we had to block out some of that video. So what you just saw, I think this video will probably play once again, and I can kind of walk you through it. This is the part of the video where you see the aftermath. It appears that red vehicle that was shot at then rams or crashes into a car. So right now the officer is telling the person in that red vehicle to get out. There's lots of people yelling. That car then backs up and then drives past those officers. You heard those shots there, and it appears that person was struck in the head. Then that car loses control, crashes into that white car that you see there.
And what's important to point out here is that what Secretary Noem just called domestic terrorism is what she describes this event. And what you see on this eyewitness video, it's unclear motive-wise what's happening, but you can see the car turning slightly away from the three agents that are there, not towards them. I'm not trying to tell you what the person was thinking behind the wheel. I'm telling you what we see in the video.
Right.
That
That
person
car
is trying to flee as an officer's trying to get into the
Right.
vehicle.
And that's another important point, is that there is an officer that's actively trying to get into that vehicle. Then you see that they are asking the person to get out of the car.
The Honda Pilot's the one in question right there.
Exactly. Then they back up
And go to the right.
You hear those shots as they pass by.
You're not showing all the angles.
And also, if you take a closer look, you can see that officer with that gun put his gun or her gun away, and then that vehicle loses control, it seems like. And it seems to accelerate at the back half of the video after those shots are fired.
And thank you for showing it, and we appreciate you diligently combing through it, getting the audio right so that we can actually air it on public airwaves here. Thank you, Sammy. Appreciate it. We also have
the man that actually shared this video initially on social media, Max Nestorak, who is a reporter with the Minnesota Reformer, is the first one to post that video on social media. He was on the scene this morning, and we have him live with us now on the air. Max, thanks for joining us this morning.
Thanks for having me on.
So Max, can you set the scene a little bit? Can you tell us where you got this video and if you had a conversation with the person who shot the video, what they had to say about it?
Yeah, so I was on my way to the scene to support my colleague Maddie. I got a call from the woman who took this video, Caitlin Callinson, who lives in the area, and she said, I have a video. It shows the shooter. Can I share it with you? And I said, yes, please do. So she sent it to me, and I had her walk me through what she saw. And she said she was out on a walk in her neighborhood when she saw an ICE vehicle stuck in the snow. More ICE vehicles arrived, and bystanders started to blow their whistles in protest. You know, we're seeing residents of Minneapolis on patrol watching for ICE activity, and so they sounded the alert in protest, which drew a bigger crowd. And that's when she said the driver of this Honda Pilot SUV pulled up and parked perpendicular on Portland Avenue, blocking the ICE vehicles. And from there, that's where the video starts, and we see officers approaching the driver's side door, telling the person to get out, the person trying to, hitting the gas, getting to leave, and then the shots fired. I asked her if she had armed, could she see a weapon, and she told me no. What she saw was the driver had her window down, but then rolled it up as she was trying to follow orders to leave. I also asked if she had seen a immigration enforcement action taking place. Did they arrest anybody? Was anybody detained? She said no, there didn't appear to be a target in this operation. There was just, neighborhood outrage at the presence of ICE vehicles, and that's what drew people onto the streets.
So the person you spoke with, the witness, said that the impetus of this entire situation was that an ICE vehicle was stuck in the snow?
That was my intention. That was my understanding, is that, this ICE vehicle stuck in the snow. There's other vehicles that come up to support. And I think that's what we heard from a federal official. And then these neighborhood residents began to sound whistles,
right?
Drawing bigger crowds.
And yeah. Max, do you know if there was anybody else in the car? The mayor seemed to think, or the chief, that she was in the car alone at the time. Did your witness confirm that?
That's my understanding as well. I've not heard about another passenger. The other thing that Caitlin Callinson, the woman who took the video, told me is that, there's just a lot of chaos afterwards. And of course you can see that from the video, but that ambulance and fire trucks struggle to get through because of the ICE vehicles in the road. So first responders had to walk around on foot to try to administer first aid. But given the close range of the shots, it was unclear what if anything, those first responders could do.
We did hear from the chief that she was shot in the head, and you can see those agents are right next to her car, so that would have been close range. The one other rumor that we're hearing is that there was a man who tried to approach the vehicle saying he was a doctor and asking if he could render aid, and that he was turned away. Did she have any insight on that?
No, but my colleague, Maddie McBain, talked to another witness who did say that there was a person who identified themselves as a physician, was hoping to get through to be a help, and was turned away.
The witness who shot this video, what did they say they heard at the time leading up to the shooting? Because context is incredibly important right here. How long was she there blocking Portland, which is a one-way street? And do you remember what the witness told you, what perhaps the agents were saying or yelling at the driver of that Honda Pilot just before she sped off?
It's unclear to me, like, how long the SUV was there. What Callinson said was she identified the driver as an ICE observer, believed was a protester, saying, get out of here, we don't want you in our neighborhood. And then, as we can see in the video, an officer comes up and says, get the F out of the car.
Right. Yeah, you can hear that on the video.
So Max, you were listening in on the press conference, and I ask you this because you've been on the ground. You did some phenomenal reporting during the George Floyd aftermath and those riots. And I'm just wondering, when you listen to that press conference, I personally have never heard any city or state officials speak quite the way the mayor did this morning. Anything that sticks out to you?
Yeah, I mean, it is just striking to me, and probably everybody who lives in the Twin Cities to feel a sense of deja vu back to 2020 when you see this video of someone getting killed and just trying to find out what happened and wondering what's going to happen next. Are there going to be certainly there are protests ongoing now. I expect they're going to grow. So, trying to continue to watch for that and see what unfolds. I also saw that Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty issued a statement saying she's calling for a local investigation. So there's that other piece there of how is local law enforcement going to interact with the feds here.
Yeah, we have the same questions, Max, and I'm sure that's where your reporting is going to go. We have Tom Heffelfinger, former U.S. attorney, who's going to be on the phone here momentarily, to try and give us some direction as we're all wondering. Okay, you have a case potentially against a federal agent, and now you have federal agencies that are investigating. We understand from the chief that the BCA is also going to be investigating. So what happens next in the legal recourse of this? And in the investigation, what happens next? So hopefully get some of those answers, Max.
And Max, I know because we have been through this before, and I'm sure that a lot of people watching and listening at home right now have that same feeling of uncertainty and even maybe a little doom in their stomachs because we have been through this before. We've been the center of the storm. And so far, the protesters that have gathered have remained relatively peaceful. We certainly hope that that continues. I just appreciate you so much, Max. Thanks. You added a lot to our coverage during George Floyd, and we appreciate your insight and your willingness to share it with us this morning here.
I'll second that, Max. Thank you. Thank you very much.
For listening in for keeping us all informed.
Yeah, you bet. All right, Max Nestorak, appreciate it. On the phone right now, we have Tom Heffelfinger, who has been a private attorney in Minnesota for decades. He was also the U.S. attorney from 1991 to 1993. So he has experience in federal prosecutions and joins us now on the phone. Tom, you're at a restaurant. I appreciate you taking time to join us on this very important coverage. Tom, can you hear us?
Thank you. This is a sad day. I'm happy to help.
Yeah, undoubtedly. Let me ask you first, Tom. As a former federal prosecutor, where do you start with this, and whose jurisdiction would this even be?
Well, that's the first question. It's probably both. The federal government has jurisdiction to conduct an investigation involving the violation of federal laws. But the state clearly has jurisdiction to investigate a homicide involving that occurs during that investigation. But here's the real question. Has there been a federal warrant issued or even a state warrant issued that would give jurisdiction to the federal officers to do whatever they have done in the course of their investigation? I don't hear that any Fed has a warrant for arrest. What they're doing is they're confronting people without a warrant.
But in the case where their life might be in danger, would that matter?
Well, that's the question. Is their life in danger? That's
right.
Not what I'm hearing.
That's the other question, right? Yeah, well, there's video now. We just aired it. Yeah. Go ahead, Tom. I'm sorry.
There's factual questions throughout this.
Mm-hmm.
And there's credibility issues throughout this. But ultimately, that's why you have warrants issued for people's arrest. In this case, a federal warrant issued, or even a state warrant issued by a judge. If a judge has reviewed the evidence and given the federal officer the authority to arrest, then what happens in the course of that lawful arrest is clearly the jurisdiction of either the federal or state. But I'm telling you, I think that this is one that either the feds or the state could pursue.
Okay, that's helpful information. Tom, you were at a restaurant, so I'm sure you did not hear the press conference. But we do know that woman was not at all the subject of she was not the person they were pursuing in this ICE raid, so there would not have been a warrant for her arrest. She did use the car unlawfully to block the road to try to hinder the operations of those ICE agents. And that is when they kind of surrounded the car. I'm just trying to give you some background that we just learned.
No, I get that. But I also heard an early report that said that she had weaponized her car. There's a difference between blocking traffic and using your car as a weapon.
Right. I'm not trying to imply that. I hope I didn't come across as implying that.
What I heard you, but that's the point. You cannot assume that her conduct was dangerous. You can assume it's illegal because she blocked traffic, but you can't assume it was dangerous.
I guess what we're asking, Tom, is when a federal officer...
What's he talking about?
Which they're not in this case yet, but if a federal officer is accused of something like homicide, who investigates the federal officer?
Both the state and both the county attorney in Minneapolis and the U.S. attorney in Minneapolis.
And can you tell us what the difference in charges would be? Like, what would that look like if this does proceed?
Both jurisdictions have versions of murder, homicide.
All right. And can you also describe the bar that this federal agent would have to reach? What would he have to prove, or she, to reach that threshold of the car being considered a deadly weapon?
Well, that's a fact question for a jury to have, but there is no burden on the federal agent to prove anything.
Right.
That's the point. It's a criminal case.
This agent, I paused it for his voice. This agent here, the agents here involved are not going to be under federal investigation for this. They might have to be on administrative leave, but they're not getting prosecuted for this. There's no way the Donald Trump DOJ Trump administration is going to prosecute these agents when they already put out a message saying that this was an act of terrorism. So the agents, the DHS is defending these agents' actions. So first off, there's going to be no federal prosecution of these individuals. State one, I believe there could be. I believe we might have, state officials create some sort of state investigation. They obviously heard from O'Mara, the police chief of Minneapolis. They're processing the scene. This is a live look of protesters gathering here. They're using megaphones and people with bullhorns and everything like that. I do think there could be state charges that they'll try to pursue on this guy. That's just how I feel like they're going to do here. I'm putting up some of the comments here. John Dunn, always great to see you and hear from you. The administration warned us all that any threat, if physical violence against deportation agents or police, would be met by violence. Apparently, we need to remind everyone. Thank you for the comment, John, as always. Another thing, another angle here. I got two angles here. So basically, is what appears to happen here is this woman here following ICE agents. They're part of these ICE watchers that sit there and follow ICE agents and yell and scream and heckle them. She interfered. She came too close to their operation, whatever like that. It appears that she was boxed in or whatever after she came there for whatever reasons, probably just to film them and heckle them and harass them and obstruct them or whatever. And then the ICE agents appear to get out of the vehicle, tell her, hey, hold up, you're not going anywhere. Maybe he was in the process of arresting her, and she backed up and she, they say freeze, and she, drove. And there was an agent in front of the left side of her vehicle. Now, it does appear that she maybe wasn't trying to run away or try to actually hit him, but trying to escape. Let you decide. I got two angles here. We're going to put up right here.
No!
Get out of the car.
No! Shame! Shame! Oh my fucking God! What the fuck? What the fuck? You just fucking, what the fuck did you do?
me go back here a minute. Hold on a second.
What the fuck did you do?
Excuse the language. Now this, you're gonna see it. Look in the right corner. Look in the far right corner. You're gonna see this is another angle. You can see. Let me take down the banner here. We want to get it where everyone can see it here, and we'll review this. Now it does appear there's an agent walking in front of the vehicle there. And it looks like she like clipped him. Boom, 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 boom. It's a very split second moment. It's very split second. You know, the agents were trying to get her out of the car. Obviously, they were trying to detain her or do something here. That's going to be the whole argument here. Was this a justified shooting or not? It's just, ooh, man, this is going to be bad. It's going to be very, very bad. Live look back outside.
Regardless of whether the driver was driving, trying to turn to the officer's left as it appears, it's going to be analyzed. How quickly did this occur? Again, viewing the videos from the angles that were taken, it does appear that the officer was in imminent danger. We're talking about split seconds here. So the question ultimately, will be settled by what was the officer's reasonable belief regarding whether or not his life or the life of others were in imminent danger. So it'll be dissected, trisected, sliced and diced from every angle by the investigators.
Does it ultimately depend, Ed, on what the officer believes as the final say? Or does the evidence and the video, can it trump what the officer feels like? What I'm asking is, I believe in the video, the officer is near the side mirror, right? When the shot's fired, maybe a little bit in front of that, sort of by the tire, but not in the fender when the shots are fired. I could be wrong, but that's what I saw in my couple of glances at the video. So if the officer is in fact out of harm's way, meaning even in 0.1 second out of harm's way, and the car is moving past the officer when the shot is fired, if the officer still felt like his or her life was in danger, would that qualify a correct use of force? Am I clear with that?
Yes, I think I understand what you're asking. From my angle, it appears that the firing officer was just feet away, directly in the path of the vehicle as it suddenly accelerated. The shots were, from what I understand, fired through the windshield. So it wasn't a sideways shot like through the driver's side window. Again, from the angle of the videos that I saw, it does appear that the firing officer was in the direct path of the vehicle before the vehicle started moving towards the right.
The officer may have been hit as well by the vehicle, actually. The officer may have actually been struck.
Yes, exactly. But we can't tell from any of the videos that I reviewed. So again, the evidence will be analyzed to see if it coincides or supports the officer's point of view. It's not uncommon where an officer will relay and explain why his or her use of force was reasonable despite the evidence showing otherwise. And the evidence is, again, going to be applied, analyzed by experts, but it's going to be analyzed in conjunction with what the officer's reasonable beliefs were. And that can be supported by witness statements, his colleagues, etc.
And
time in motion.
If I could just interrupt for a second,
Time in
too.
motion, yeah.
It's important to note that that's one angle, maybe two. There are a couple videos circulating. We do know as of August, ICE officers have been required to wear body cameras. So ostensibly, there will be lots of video from lots of different angles, including the officer who fired the weapon and the officer who may or may not have been in harm's way. You've got a lot of experience in looking at instances like this across the country. Can you give us a couple examples of situations where information that came out initially, may or may not have been proven true? Is there anything that this reminds you of, or any experience you can draw on to help shed some light here?
Yes, no, good question. There are a number of cases, similar incidents where I have viewed body-worn camera footage, cell phone footage, which are almost identical to the incident at hand, where initially the video evidence would suggest to a ordinary person of reasonable, wisdom, if you want to call it, common sense, that the shooting was not justified. However, after further review by experts, breaking the video down, and then conducting the time and motion analysis, and then comparing it with how the officer saw and the other officers who were present, explains why the video may not have told the whole story. I guess that's the way to put it, because everyone has to realize that body-worn camera, these videos, whether the body-worn camera videos or cell phone videos, are only a representation of a two-dimensional, from two-dimensional viewing angles. The third dimension, meaning the officer's perceptions, the eyesight, the senses, feel, touch, etc., the environmental considerations, is critical in coordinating, applying that to the body-worn camera video.
Yeah.
So all of that has to come into play, and a lot of that is going to be based on, again, human subjective analysis and perception, which obviously isn't quantifiable, but you can qualitate it,
right?
To especially based on training and experience.
Well, and the reason I asked that question is because we have two very distinctive narratives coming out already on what happened this morning in Minneapolis. One from the Homeland Security Secretary, Kristi Noem, saying this was clearly justifiable force. This person was using the car as a deadly weapon. And then you have the mayor of Minneapolis saying that that is basically BS, that is not true. He called that,
quote unquote.
Exactly, using very strong language that basically DHS is lying, and it's very clear what happened here. Any words of wisdom for all of us who are watching, for our elected officials, for our federal and local authorities on, to me, this just seems as if everyone is rushing really quickly on both sides of the aisle here.
Yes, and again, whether the federal government or the state of or Minneapolis has different information, again, who knows? But that is very common in these situations, whether or not it specifically applies to ICE, or if this was even a bank robbery and the shooting occurs. There's always going to be two sides that develop immediately after these incidents. It's just human nature. And especially under these circumstances, given the parties involved and the atmosphere, I get it. I think we all get it. Again, it is way too early.
Right.
And I cannot overemphasize that. This is way too early to properly determine what exactly happened and whether or not the shooting was reasonable. This is going to take months to analyze. The audience needs to understand, I've never been involved in an officer-involved shooting investigation that was completed even within 6 months. Typically, they can go on for well over a year. Forensic evidence, witness interviews. Here you have multiple witnesses, civilians, law enforcement. They're going to have to analyze this, all the videos, compare them with each other, do a matrix comparison. They're going to bring in human physiology experts to explain how long it takes for the common individual, never mind an officer, to be able to perceive the threat.
And it's set, Ed, if I'm sorry to interrupt you, and it's set in the middle of an active campaign to remove undocumented immigrants and criminals from the street. So it's in the middle of all this right now, which makes it even more contentious. Ed, we got to turn up.
He said undocumented immigrants. How about illegals? How about illegal aliens?
Thank you so much for your insight into this complex investigation right now. Grateful.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Let's turn gears now to Gordon Severson, who is live there at 34th Street and Portland Avenue. Gordy, what do you know?
Well, the crowd is starting to get bigger here at the scene, and we're starting to see some acts of escalation. We did see a couple of people burning an American flag just a few minutes ago. That kind of got a response from the crowd. We also saw what appears to be some sort of a counter protester that was kind of stirring things up, and several people kind of pushed him out of the area. We saw some punches thrown, but that was maybe about 10, 15 minutes ago. It's quieted down a little bit since then. We're starting to see some more people bringing in, loud instruments, loud noises. And so it's definitely changed from when I was here earlier this morning, when it was very quiet, maybe 100 or 200 people. It has definitely grown since then. And for our viewers that are just, kind of tuning in, the scene has definitely changed from a law enforcement perspective. This morning, a lot of federal agents, a lot of FBI, but in the last hour or two, I haven't seen any federal agents. It's been mostly police and county sheriff's deputies who are now here keeping the scene secure so they can continue their investigation just down the street where those three vehicles are still smashed up against that light pole.
Next of kin, or who? What was the fight about? What was happening there? We saw a motion during during the press conference, and we couldn't decipher what it was, Gordy.
Yeah, I mean, some of the witnesses were telling me that it was someone that was maybe on the other side that was, calling out the protesters, and that was what happened. Others said it was someone that was, maybe having some sort of mental illness situation and crossed a line, and then the crowd was reacting, and that started it. But that situation has been de-escalated, and there was no police intervention with that. It was all kind of people involved in the crowd that were handling that. But that, from what I've seen, that person is no longer here at the scene.
All right, Gordy, we're happy to see it does look like a peaceful crowd gathering and just exercising their First Amendment rights.
Peaceful.
We
Burning
appreciate you being on
flags.
the scene for us. We want to let you know that the governor is scheduled to hold a press conference coming up at 2:15, and we will be taking that.
Oh,
is it 2:15? Is that what we're doing?
Yep, we're going to an NBC News special report, and we'll be back on the air.
Oh, we got a 2:15 Walls press conference. It looks like we're definitely, and that's that would be 2:15 their time. So it'll be the next 45 minutes. Might as well just stay on. 2:15 press conference here. Here. So I'm gonna go to the other scene here. We're gonna stay on. Might as well stay on. This was earlier, so we're not gonna repeat this. But let me get up this current Fox scene here of what's going on. Holy smokes, folks. As they said, they were burning American flags in the streets. Fights starting to break out. A little bit of chaos, counter protester. What the heck is going on?
At this point, if you're mentioning, you have this team of dedicated people, documenting ICE, you're trying to go to, as you mentioned, city council or the important people, we would say, in these positions. Where do you feel like you can go at this point, especially after seeing what happened here today in Minneapolis?
I think where we go from here is very clear, and it's where we've been going. Since ICE descended on the Twin Cities metro area here, we have seen an incredible response of regular people like myself, and many of my neighbors who I know dearly are out in the streets and doing this incredible community safety work. We have thousands of people that are plugged into rapid response networks, and over the past couple of days in this what they say 2,000 agents being deployed over the next month, the intensity of ICE activity in our community has reached a level that we've not even remotely seen in the previous weeks. And what I see is community members standing up stronger the people that I work with, we say, you know, as scary as everything is that ICE is doing, and as scary as it is that our local elected officials, for the most part, and certainly our state and local police departments are doing nothing to stop it.
All right. So who she is reminds me of those neighborhood crime people that are doing like following ICE and you know, tracking ICE down and letting everyone know there's ICE. When ICE are in the area, they're community activists that get their whistles out, blow their horns and pots and pans and things like that. So you know, you can clear. I've seen a bunch of them in Charlotte. You've been seeing them in each and every city. Football Jones and John Dunn, thank you both for the gifted memberships. 10 gifted memberships, 10 new members of JLR Investigates, courtesy of Football Jones and John Dunn. Very grateful and appreciate you. We have the governor coming on soon.
Regular people who are passionate about something and want to try to do everything they can within their constitutional rights to make a difference here. Immigration Defense Network is another one, and I know they're doing sessions currently right now in about 5 different cities around the state on teaching people how to be constitutional observers to keep people safe and prevent, you know, something like this from happening again. Marie, thank you so much for your time today. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pleasure. And I hope anyone who's feeling angry and frustrated and knows what ICE is doing is wrong, chooses to figure out how to get involved and how to participate in community defense, because we keep us safe.
Thanks, Marie.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
The media just encouraged more people to go and confront ICE agents. Use a woman's platform to say, yeah, keep confronting ICE.
Perspective, you've been there for several hours at this point. Also, one of the people who was caught in the pepper spray as well. How you doing? And can you tell us what's going on? Because it sounds like some protests, maybe some yelling behind you.
Right. I'll tell you a little bit about our experience this morning in just a moment. Right now, we have the cars involved, as you mentioned, being towed away. The victim's car already up on that first tow truck you can see over my right shoulder. And it looks like the 1 or 2 cars that victim crashed into also being towed away at this time. Now, I just had an interview with a 19-year-old man. It was a really interesting, good interview from his perspective. He was on the 2nd floor. He was asleep. He awoke to the sounds of the ICE watchers, the whistles, the honking of the horn, that kind of thing. And that's what kind of got him up out of bed. And when he looked out the window, he witnessed the whole thing and what happened. He was very clear about who was where, when, and he had said that the victim in this case, the driver of that maroon SUV, was blocking Portland. So the ICE agents could not leave. She was perpendicular in the road. They could not leave. Some of the ICE agents, a couple of them got out of the car, approached her car, and that's when she was trying to leave and she backed up. There was an agent, he says, on the left kind of corner of her car, but near her window. And as she tried to pull forward, he says, to leave, that officer fired 3 times into her face. Now, when I asked him, was his hand in the window or outside the window? Was his hand actually inside the vehicle when he fired, when she tried to pull away? He said he wasn't sure. It was very close to the window. It could have been in, could have been out. He wasn't sure. But as you've seen in past cases of officer-involved shootings, we've seen that hand in the window become an issue on whether it was a justified shooting or not. A lot of folks around here say it wasn't justified. She wasn't a threat. She wasn't trying to run anybody over, but it's really unclear. I think that's probably going to end up being a crucial point in this. Was his hand inside the window as she was driving off? Was he fearing that he would be dragged away? And we don't know. There's a lot of video out there, and we're all obviously looking at it. It's very viral right now. There's tons of video. So everybody's kind of going through it. But I think that's going to end up being a crucial point. Now, Simone, you asked me earlier about our experience, and it was, between ICE agents who were trying to leave and then protesters here who were protesting their presence. We were watching a vehicle, an ICE vehicle that was trying to leave. Protesters were blocking that vehicle, pounding on the windows as well. And At one point, as they were trying to leave, the protesters wouldn't move. They got pepper sprayed. We got caught in that chemical spray. And if you have contacts, it's 10 times worse. So it's very, very painful. The skin, the eyes, and you're coughing and your nose is running like crazy. But we're fine. We're fine in the end. Eventually it wears off. Use water, milk, whatever. So we're all okay in the end. But that's been the story pretty much out here throughout the day, is the agitators and the protesters and the MPD, Hennepin County Sheriff out here, FBI, this back and forth between them. We did witness earlier the protesters throwing things at the agent, snowballs, ice balls, other things at the agents. Agents were obviously getting very upset and frustrated with everything happening out here. But back here to these cars that are being towed away, I can't help but wonder if when they are towed away, if the police pack up and leave, because I believe they were here protecting the scene, protecting the cars, because obviously it's evidence in the shooting. And so I wonder if when the cars leave, if police leave, and then maybe this comes to an ending here at 34th and Portland. But that's pretty much the situation up here. I think I read there was a vigil here at 5 o'clock. Yeah. That's being organized. Still a lot of folks out here as well, kind of watching what's happening, watching the police, watching law enforcement, and still shouting, screaming, a lot of obscenities. Obviously very upset about the shooting this morning.
Hey, Karen, I was wondering actually if the camera can move. What was Amy? Thanks for being with us. If the camera can kind of move a little bit, I don't know if we're able to see anything behind you, or we hear a lot of voices, but I'm curious exactly, where they're coming from.
Oh, we'll swing the camera.
Thank you, Melissa.
Yes, they're away from cars being towed away, and that's where most of the gathering is. You can see there at 34th and Portland. Still have a lot of protesters here, a lot of people shouting, megaphones, loud sounds. People, I see somebody, I think, standing on a car or something, shooting maybe pictures. But this has been pretty much the story all day long. Obviously, a lot of media here as well. ICE agents moved out quite some time ago. I think they had a little difficulty getting out of here. Even Councilmember Wansley, City Council Member Wansley with Minneapolis, she was out here earlier saying, yeah, we don't want ICE here. We don't like ICE, but we need to let them leave because they're making the situation worse. So ICE was trying to get out of there, but they did have a very difficult time with people blocking their way out of the situation.
And now I believe Leon, who is on the other side possibly of where you are, Karen, he mentioned possibly some people out there. Also, you mentioned snowballs and things like that were being, targeted toward ICE agents earlier. Is that also, have you seen that too? I think he said he mentioned something about some people in the community also targeting, some of these MPD officers, sheriff's officials as well.
At this very moment, I don't see any of that. I can tell you, I saw a lot of it earlier. Yeah. Right before we got sprayed, there was a lot of throwing things at ICE agents, and there was, I believe, it was a woman pounding hard on the window of an ICE vehicle, and eventually punched a hole in that vehicle. So there was definitely a lot of agitation going on, and then the ICE agents were obviously getting upset as they couldn't leave the scene, and they were outnumbered, of course, but at this point, I don't see anyone throwing anything at this point, just a lot of shouting for the most part.
Yeah. So we're, a lot to learn here. And I guess that's the reason that they're having more and more of these constitutional observer sessions and trying to educate people on their constitutional rights. Clearly, just by law, we know that, you're not able to, you're not supposed to impede the progress of these ICE agents. There are things that you just can't do according to law, whether you agree with them or not. And then, of course, when you see things happen, you may be seeing something, but not seeing it through the eyes of like a law enforcement officer. So it's really hard for us to sort of narrate these things, and which is why we're trying not to do too much of that and just really show you what's going on. But right now, as Karen said, it looks like there's still a fair amount of people, although nothing near what it was a few hours ago, sort of in that 10 to 11 to 11:30-ish time frame, if things really started to get tense.
And we know with some of these observers too that you mentioned, they're going through these trainings about how to document some of what's going on, also how to write, use this language, and also how to use their phones as well. I believe we had a reporter who did one of the stories yesterday. I think it was Maury, who talked with someone about some of these trends, because I think there was about 100 people in St. Paul specifically. Again, these were constitutional observers.
want to put another view up. Got another view of yeah, we're gonna put up this view here. I got this scene here where it's so this has no volume, but it kind of just shows the scene here. They're towing vehicles. They're towing vehicles. They're towing vehicles. That's what's going on. Governor Walz will be speaking. Oh my goodness, what a tinderbox. Of all the places, Minneapolis, this is insanity, folks. So again, we're hearing multiple versions, but it just appears that ICE agents were out as the reports were coming out in the last couple of days. A heavy presence of ICE agents taking the streets of Minneapolis, doing ICE enforcement operations. Group of resistant people following ICE agents around, filming them, blowing whistles, informing everyone, banging pots and pans, confronting ICE, whatever like that. It appears this woman was part of that type of group. I don't think she was just a regular innocent woman that was just there at the wrong time, whatever like that. Some woman came there with her vehicle and was in the middle of the mix or whatever like that. ICE agents, it appears, went and confronted her or told her, don't move, maybe you're under arrest for, trying to identify who this woman is. The woman kind of backed up. And then it does appear possibly an agent, maybe their hand was in the vehicle, maybe trying to stop her from driving off. And there was an agent, it appears, in front of the vehicle on the left side. I'm not necessarily sure she was trying to plow into an agent, maybe more about just trying to escape. And in the course of that agent in front of them, in front of the vehicle, seems like he got flipped or something, but it was a split-second moment and the woman was fleeing, and they shot. Boom, 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 boom. And that's where we're at. Vehicle then moved forward, went crashed. Growing group of people that were already there. Here's the thing about it. The reason why we're seeing filming of this incident was because people were already out there heckling and monitoring ICE and following and tracking ICE. People are already out there, as it is. Then the group grows, and then what happened was ICE agents they started banging on ICE agents and DHS vehicles, throwing snowballs at them, threatening them. Got really crazy. It appears Minneapolis police came in and kind of tried to secure the scene and push the crowd back. ICE agents and DHS agents that were involved with the incident, they left the scene. I think followed by FBI coming there to process the scene along with Minneapolis police. They set up barricades. They got barricades. Look, there's barricades there. And that's where we're at here. We heard here's the barricades right there. You can see they set up the crowd control barricades there. Wow. So that's where we're at here. Apparently there's investigations now. Possibly there could be some sort of state investigation here. The agent has not been identified. We don't know where the agents are. They're gone. But DHS is defending the agent. DHS, they put out their own statement themselves, pretty much. This is Homeland Security. Today, ICE officers were conducting targeted operations with rioters. They're calling them already rioters. Began blocking ICE officers, and one of these violent rioters weaponized their vehicle, attempting to run over our law enforcement in an attempt to kill them, an act of domestic terrorism. So doesn't appear like the ICE agents that are involved with the shooting here are going to get prosecuted on the federal level. DHS is already going to bat for them and saying this was an act of terrorism on the woman's part. An ICE officer fearing for his life, the life of his fellow law enforcement, the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training to save his own life and that of fellow officers. So, but now there appears to be some sort of state investigation, possibly. Jacob Fry, mayor, some people like him, some people don't. I never heard a politician tell federal agents to get the F out of our city. I mean, he said it pretty harsh. But Jacob Fry and even the governor of Minnesota and all, they're all under a microscope right now as it is on the federal level. Lots of investigations going on. Apparently, DOJ is investigating Tin Walls involved with Somali fraud and fraud money. And here we are. Here we are of an incident. Here we are at an incident. It's going to be like, I don't know what's going to happen here. Riots? I don't know if they were going to riot over this. The white woman. Now, oh my goodness, if it was a black man that was in that vehicle, or Hispanic or somebody, it could be a whole different situation. If it was a black man that was in there, oh my goodness, there'd probably be double, triple people out there. Double and triple out there. But the crowd is out there. This is live. NBC's up now. A lot of the media outlets are. We're going to stay with the story until the governor comes through, and we're going to listen to the governor. So in the meantime, we're just going to see, if this breaks out going crazy or what. Seen similarities in Chicago. Seen similarities in Los Angeles. And here's another thing too: is a lot of people online that are in support of ICE and DHS are calling for Trump to deploy the National Guard now before this gets out of control. The Trump administration just said a couple of days ago, I think on New Year's, that he's withdrawing National Guard troops from Los Angeles, Portland, and Chicago. And now is he going to say, I have to deploy National Guards to Minneapolis? And then if he does deploy National Guard in Minneapolis, will it be challenged by Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison and officials in Minnesota, same way they did in Illinois, and challenge it and say National Guard is not needed? But is National Guard needed at this point? What happens, with agents moving forward? Do they cease operations? Do they pack up and get out of town like Jacob Fry, is ordering them to do? He has no, Fed's going to do what the Fed's got to do. But what about tomorrow and the next day? Is agents now a target? Is there hits out on agents now? A lot of unanswered questions. Are people going to seek retribution, retaliation, plotting against agents? Is agents now a bigger target here? Poof. Wow. So yeah, this is the scene here. I'm going to look around, see if I can get more. We want to hear what the media has to say and what they're putting out there for their citizens. It's mostly local media, though NBC News national media is now on this. In a national media perspective, the only national, we have local news. So we got the local Air 11, which is based in that area. We got Fox Minneapolis. We shared their local CBS affiliate. Now we got NBC News talking about the situation. Let me see if there's anything good on there. And by the way, Christy Noem is somewhere in. She's somewhere south. She was there yesterday. I thought she was still there. She was there yesterday, but she's somewhere else. I think she's on the southern border. She's in a big cowboy hat, giving some sort of press conference. But yeah, this is live. This is a matter of fact. Let me go to flight radar 24 and see. This is 34th in Portland. This is just a block or two away from where George Floyd. Could this be a false flag? Some people have also said that in the chat. Could this be a false flag? This is about a block or two from where George Floyd died. Wow, just a mess. Just crazy. I pray for everyone here. Seriously. Yeah. So Flight Radar 24 has this just south of downtown Minneapolis situation. Wow, this is just insane. Where are we at in a society? Play the Noem speech, somebody said. Let me get I'll get the Noem clip. Let me see if she says anything about it. Christy Noem. She's speaking about the border stuff or what's going on. But let me see if there's actually just a clip on the part where she's talking about this. I think she talks for about. Yeah, they Como News has it. I think she talks for about a minute on this matter. Wait. Okay, so yeah, hold on. I got it. I'll play Noem. Hold on, stand by. We'll get this up. This is coming from Fox 9 Minneapolis. They put a clip. It's about 2.5 minutes of Christy Noem speaking about the situation. Let me get it up in the pipeline. We can always go back to the live scene. Here we go. Stand by. I'm going to put this up. We're going to listen in to Christy Noem. and we'll listen in and see what she has to say about the situation. Christy, no. This is not going like this.
So a couple of questions there. You asked about a shooting that we just had in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened, it was our ICE officers were out in enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him. And my understanding is that she was hit and is deceased. We're continuing to gather more information, but this goes to show the assaults that our ICE officers and our law enforcement are under every single day. These vehicle rammings are domestic acts of terrorism. We're working with the Department of Justice to prosecute them as such. We will continue to protect our ICE officers and in cooperation with other law enforcement agencies as well. You've seen me in the last couple of days deploy over 2,000 more officers to the Minneapolis area. And in the last 2 days, we've arrested hundreds and hundreds of dangerous criminals, not just fraudsters who stole from the American people billions of dollars and put it in their pockets and enriched their friends from overseas and themselves, but also individuals who committed acts of murder and rape and trafficking and drug exploitation and child exploitation. So we're going to continue to do our work. And I want to remind everybody that the act like we saw today of using a vehicle to try to kill an officer and his colleagues and the other people around him is something that every politician, every elected official, everyone in this country should be able to rally around and say that it is wrong. And that sanctuary cities and sanctuary states that protect individuals who do that should no longer be allowed. That those individuals that are in leadership positions in these sanctuary jurisdictions need to work with us to make sure that every single person that's out there enforcing the law can be safe, but also so that all of our citizens can continue to be safe too. Domestic acts of terrorism like this will not stand, and I'm grateful that we have the leadership in Washington, D.C. that recognizes it, and will make sure that it's working to keep every single community safe, regardless of who's in charge in that city. President Trump gets up every day and will work to keep people safe, whether they're in a red state or a blue state, or in a city that has a Republican mayor or a mayor that has a Democratic mayor. He's going to fight for every single American to make sure they live in a safe community and can raise their kids without fear.
Thoughts on Christy Noem. Back here live at the scene here. So that was a clip. They clipped it up. She had a big, she was speaking down there about just border security in general, and then this happened. She was there yesterday, apparently. All right, so this is a live look, and we got in the next 20 minutes, we got Governor Walz is going to speak about this matter. Now, Governor Walz is going to take back Jacob Fry. Governor Walz is already adamant. He's probably going to call ICE agent thugs and say every type of word, derogatory term, and maybe echo what Jacob Fry has been saying. Bellminer 84 says, if you don't want to get shot, don't out yourself in position to get shot. FAFO. Thank you for the comment. Lovin' 2 limes. Lovin' 2 limes. Lovin' 2 limes. Thank you for streaming the chaos. We don't like to stream the chaos, but this is you don't know what we don't know what's going on here. We know what's going on, but you don't know where this is going to go with this. I don't like this. I don't like this, but it could all die out too. It could all die out soon. Maybe not. Or will it be mass protests this week? Well, this weekend, will this trickle into other communities? Oh, they're towing the vehicle. One of the vehicles involved, that appears to be one of the vehicles that got hit in the process. And all right, law enforcement is now towing vehicles out of the area. Chaos in Minneapolis. That's what's going on. Continue to find out and hear more. Heavy police presence. It looks like some FBI agents are in the area. Martial law now. Martial law now. say, hey, martial law. Some people say they should have done martial law back then in Chicago. You know, we had the situation, you know, the border stuff and all the ICE raids and things like that. That was getting a lot of media attention through probably November. And then it kind of shifted towards Venezuela and other matters. You know, now it's taking the forefront again. Right around Christmas time to New Year's, most of the headlines was centered around Somali fraud in Minneapolis, all the fraud. Even got all the way up to the governor, Walz, who's now announcing that he's not seeking re-election. Some people think, well, yeah, it's a YouTuber that took him out. Other people are like, well, Walz just don't want to do it anymore, or Walz wants to take Amy, the senator there, want to take her Senate seat. They're kind of like playing musical chairs. Who knows? I don't know what Walz's intention is here. Other people say Walz is under investigation. It's a growing crowd. Well, it's still there. I mean, I don't know if it's growing. Could be dying off some. You know, no, the people are there, man. They're surrounding it. They set barriers up. That's a big deal to me. But let's put in Governor speaks soon. Let's put NBC News up and see what NBC News on the national media and see what the narrative is, what they're trying to say. Try to understand this a little bit. Here, I'll put this up. I'll put NBC News with the pipeline.
A car, Jim. Is that a situation where they would be going to potentially render aid? Do we know what would be their operating assumptions there?
Yeah, and I'm not even sure. I've watched that closely a couple of times, Hallie. I'm not even sure that's an ICE agent, the person running there.
Oh, you might be right on that. You're right. That's somebody in a hat. That person in the white hat, maybe. Is that who ran?
Yeah.
We're looking.
I think it's a witness.
You're right.
Somebody there, or a neighbor. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, sure, they have to render aid, but if it's, I mean, sometimes a shot is immediately fatal, right to the head. But they're going to try to render aid, of course. Domestic terrorism, Hallie, this is not domestic terrorism.
Well, so that's what I want to ask about, because there's members of the Trump, Stephen Miller, for example, top Trump advisor, has called it domestic terrorism. We've heard that as well. That Kristi Noem, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, said that vehicle rammings are domestic acts of terrorism. What is the bar for that?
No, this is not domestic terrorism. Domestic terrorism, is got to be for a political reason to intimidate the population or the government. Somebody driving a vehicle over a sidewalk to run down people or intentionally targeting. There's no evidence of that here. What it looks like is a person trying to escape authority, doesn't want to accede to the federal agents' demands to talk to her. She wants to leave. That does not mean it's domestic terrorism, but it doesn't mean you can run over an ICE agent either. So it looks like not domestic terrorism. I think that's a little bit hyperbolic for sure. It's overblown. Assault on a federal officer, that's what it could be. And that's why the FBI is there. They're not there for terrorism. They're there because they're investigating assault on a federal officer. And that officer is going to allege that he was being, assaulted. He was under imminent threat of death of great bodily harm. That's why he used his weapon. And he would be justified if that facts play out, Hallie, like that. Others are going to say he's not justified. He didn't have to shoot. He could have done this or that. And that will all have to be looked at by the investigators and the prosecutors and the Department of Justice to see what the facts are. I've had a number of these incidents when I was working of agents in my command have to shoot at people, vehicles, and it's very dicey. But you can't get hit with a car. I mean, you can't get hit with the headlight or the front fender. I mean, it can be immediately fatal to you. So officers can be in great danger from vehicles that are, driving toward them and they're on foot. They really don't have anything to do. I mean, maybe they can jump out of the way on that icy road. That might be tough. So, his statement, the officer's statement, the ICE agent's statement, and the body cams of the ICE agents, are going to fill in a lot of the picture for us.
Jim Kavanaugh, thank you. I'm going to ask our team to bring back up, if we can, if we have those live aerials from our station Care there in Minneapolis, about what the scene looks like now as you've seen some people gather. You see it there, a crowd gathering just outside this intersection. This is a live look from above. It is just after 3 o'clock on the East Coast, 2:01 in Minneapolis right now, which is what you're looking at live. And we are following breaking news here on NBC News Now of a deadly ICE-involved shooting out of Minneapolis. The Minneapolis police, we have heard now from both Homeland Security and Minneapolis officials, and a woman, age 37, according to the Trump administration, has been killed by ICE officers. The administration, the Department of Homeland Security, says it was a matter essentially of self-defense here, that it happened after her car was blocking a road. And when she tried to drive away, at least 2 shots were fired. She was pronounced dead at the hospital. The Minneapolis mayor, Jacob Frey, has pushed back on the Homeland Security narrative in a news conference just hours ago, saying that they're already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. But he said after having seen video, he thinks that is BS. He used the full word there. You can see some of the images now live from above as they are working on this scene, the FBI working to investigate this as well. I should tell you that in about 13 minutes, we expect to hear from the governor, Tim Walz, in this state, along with other top officials here about what has transpired over the course of the last several hours in Minneapolis. All of this was part of essentially a surge in operations from Department of Homeland Security, from ICE, over the course of the last couple of days here, as they have moved into the city, working to, and this happened just a couple of hours ago today, as we've been in that live rolling coverage. I want to bring back in Jim Kavanaugh. We're working together as well, our Department of Homeland Security correspondent, Julia Ainsley. If Julia is with us, I'm just going to ask my team to flag me. But Jim, let me ask you this here, and we'll go back to the video. I want to show it for our viewers who are just joining us here, if you haven't seen it yet. These are images from people on the ground. And I want to be clear, eyewitness videos. And you can see we're blurring the back of the car. The woman in the car drives back. Somebody in front. We'll re-rack this, and I'll have the team slow it down once we take a look at the second angle here. This is the second angle. And if you can take a look, you can see that car. There was a point, and we'll play it out with what we call nat sound, with the actual audio, so you can hear when the shots were fired. Here it is in slow motion. She pulls away. One of the agents grabs at the door. Another one in front fires, comes around to the side. The car then goes up. You see it at the top of your screen, and ends up hitting another car on the side of the road here. That is the event that has transpired based on these eyewitness videos. Again, we're looking for more angles. We are looking for anything else that can help us understand what specifically happened on the ground here. And so, Jim Kavanaugh, let me go to you here. As you look at this, as you look at the investigation that is unfolding, walk us through sort of minute by minute where this goes.
Well, right here where the ICE agent in the center approaches the driver through the passenger window, Hallie, he's obviously trying to talk to her. The window's down. He's giving her some order. Stop. He tries to reach in. Maybe he wants her to turn the car off so they can interview her. And she's not complying. The ICE officer in the front of the SUV is the one who fired his duty weapon. And you can see that he's just barely in the picture. You don't see him at first. You only see him once she straightens the wheel out. There he is. And you see his weapon come out, and he actually slides on the ice trying to get out of the way. And the report is he fired 3 times. So he's in a precarious position for sure. He's on ice in front of a vehicle that's moving. So he's, it's a very dangerous position. He's going to argue for sure that he was in the imminent threat of great bodily harm or death, and that's why he used his duty weapon. Now, others are going to be critical and say, well, maybe he could have gotten out of the way, or he didn't need to fire. And where the bullets land on the car is critical evidence. Are they through the side? If they are, that's not justifiable use of force. Are they from the front? Then it leans toward, justifiable use of force. Those are going to have to be analyzed carefully, Hallie. And the body cameras of these 3 ICE agents, which we understand they all wear body cameras now, will give us a more complete picture. The forensic identification and trajectory of the bullets into the vehicle are going to be critical. And the way the agents do that, and we did it in ATF, and the way the FBI does it too, is, they'll actually take that vehicle and run a colored string from inside the vehicle where the bullet hole is in the seat or they can project it from where the person was wounded and go out with a string and actually be able to place the person exactly at the spot. I've done this on ATF agent involved shootings and where people are killed. And we can actually see right where the agent was standing when the shot was fired. On that angle, we can actually see the angle. And of course, the video will then also give the proximity of the agent to the headlight or whatever. So it can be recreated exactly to be able to help make the determinations.
Jim, I'm going to ask you to stand by. I want to bring in our national security correspondent, Julia Ainsley, who is joining us now, our senior Homeland Security correspondent. And Julia, help us understand what you've heard now from your sources at DHS and beyond.
Yeah, well, Hallie, I've been talking to people primarily about ICE training because I think that's what we're going to be talking about a lot in the coming days. And we talk about why this officer used his weapon as this woman moved her car forward. And of course, the video that we have is from the back. So we can't see whether or not that officer could see that she was trying to take a right and move down the street versus coming toward him. But what I've heard is that ICE officers, as well as all federal officers across the government, are taught that they are not allowed to use force unless their lives are in immediate danger, or of course, their immediate threat to injury. And so that is what would be investigated in this case. We know that local police were immediately called to the scene and they began collecting evidence immediately. That will be used in what is now a federal investigation into this use of force incident. But this is something that ICE officers are trained for. They operate often in very urban, crowded, dense areas where there are people in cars, where they're moving through neighborhoods, where people may be protesting them. And this is something that they are trained to do and to know when and how to use their weapons. And so typically what we would see is a long-term investigation before we would get such strongly worded statements from DHS. Again, they're calling this domestic terrorism. Today, though, we have this video, we have eyewitnesses' accounts, we have strong statements from DHS, and then we have the city, the mayor of this city, Michael Frey, calling this an absolute BS statement coming from DHS that this woman was not attempting to hurt the officer in this case.
So in just Julia, stay with me here, because in just about maybe 5-10 minutes here, we expect to hear from Governor Walz, who has already alluded to the idea that he also disagrees with the assessment of what the Trump administration, with the Department of Homeland Security had initially described here, Julia.
Yeah, that's right. And Walz, of course, just recently announcing that he won't be seeking re-election. It's hard to separate the politics from this, Hallie, because as you know, the White House has been pointing the finger at Governor Walz and blaming him for what they see as fraud among the Somali community in Minneapolis, as well as illegal immigration. They're blaming his sanctuary policies. Today, in that statement, they said that the sanctuary policies are to blame for this incident of domestic terrorism, as they call it. So now Walz walking back into this political firestorm after this incident. And since I said fraud, Hallie, if I could just take a minute to walk you through that and kind of how we got to where we are in Minneapolis. As you know, President Trump sent ICE into Minneapolis in early December. Since then, they've made 1,400 arrests as of today. And we also know that just as of Sunday, he sent 2,000 more. Those were coming really at the direction of Secretary Kristi Noem. And in large part, that was because of a now largely debunked YouTube video by a right-wing YouTuber, Nick Shirley, who went to 10 daycare centers run by Somalis in Minneapolis that he said were fraudulently collecting taxpayer funding. As a result, HHS cut off all funding to daycares across the state of Minnesota, and they've raised the bar on any daycare getting those funding. I say all this because even though those claims were largely debunked by the state when they went to go investigate those places, it hasn't changed Minneapolis from being a focal point for ICE as they continue to move more people into this community.
What has the most recent surge, Julia? Because we started seeing increased ICE activity reported in Minneapolis and in and around that city over the course of the last maybe 36 hours or so, right?
Yeah, that's right. So this was in addition that as of Sunday, they were deploying over 2,000 ICE agents. The majority of those were deportation officers. 600 of those were to do investigations into that fraud I was speaking about. And then you have Border Patrol. Of course, Border Patrol has been making the biggest splash across this country. They're under the command of Greg Bovino, who has been taking some very some actions that have ended up in court, frankly, in LA and Chicago. He's also done operations in Charlotte and New Orleans. Border Patrol will add to that in Minneapolis as they continue to make arrests while ICE continues this large presence there, all coming at a time where you can see why local officials are calling for peace and to try to convince people not to go out and protest this incident because they have such a large presence of federal agents on the streets of Minneapolis right now, Hallie.
Julia, stick with me for a second because I want to just take a look. I'm going to ask our team to pull back up anything we might have from CARE, our station there in Minneapolis, that have been giving us that live feed from above of what the scene looked like at the moment. While they work to pull that up, let me ask you this. This question around domestic terrorism. You can see, I don't know if this is live or if this is a replay from earlier. This is in fact live.
This is live.
You can see now some movement here. It looks as though there are some people, as you can see, throwing snowballs.
They're throwing snowballs at law enforcement.
Down towards
They're attacking law enforcement with snowballs.
And just to set our geography here, it appears as though they are walking towards where that incident happened.
Holy
you can
smoke.
see some of these protesters, demonstrators throwing snowballs.
They're attacking law enforcement.
These officers that have walked down that direction. And at the top of your screen, I just want to point out there, obviously those emergency responder vehicles that are making their way through the crowd now as well. This is a massive response now to what has happened in Minneapolis. Again, the shooting and killing of a woman. The Department of Homeland Security says she had been trying to ram officers, ICE agents, with her car and was shot. You've heard the mayor, and I expect that in moments you will hear the governor talk about this as well. The mayor has called that definitively BS. And I want to get a closer look here because it looks as though there may be, I don't know if it's a skirmish yet, or obviously some kind of a conflict. There's some exchange of words happening here. The snowballs keep flying there. It looks as though there's some news crews on the ground as well. Tom Witter is joining us, the senior national security correspondent. And Tom, you're watching what I'm watching here too.
That's right, Hallie. And so there's a number of concerning things that are happening here. First and foremost, the snowballs are being thrown at Minneapolis Police Department cruisers, at least one of them there. They were not involved or not at least believed to be involved in the shooting. This was a shooting that was conducted by ICE. Brian O'Hara is the new chief of police in Minneapolis, and we've heard from him on several occasions over the past 4 or 5 months involving, in one case, a horrific school shooting in that city and a number of other events. He has tried to avoid situations like this where there's an issue between the community and police.
Police are retreating.
Thing that they've been trying
They're running
to
away
avoid,
from the
and
mob.
now just by virtue of being law enforcement and by virtue of being there, now being put in the position where they're going to have to be the ones that continue to police this community well after ICE has moved on to another community to conduct what they call their immigration enforcement, is going to have to deal with this in the relations with the community. And clearly there's going to be a number of members of the community there that think this was an inappropriate, if not criminal, police shooting. So, and it wasn't even involving police, it was involving ICE, of course. So that's concern number one for Minneapolis. And of course, we well know the history going back to George Floyd. We know the history in Minneapolis with protests. And so this is an immediate concern. I've been on the phone with members, current and former law enforcement in the greater Minneapolis, Minnesota area today. So they obviously immediately know the situation that they're dealing with here and that this is a very combustible situation, number one. Number two, a couple of points. I've got in front of me the Department of Homeland Security use of force guidelines, which of course covers ICE. And so there's a number of things that they can't do. First off, they're told—
Well, Tom, I want to hear about that, but can I pause you for 1 second? Because our helicopter from our station CARE there in Minneapolis has shifted angles a bit. And so here we are.
Look at
a little bit
this.
wider, and look at this. You can see this crowd of demonstrators, protesters. I think I saw at least one, what appeared to be a news camera going live down there as well, stretching back down the street. Now, there's some law enforcement vehicles on the top of your screen there towards what would be on Compass Roads here, the north. And they appear to be coming down. It looks like toward the scene, Tom, and I just want to be clear about this. This happened in a fairly, what appears to be residential neighborhood here in Minneapolis. And you can see sort of the activity here as they are walking and moving closer. So it appears as though you have these law enforcement officials, including officials who were not involved in the initial shooting. To your point, it appears about Minneapolis PD. We know that obviously the FBI is also investigating, moving toward the scene, as at the same time you have this crowd of demonstrators here. Minneapolis, of course, has been a national at the scene of a national political flashpoint before, and you can see now this crowd walking down this roadway.
Yeah, and already holding up signs FTP, which is expletive the police. And so obviously the sentiment here is that law enforcement is to blame, whether it's ICE or whether it's Minneapolis police. Look, this is very difficult because this is an active scene. This does need to be investigated. It is a what we would typically call an officer-involved shooting, but it is a law enforcement shooting. It needs to be investigated. It is in the purview of the FBI to investigate these matters normally. And they have to be able to hold the scene. They have to do evidence recovery. They have to get witness statements. They have to do all these things now as it appears that there's a group of individuals that want to protest or snowballs.
That's not protesting, that's rioters. And folks, the police are retreating. They're retreating. So basically, as they're retreating, they're just letting the mob roam the streets of Minneapolis. So police are retreating, and there's a mob of about 300 people. That looks like a lot of people, looks like 100 people at least, in the streets, throwing snowballs and chasing law enforcement away. And now there's no law enforcement around them. Holy smokes.
Who's a police officer. And so that rhetoric can sometimes, in the eyes of police, I'm speaking on stories and reporting that I've done with them before, as well as specific to this event, that is a concern for them. They've got to process this scene and they don't want anybody else to be hurt. So yeah, this is not a good situation any way you cut it. And it's going to be a concern for them going forward.
So I want to be clear, we expect to hear from Governor Walz really any minute now, but we're going to stick with this live shot here after this ICE-involved shooting. A woman shot and killed by ICE during this operation in Minneapolis. You referenced the political component. I'm going to ask our team if we have our White House correspondent, Monica Alba, with us. I don't think we do yet, but if Julia Ainsley is with us, Julia, let me just sort of set this up here for a second, because while this is happening in Minneapolis, there is action back in Washington. We've heard now from the Senate's top Democrat, Chuck Schumer, saying that the video of the officer-involved shooting, which we'll play in a second here, I don't want to play it yet. I want to stay in this live shot for a second, team. He says that video turns your stomach. He said, we need a quick and full investigation to get to the bottom of this. He says, but when you have ICE agents all over the streets of our cities, this is Chuck Schumer here, saying without any cooperation with locals, horrible tragedies, killings occur. That, again, is from top Senate Democrat Chuck Schumer. This is reverberating now nationally. We do have Monica Alba now with us, our White House correspondent. And Monica, we're also hearing from, for example, Democratic Senator Chris Murphy, questions around anything Democrats may try to do to pull the levers of power, so much as they have it, with the House and the Senate both controlled by Republicans here. And you have another member of the House, a Democrat, saying she wants to subpoena DHS for records related to the shooting.
That's right, Hallie. We are starting to see this flood of response from lawmakers and others as we're getting more information on this. And you referenced Senator Murphy there. He did say specifically in a message on social media that Democrats cannot vote, quote, for a DHS budget that doesn't restrain the growing lawlessness of this agency. So immediately referring to the Department of Homeland Security budget and talking about that again as we're waiting to get more information on this. And then also Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley has also posted on social media calling the shooting horrific, saying ICE just, quote, murdered a woman in Minnesota in broad daylight. This rogue, violent agency has no business in our communities and must be abolished. And the agents involved must be held fully accountable. And on the flip side to that, Hallie, we haven't heard from President Trump himself directly, but we are getting a sense of a little bit of reaction from the White House in the form of White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, who posted one of the videos of the incident, one of the angles with the caption simply reading, domestic terrorism. And the White House Rapid Response account, which is pretty active all day long, posted a clip of Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey and his comments earlier today, where he said in a press conference specifically, the White House account is focusing.
Folks, this is not peaceful protesting here. This is lawlessness. This is police retreating. This is mobs of people taking the streets. They've literally were pounding on law enforcement's vehicles. Who knows where they're marching to? We don't know where they're marching to. They were throwing snowballs at cops. There's no cops. Where are the police? Where are the police? The police abandoned the area. And now mobs of people have taken the streets of Minneapolis. This is not go. This is might be George Floyd 2.0, folks. Holy moly.
on social media, on Truth Social or otherwise. But we haven't seen that yet with the White House overall, Hallie, really referring here to DHS and to Secretary Noem's comments earlier today. But I think you can expect them to want to continue to weigh in on this and to have more reaction as developments unfold.
Let me go back to Julia Ainsley here as we've been taking a live look now at the scene of these protesters, these demonstrators now making their way down the street. You can see traffic stopping at some of these intersections.
Stop calling them protesters. They've already attacked law enforcement. They're rioters at this point.
So in between sort of those locations. And I want to bring in Julia Ainsley here because this is something that, as Monica pointed out, the White House is responding to. Top Trump administration officials are talking about. We expect to hear from the governor again any minute. We had thought that news conference was just about to start. We've got a camera there. We're going to bring that to you when it begins, Julia.
Yeah, so really, Hallie, this is exactly the kind of thing that we saw probably at a lesser extent, but in Chicago, where we saw Border Patrol use tear gas. And we have to say today, Border Patrol came to Minneapolis. So these two things are happening at the same time. In Chicago, there was an incident where Border Patrol agents fired inside a vehicle. The man in that incident was not fatally shot. But of course, it did spark protests. And we saw many protests outside an ICE detention center just outside Chicago. And we saw the leader of the Border Patrol really pull the plug on a tear gas canister and throw it into a crowd that looks a lot like this. So just to put this in perspective, if this were just happening locally, as Tom mentioned, of course, police would be monitoring this. But what we've seen so far, we saw in LA and we saw it in Chicago, is that Border Patrol tends to react more quickly to these protests and call them unruly and use force more quickly than the local police force might do. And of course, there have been critics of their tactics to say that what they're really doing ends up fanning the flames of what otherwise might be a peaceful protest. We saw that a lot of the summer in Los Angeles as the mayor there put in a curfew to try to curb what she saw as, escalating injuries and clashes between protesters and federal authorities in downtown Los Angeles this summer. And so that's why watching what's happening here and what happens in the next coming hours matters so much in terms of federal response and where this goes next. But for the people in Minneapolis, they have had ICE in their community for over a month now. And just today, they have reached this flashpoint with a death. Not seen many protests in Minneapolis. We have not, it's been incredibly cold, so cold, in fact, people have wondered how ICE has even carried out a lot of these operations in sub-zero temperatures or earlier last month. But in this case, it seems that it may be pushing over a tipping point, and that's exactly what we're seeing right here.
And I want to be clear here, too, about where this is happening. It appears as though, based on what we're hearing from our team, that these demonstrators, this sort of impromptu march that has come up, and you saw earlier, we'll re-rack that video, too, some of these demonstrators throwing snowballs, protesters obviously actively sort of walking towards where law enforcement was. It's happening a couple of blocks, basically, north of where this initial incident happened. Again, that ICE-involved shooting that you've heard Julia talking about here. If we have Monica Alba, I want to go back to her as we are now getting a statement from the senator from Minnesota, Amy Klobuchar, who is saying that, and I'm quoting Senator Klobuchar here, a Democrat from Minnesota, that this tragedy is the result of the administration sending federal agents onto our streets against the wishes of local law enforcement, including our respected police chief. She goes on to talk about, while our immigration enforcement should be focused on apprehending and prosecuting violent criminals to make our communities safer, Senator Klobuchar says these ICE actions are doing the opposite and making our state less safe. And with that, Monica, you are seeing what has become by now a fairly familiar clash between Democrats and the White House when it comes to ICE enforcement.
Yeah, Hallie, that's exactly right. And Senator Klobuchar also writing in her statement that she's praying for the family and loved ones of the woman who was shot and killed by an ICE agent in Minneapolis. And she is very quickly, you're right, pointing to the administration's actions here. And we should remind viewers that Senator Klobuchar right now is confronting a political decision here that's relevant, of course, to the state of Minnesota, where she is a senator. But given the fact that the current governor, Tim Walz, has announced that he is dropping his reelection bid, we know that Senator Klobuchar is at least considering the possibility of running for governor and taking on that possible role and responsibility if she were to be elected in the state. So that is another part of the political angle and political aspect to all of this. But we have seen this kind of language really for months now in various cities across the United States, with Democrats very critical and very much warning that there could be some potential clash like this, and concerned, expressing constantly worries and fears and anxieties about some of the pressure points that could lead to a violent clash or the result of something like this. And I think, you know, in that point that we were just discussing with Senator Murphy, pointing specifically to the funding, I mean, Congress can raise these questions about where and how DHS, you know, allocations should be made and budgets. But overall, this is a situation where it's the president who can make these decisions and direct his Department of Homeland Security and subsequent agencies within it to be where they want to be for immigration purposes. But as you know, Hallie, from a larger standpoint, some of these other immigration actions have sometimes been coupled with National Guard deployments. We've seen troops in cities like Los Angeles and Portland and Chicago, but they are actually, because of a recent Supreme Court ruling that directly related to Illinois, actually all of those National Guard troops are not going to be in those cities, and the president has pulled them out of there. But this has been a really ongoing conversation and battle between federal agents and resources that the president can deploy, and those that Democrats and certain representatives in these cities and in these states have been very vocal about being opposed to. Hallie.
Monica, thank you very much. I know Julia Ainsley is still with us as well, and you are seeing now some video from on the ground. So this is the moment. This is, I believe this is a live look now at an area, I guess, nearer the scene, near where protesters had been. It's obviously a close shot, a tight shot, as we say, of some flowers poking up through the snow there. Again, we've been showing you some of those wider images. I think we have some video too of the moment that we referenced earlier, the snowballs being thrown at some of the law enforcement officials that were making their way to the scene. This is it here. So again, this is from, maybe looking at the clock, maybe 20 minutes ago here. And you can see it, some running, these people gathering, the snowballs being chucked at some of these vehicles that are making their way down what we understand to be 32nd Street there in Minneapolis. The shooting itself, the ICE-involved shooting, happened on 34th Street, again, in the Powderhorn neighborhood, just south of downtown. And Julia, as we take a look at this, we are waiting to hear too. And again, I know I've said the governor is expected to speak soon. We think the governor is really expected to speak any minute. We've been expecting that for a couple of minutes now. And Governor Tim Walz, of course, former vice presidential nominee for the Democrats just last year, has suggested that he has real concerns with the way that this happened, with the way that this moment has unfolded here, leading to the death of this woman. Again, the Trump administration saying essentially that it was self-defense. Several top officials calling it an act of domestic terrorism, including Stephen Miller, one of the president's closest advisors. The Minneapolis mayor calling that BS and telling ICE to get out of the city. I want to play, President Trump has also just weighed in on this for the first time. While we play this out, I want to go to Monica Alba to give us more on that. I haven't seen it, Monica. What is the president saying?
The president is saying, Hallie, that he has just watched the clip of the event which took place in Minneapolis. He says, quote, "It is a horrible thing to watch. The woman screaming was," in the president's own words, he is making this assessment. It's unclear with what evidence, but the president is saying the woman screaming was obviously a professional agitator, and the woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer. Again, this is the assessment of the president of the United States, who is saying he believes that this ICE officer, he says, seems to have shot her, quote, in self-defense. Again, the president goes on to say, based on the attached clip, and he does seem to have one of the angles here that he has posted on his social media platform, Truth Social. He says, quote, "It is hard to believe he is alive," again, referring to the ICE officer there. But the president says that the ICE officer is now recovering in the hospital. He says the situation is being studied in its entirety, but he argues, the president, that the reason these incidents are happening is because, quote, The radical left is threatening, assaulting, and targeting our law enforcement officers and ICE agents on a daily basis. The president goes on to say that he believes that they are just trying to do the job of making America safe, and he says he stands by them and wants to protect all law enforcement officers from any kind of violence and hate. So that is the initial reaction and post from the President of the United States, Hallie.
Monica Alba, with that, thank you. And again, to be clear, and you're seeing that post here, the facts are still coming in as we are seeing multiple angles of what has happened over the course of the last couple of hours in Minneapolis. I want to pull that down. I'm going to ask our control room to do two things. It's now 3:30 here in the East, 2:30 in Minneapolis. We're waiting to hear from Governor Tim Walz. I want to play for you these videos that we have now from eyewitnesses who are on the scene. There's a couple of different angles. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to play them once. You're going to hear them. You're going to see them. And I want you to watch, and you can assess for yourself what has happened here. You're going to hear the shots being fired. You're going to hear all of the audio in that. We're going to then play it again in slow motion so we can look sort of almost frame by frame as what has happened. So here we go. I want to ask our team to play that now.
Oh, this is getting bad. Really bad, folks. Trying to find out where this mob of people went down the streets, where they went to.
So that's the first angle of the scene. And obviously we bleeped out some of the expletives for obvious reasons, but you can see and hear some of that. I want to pick that back up. I want to play it in slower motion. I'm going to ask Julia Ainsley, I'm going to ask Jim Kavanaugh to walk through this with us. And I'm going to ask our control room team to just kind of pause and play here as we really break this down. Because remember, this is just one angle. More videos are likely to come in, we think. We are working to clear other angles and other images that we have seen from eyewitnesses who were out there when this happened. But from this one video, I want to walk through what has happened because the minute by minute, the second by second is going to be critical to this investigation that the FBI is now involved in as it unfolds. So Jim and Julia, let's watch this together here. I'm going to ask our team to play this. So this interaction happens. And let me just pause here. Let me have you guys pause because right before this, I just want to set this up. You had seen another car sort of zoom out of the way past this. So there was a sort of a line, at least a couple of cars behind where this was. Now you see this. There's the car. And I want to explain to people, we have blurred out the back. We blurred out the license plate. We don't have the identification of the woman who was killed yet. We don't know if her next of kin, her family members have been identified. We're going to blur that until we know more. So that's why the back of the vehicle is blurred so that you're aware. So here we are, sort of second by second. You see these ICE officers approach. Jim, I'm going to have you talk us through the next couple of seconds here because it appears as though this person is talking to the driver now. And you can, again, slow-mo, so you hear some yelling there. The window comes down a bit. He's pulling at the door. That is when the shot is fired from the officer at the top of the screen. Jim.
That's exactly right, Hallie. And to put the whole situation holistically here, we also have to look at the gray SUV on the right. And this person running, looks like a female running toward the smoke there, the accident, was probably the operator of this vehicle. That's what it appears. And these two vehicles were blocking the street from this pickup truck on your left, which is clearly an ICE vehicle. It has blue and red lights flashing in the grill. So that vehicle, the police vehicle, was coming down the road, and these two civilian vehicles blocked the road. That's what it looks like. Then the ICE officers walked up to the burgundy SUV to talk to the driver. The window was down. Then the car, you can see the ICE officer walk up. He tries to talk to the driver. The car backs up, and he reaches in, and the officer in the front then draws his weapon and fires. As he's slipping on the ice, he fires his weapon, we were told 3 times at the news conference. And of course, a woman was killed. So that's the overall situation. The critical facts are going to be, of course, that the officer who fired his duty weapon believed he was under imminent threat of great bodily harm or death. If he believes that, and he was positioned so that could have been so, then he would have a justifiable use of deadly force. If it's not a reasonable, if, for example, say the gunshots were through the passenger side window or the side of the truck, where he was not in danger, where he was past the truck, then that would not be a justifiable use of force. He has to be in an imminent threat of great bodily harm or death. He doesn't have to be standing in front of the hood ornament. I mean, if he's hit by the headlight, he could be killed. So that's what's going to have to be analyzed. Hallie, you're so right to look closely at the facts here in each video and break it slow down. There's more videos that investigators will get from the ICE officers. There's 3 there. Maybe there's a camera on their vehicle. That could be 4 more vehicle
And Jim,
videos.
would they be, Jim, is it safe to assume that the officers and the agents
I really need to
Julie,
do a
jump
call.
in on this. I think Julia's got to run. Julie, if you have us, I'd ask you to this too. Julia, is it safe to assume that these officers would be wearing body-worn cameras? Julia?
Yes. So let me walk you through the body-worn camera policy. It was put out as a pilot program under the Biden administration. It did not go very far. And then, in fact, this Trump administration did not allocate more funding for the body-worn camera policy. In fact, the cameras they do have, if they wanted to expand, they could even go all the way to get them to translate. They have the capability, but instead, that's not something, even with all the funding from the One Big Beautiful Bill, when ICE became the most well-funded law enforcement agency in the country, they have not put any of that toward new body cameras. And so therefore there is no mandate that ICE officers wear body cameras. Now, of course, some of them do because of that pilot program. So there's always like a 25% chance somebody had a body camera on them. There have been incidents where we've been able to get body camera footage, but oftentimes it's coming from cell phone videos like these, or if any of those any of those houses you see there, Hallie, have a ring cam or any kind of surveillance, that would be the first place investigators would be going. But it's very different, even as local police around the country adapt to these policies. ICE has not.
Julia Ainsley, I know you've got to go make that phone call. Please go. I know you're in the middle of
Thank you.
reporting this afternoon as all of this is unfolded. Appreciate that, friend, with this rolling cup.
We're continuing to monitor the situation in Minneapolis. We're waiting for Walls to speak. There's a lot of talk on the internet. This is snowballing out of control very, very quickly. This is snowballing out of control very quickly. You have the politicians up there and the local police, saying that this isn't justified. You got Trump now that put out a statement backing the ICE agents from this. You have members of Congress, both aisles, they're taking sides and positions. Now, this comment, and I appreciate RJ. RJ said, we are a divided nation. In this us against them environment, this tragic shooting has thrown another log onto the fire. The purpose of ICE is unfortunately defined by who you ask. Well said. Well said, RJ. Well said. We have a tinderbox here. It's exploding, and who knows what's going to happen here once it starts getting dark. Literally, you had law enforcement there. I guess they released that crime scene because they were taking barriers down. But as soon as they did that, the mob went at even local law enforcement, who in this position is actually taking their side, because you heard Chief O'Mara, but they started throwing snowballs, banging on them, and now they have taken the streets. We don't know where this is going to go. We don't know if there's going to lead to George Floyd type of stuff here. As everyone is getting wind of what's going on, everyone is starting to get wind right now, almost like a lot of the people in the nation, whether you're at your job, whether you're at your home, whether you're driving, wherever you're at, you're starting to understand. Oh, Walls, let's listen. Let's listen to Walls. Walls.
Good afternoon. Today I'm joined by Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson, Colonel Schaefer of the Minnesota National Guard, and Colonel Bogojevic of the Minnesota State Patrol. This morning, we learned that an ICE officer shot and killed someone in Minneapolis. My deepest condolences to the family, to the loved ones who had to learn about this tragic event on national television. We've been warning for weeks that the Trump administration's dangerous, sensationalized operations are a threat to our public safety, that someone was going to get hurt. Just yesterday, I said exactly that. What we're seeing is the consequences of governance designed to generate fear, headlines, and conflict. It's governing by reality TV. And today that recklessness cost someone their life. I've reached out to Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, and I'm waiting to hear back. Let me be clear. The Trump and his Donald Trump and his administration may not care much about Minnesota. That's been pretty evident, but we love this state. We won't let them tear us apart. We'll not turn against each other. To Minnesotans, I say this: I feel your anger. I'm angry. They want a show. We can't give it to them. We cannot. If you protest and express your First Amendment rights, please do so peacefully, as you always do. We can't give them what they want. The hearts and minds of the people in this state are on our side. To Americans, I ask you this: please stand with Minneapolis. To Minnesotans, know that our administration is going to stop at nothing to seek accountability and justice. The State Bureau of Criminal Apprehension are working on the investigation. We have activated the State Emergency Operations Center. State Patrol and Minnesota National Guard leadership is connected with the Minneapolis Police Department, the St. Paul Police Department, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, the DNR, and Minnesota's Homeland Security and Emergency Management. We have activated dozens of members of the State Patrol's mobile response team. And from here on, I have a very simple message. We do not need any further help from the federal government. To Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, you've done enough. There's nothing more important than Minnesotan safety. I've issued a warning order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard. We have soldiers in training and prepared to be deployed if necessary. I remind you, a warning order is a heads up for folks. And these National Guard troops are our National Guard troops. They're teachers in your community. They're business owners. They're construction professionals. They are Minnesotans. Minnesota will not allow our community to be used as a prop in a national political fight. We will not take the bait. We will continue to update you, Minnesota, as we get more information. Now I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Bob Jacobson of the Minnesota Department of Public Safety.
Thank you, Governor. As the Governor mentioned, my name is Bob Jacobson. It is my honor to serve as the Commissioner of the Minnesota Department of Public Safety. First of all, I want to acknowledge the reason that we are all here. The loss of life is not anything anyone would ever want. We fully expect that the community will want to peacefully demonstrate their anger or frustration. Minnesota residents and visitors have the right to peacefully demonstrate. We recognize that demonstrations are often driven by strong emotions, beliefs, and certainly a desire to be heard. Our role is to help ensure everyone can express themselves without anyone getting hurt. The Minnesota Department of Public Safety's role through the Minnesota State Patrol is to ensure safety, protect constitutional rights, keep roads accessible, and above all, to prevent harm. Our top priority is public safety. Our focus is keeping demonstrators, community members, drivers, and law enforcement safe, especially during moments of heightened tension or uncertainty. Demonstrations must remain safe and lawful, particularly around roadways. We will join with our partners to support safety while respecting the right to protest. With that in mind, I'd like to share a few safe and lawful ways to demonstrate. Minnesotans can safely and legally express their views in many ways, including getting together peacefully with others in public spaces, marching or walking, not on roadways, making your voice heard through chants, speeches, and displaying signs, being present in public areas where pedestrians are allowed, gathering in designated or permitted areas. And these actions will allow people to express themselves while protecting the safety of everyone involved. Unsafe or illegal actions could result in fines or arrests. Certain behaviors create serious hazards that threaten public safety, disrupt emergency services, or put people at risk. These actions could result in fines or arrest. Demonstrating on or entering a freeway on foot, walking on highways, throwing objects, starting or setting fires, damaging property or graffiti, using illegal fireworks, displaying or using illegal weapons, reckless or dangerous driving, especially near pedestrians, and certainly assaultive, aggressive, or riotous behavior toward anyone. We all want definitive answers to what happened today. Our Bureau of Criminal Apprehension is working in conjunction with the FBI to investigate this morning's shooting. As you know, we don't comment on active investigations, but also keep in mind that this is an investigation is also in its infancy. So any speculation about what had happened would be just that. And we will not engage in speculation. With that, I will turn it back over to the governor. Thank you.
We'd be glad to take any questions. Yeah, and I can let General Schaefer talk about this. It so happens it's a training weekend. We've got about 7,500 troops in training at our sites, training sites across the state. What it is, and in the National Guard, you give a warning order, which is a heads up of something could be coming. That just allows people to think about what they would need, what it would mean to mobilize, what it would mean to put them in. And I could let the general talk a little bit about this. Obviously, since the summer of 2020, we had a lot of work done on teams being ready to make sure that civil unrest. And what that means, and I think Commissioner Jacobson was very clear, and I want Minnesotans to hear this from me. The desire to get out and protest and to speak up to this administration of how wrong this is, that is a patriotic duty at this point in time, but it needs to be done safely. And I think the commissioner simply just laid out some of those parameters. We can do that. This is the peaceful resistance that we need. Simon, you want to say a few things about what that means to have them on the ready?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Governor. So for the military, Minnesota National Guard is comprised of 13,000 soldiers and airmen. We live all across and work throughout Minnesota. A warning order is just an initial step to increase your preparations. The Minnesota Guard is always prepared to respond and support state agencies and the citizens of Minnesota. So what that means for us today is just some additional checks on equipment that is ready at all times. And maybe some additional phone calls to service members who might be activated, but no activations. We are embedded with our state agencies here at the Operations Center to just continue parallel planning in the event that we are needed to support.
And I would make note, Mary, and to Minnesotans on this about the National Guard, they're there to protect you and protect your constitutional rights. These are our neighbors. They don't wear masks. They don't bust in from somewhere else. They're not here to cause hassles to you or what we saw today, the tragedy. Having them at the ready to make sure, because when we see these types of things happen, and we saw it after the murder of George Floyd, there's folks that want to cause chaos. There's the disruptors in it. And while the vast majority of those protests were peaceful expressions of their First Amendment rights, there were those that destroyed property and put people at risk. The National Guard is there to make sure that peaceful protests are able to be done, and that those that want to do the destruction are stopped from doing that. Yes. Yeah, and I think apparently by a federal agent, not by Minnesotans who were there to express their First Amendment rights. I think we've seen this to have folks ready. The gatherings that were down there today, I think this shocked everyone. People showed up as they should. There's people putting flowers down on a memorial. There's people expressing their anger. It's just as these situations develop, we decide when we need to move these people out. And I think the local reporters know well on this, both unfortunately and for us, the upside of this is that we're very good and we've had practice at this. And I just want to, again, implore Minnesotans, I am not telling you not to express your anger or your frustrations or the outrage that we have. Look, this was totally predictable, as I said it yesterday, and it was totally.
I don't know if they took that off or what. They took it off. We'll get another feed up. They went right to here, the streets. We don't know what's happening here or what's going to happen here. The governor was speaking here and they took off the feed here.
I am not telling you not to express your anger or your frustrations or the outrage that we have. Look, this was totally predictable, as I said it yesterday, and it was totally avoidable. And I just want to remind you, too, that local law enforcement, we get no coordination. They don't tell us they're coming. They don't say why they're sending the largest deployment in American history to Minneapolis. They're not making us any safer. We don't have any of that coordination. They should be talking to us when we do these things. Let us know we are going to be down here. This is going to happen. We don't have that. So when you see local law enforcement or state patrol, or if it would take the National Guard, we're there responding to the chaos they've created too. But our role is to make sure that we're protecting Minnesotans so that something like this doesn't happen. I have not. The question was, have I spoken to the individual's family? No, we do not have a definitive ID on this individual. And I look, I'm going to note to all of you, I think it's really important, and the professionals do this, and they train me to do this. This is an open investigation. You need to be very careful about it. I know that many of you, myself included, have seen a very difficult video to watch, one where there's a family member watch their family member be shot and killed in front of them. It's beyond me that apparently from the federal government, from the Homeland Security Director herself, has already determined who this person was, what their motive was, and they hadn't even been taken out of the vehicle. We're not living in a normal world. And so, no, I have not. And I want to be very careful because I know how painful this is. I know how painful it is right now. I'm saying person and all that. This is a human being. This very well is an individual's child, a parent, and we don't know that yet. So, no, I have not. But once we do, we will. So, yes. Colonel, would you like to do it? Colonel?
So the governor was mentioning mobilizing more of the state patrol. How many state patrol people are on the ground in Minneapolis right now? And should there have been more state patrol people on the ground like a couple of weeks ago when that's happening?
So the question was, how many state patrol troopers have been deployed to the city of Minneapolis? Right now, we don't talk typical numbers because that is considered security information. We do have a specialized team that does deal with crowd control. And so they have been deployed. But again, they are from all over the state of Minnesota. So they will come in tiers to the state.
And they have already been on the ground to some extent before?
No, it was in response to this event.
One more. Oh, sorry. Just to put in like an instruction of the National Guard. Is there any chance that that would be against their things to protect their citizens?
I'm sorry. What was it?
National Guard, was the National Guard ever deployed against their citizens given the context of what happened earlier today?
Well, I said this yesterday. We've never been at war with our federal government. I think in this case that the National Guard is their main mission. They have a dual mission. There's the federal mission when they're under Title 10 orders, and then they're under Title 32 orders. In this warning order, there's nothing officially been done yet. If I am to activate them as the Commander-in-Chief of the Minnesota National Guard, I will issue the executive order to the Minnesota National Guard, and then they will be put in state duty status. And as you've seen over the last few years, that could be flood prevention. That could be after a wind blowing storm up in the north, up in Bemidji, or it could be COVID or George Floyd response. In this case, again, it doesn't necessarily change the mission. They're there to protect Minnesotans. They're there to serve Minnesotans. I think the thing that is so challenging in the moment we're in is we don't see a desire to work with us on public safety. We hear a demonization of our state. We see people coming in who don't know our community. And we see this massive display for the TVs that we're trying to understand how is this coordinated. And some of you watch the videos on there, total chaos. And look, I have very limited work in this is the training in the National Guard, but I've had a lot of training now to watch how our professionals operate. After this person was shot, federal agents milling around, touching the vehicle at a crime scene and things. I don't know what to tell you. And I don't quite know how to respond to the question other than my primary responsibility as governor is the protection of the people of Minnesota. And you can be assured whether it's the state patrol or whether it's the National Guard, their deployment is there to protect Minnesotans from whatever it is. If it's an act of nature, if it's a global pandemic, or in this case, if it is a rogue federal agent. I don't know at this time. And I want to be very careful. it's unprecedented that we have the federal government's already determined exactly what's happened here and the motives of an individual that we don't even know the name. They don't know the name. And that's very difficult. So, oh, one more, Dana. Look, and I understand the uniqueness of this moment in this week, following this week, seeing what's happening in the backdrop of a show hearing in DC. My job is to govern, and my job is to see what the facts are. This happened a couple of hours ago, and we're already pitting American against American. All of you saw a video in your eyes. We have a chaotic situation caused by the largest deployment in American history of federal agents into a community with no communication to locals. We had a chaotic situation where an individual is in their car, shot and killed. And so, look, I want to be very cautious here because Donald Trump will make this about me. He will make this about politics. This is about public safety, and this is about normalcy. To Americans who are watching this, if you're in Portland or you're in LA or you're in Chicago or you're wherever they're coming next, stand with us. Stand with us against this. This was so preventable, so unnecessary, and I don't know. I hope maybe we're at their McCarthy moment. Do you have no decency? Do you have no decency? We have someone dead in their car for no reason whatsoever. And I don't want to be right about this, but I said if they do this, they're going to create a chaotic situation where someone innocent's going to get killed. And they did it. And now we hear more political rhetoric. Enough. Enough is enough. And so to Minnesotans, don't take the bait. Do not take the bait. Do not allow them to deploy federal troops into here. Do not allow them to invoke the Insurrection Act. Do not allow them to declare martial law. Do not allow them to lie about the security and the decency of this state. And let's let this investigation play itself out. Let's make sure we protect our neighbors. I encourage you to use your First Amendment rights and all of your constitutional rights, but do so in a peaceful manner. We'll gather back with you as soon as we gather more information that needs to be put out. But again, stay safe, Minnesotans, and we'll be back with you.
I'm listening on Governor Tim Walz talking about the shooting today at Portland and 31st, where a 37-year-old woman was shot and killed by an ICE agent. A somber tone that he took, sending the message that he believes this was all preventable, and he's upset that ICE was even in Minneapolis. We're going to hear a lot of that kind of rhetoric coming out in the next few days. But Danny, a decidedly somber governor, unlike the mayor of Minneapolis, who was fiery and using profane language. The governor decided to take a totally different tone.
I thought the tone was different, but the message was very much the same. And I thought the message was similar to, as he mentioned, what he was talking about yesterday in his press conference, where again, he's positioning Minnesota as almost sort of a safe zone against the federal government, which he has called hostile, in words such as that. And so yes, his tone was very much, talking about letting the facts play out, but was not a surprise in terms of his view towards the federal government's act.
And a couple pieces of news that we did learn: the State Patrol mobile unit has been activated. They're coming in from around the state just to make sure things stay safe. The National Guard is on standby, preparing if necessary. Of course, the governor saying, please go and exercise your first.
You have been listening to KR station there in Minneapolis. We were looking at that feed for that news conference. Governor Tim Walz there, clearly angry as he was laying out his immense frustration, blasting the Trump administration. He said, you heard him at the end there saying, have you no decency, essentially saying that a woman has now been shot and killed in his view for no reason. Remember, the Trump administration has suggested it was self-defense on the part of those ICE officers.
All right, stand by, folks. Well, this part I understand for what's going on. The president put out a statement. I want to put this statement up. Or Ilhan Omar. We're gonna try to find more live footage. It seems like they're marching downtown, so I'm gonna try to get that up here. But Ilhan Omar, let me take this banner down, and it's looking at Ilhan Omar, who says ICE's actions today was unconscionable and reprehensible, and I am beyond outraged that their reckless actions led to the killing of a legal observer in Minneapolis. My heart breaks for the victim's family, who will have to forever live with the pain caused by the Trump administration. Now, I'm going to drop myself off, and you can just look at this. I'm just going to keep this up here for a minute. You can read it. It's by Ilhan Omar, and then I'll put up Trump's statement. I'm going to look for another feed too.
We found out from Joe today, he's moving the equipment for the Fairfax County and the Alexandria feed this coming weekend.
All right, so that's coming from the President of the United States, Ilhan Omar. And it does appear that NBC News has come back. I want to try to find out where they're marching to, because they're still in the streets right now, marching in the streets of Minneapolis. The President of the United States is defending the ICE agent right here, as expected. Crazy, huh? Crazy stuff, folks. JLR investigates. Come on in. Yeah, this is pretty wild. I'm gonna see what else we got up on this situation. I'm seeing where if they've taken the streets of what's going on here. My goodness. Maybe expect some sort of rioting maybe tonight. Maybe some rioting. Maybe not. What do you think? Rioting? Maybe rioting, maybe something else tonight, possibly. President Trump, he chimes in and he speaks. Crazy. ICE throwing snowballs at ICE. Unbelievable. So where are we at as a country? Where's this going to go? Where's this going to end up? What's going to happen here? Crazy. Absolutely crazy chaos here in Minneapolis. Absolutely crazy. Look at this. If you just put in Minneapolis, boom, all this pops up. All this unbelievable craziness with all these, look at this. Just look at this. That's all it is. The media just starts, that's all it is. It starts talking about this. Minneapolis shooting, immigration officer fatally shoots woman. It's all the talk about. Where do we go with this? How long? National Guard on standby. The Minnesota National Guard, he said. He said the Minnesota National Guard. This is coming from Tim Walls.
DHS officials who say that the way the officers approach the car is not according to their training, that they are not ever supposed to go to the front of the car. They would always want to approach at a 90-degree angle. So that's the first thing I'm learning that seems out of character, at least with what they are trained to do. Also, what we heard then from eyewitnesses was that they believed that this woman was trying to leave. Now, the angle of the video, it's hard to determine if the officer who fired the shots from the front of the vehicle could see or would at least assume that she was trying to turn her wheel and go in the other direction, or whether she was trying to move toward him. This is the kind of thing, typically, Ryan, you would find out these details during the course of an ongoing investigation. But instead today, both sides very quick to give their version, their account of exactly how this went down. The question remains here, was this woman attempting to leave a situation she found herself in, or was she, as the Department of Homeland Security is laying out, using her vehicle as a weapon to intentionally hurt that ICE officer? Of course, Minnesota and Minneapolis leaders pushing back fiercely, saying she was not and that she was an innocent person. One thing's clear, this is the new flashpoint of immigration here.
Okay, Julia, stand by. Thank you for that. Jim and Monica, you stand by as well. But we're going to dip in and listen to Senator Tina Smith of Minnesota, who is talking right now about this incident.
To so randomly and senselessly lose somebody that they love while they're sitting in their car. It's just unbelievable. And it shows how ICE is making my city so much less safe.
What specifically in the video makes you mistrust what the administration has said? What from what you've seen gives you that impression?
Well, I start from the fundamental position that when you have an event like this, you have a killing like this, there is an investigation. You bring in people who know how to do investigations to understand exactly what happened. And yet the president of the United States and the secretary have been just pronouncing what they think happened. I mean, I can see with my own eyes what millions of people have now seen in this video. And it is certainly hard to see how in this video you see any evidence that this woman rammed, ICE agents who are trying to dig their car out of a snowbank. So this is, again, why it's so important that we have a thorough investigation, because we're going to want justice here.
What have you learned from your conversations with IHS?
So I called, my office reached out to DHS as soon as this event happened, urging them to get ICE away from this scene. The presence of ICE at the scene of this killing was provocative. It was fueling people's rage and anger and grief. And so that was my first call. My second outreach to them has been to try to understand how I can kind of bring together what the secretary said about what she has apparently concluded happened with the video that millions of Americans are looking at. And I've asked to see, like, what is your, what do you have that would suggest that your story is accurate? I mean, I think honestly, what's going on here is just flat out gaslighting on the part of the administration and the secretary without really any due diligence or respect for the tragedy that's happened here.
Is there anything Congress, specifically Democrats, can do, whether it's through the appropriations process or something, hold ICE accountable for this?
Well, the department has sent over 2,000 ICE agents to Minnesota. I don't understand what their legal authority is for doing that. They have had absolutely no consultation with local law enforcement or state law enforcement, as the governor just said in his remarks. And so I think as a member of the Democratic minority in Congress, I'm doing everything that I can to try to get this administration to follow the law. But I sure wish that we had some support on the other side of the aisle for that.
Are you concerned now with the situation on the ground in Minnesota? Do you think tensions?
Well, I mean, Of course I am. I know that, I know this, I know my city really well, and I know how angry people are and how hurt people are. And I know how scared they are because the presence of these ICE agents on the street has been terrifying to people. And I firmly support people's rights to exercise their free speech rights and to demonstrate and to protest. And it's also really, really important that we keep everybody safe. And so I second the comments and the statements of the governor and the mayor, as they have said that it is extremely important that people's demonstrations remain peaceful and that we keep everybody safe. And I respect that they're both doing everything that they can to make that be the case, as people express their fury and their grief over what's happened in Minneapolis.
Why do you think the Trump administration is so fixated on this?
Well, I wish I knew. I mean, I wish they would just leave us the fuck alone. I mean, seriously. What is when do things stop being about politics and start being about actual human decency? And so, I'm sure we can all hypothesize on what all of their political reasons are. But meanwhile, a woman died being shot in her car. And everything that they're doing is making it worse and not better. Thank you all.
Thanks.
Senator Tina Smith, that was Senator Tina Smith of Minnesota. She was talking live on Capitol Hill. Her initial response to this situation in her home state, where a 37-year-old woman was.
So they say there's a growing protest at 38th and Portland. I'm gonna get this up here. The media, I think they're trying to get a chopper feed here at 38th and Portland. See exactly what is going on. Crazy, folks. We're gonna put this up here because I think they're gonna get the local media here to
They're pleading with people not to do that and just to safely exercise your First Amendment rights within your rights.
Yeah, and they mentioned, there are going to be some bad actors, and that's why they're just trying to get this information out there, because they know a lot of people do, want to protest peacefully, but then you have some of the people, and he referenced and he gave the example of what happened at 38th in Chicago after George Floyd was killed there, and how, the city had a lot of bad actors that came to it, and then things just kind of escalated from there. So everyone at this point preaching peaceful protests, but as you mentioned, Amy, we did see from our aerial view that a lot of people were marching down the streets, which they say that we should not do.
Some of the first reaction we got was from Mayor Jacob Fry, and so we wanted to play you a portion of his statements. I don't know if we're going to hear from Brian O'Hara as well, Minneapolis Police Chief, but we wanted to play you a portion of what the mayor had to say a few hours after the incident.
There's a lot of information that is swirling around right now, and we collectively are going to do everything possible to get to the bottom of this, to get justice, and to make sure that there is an investigation that is conducted in full. But what we do know is that a 37-year-old woman is dead and that she was shot by ICE. We've dreaded this moment since the early stages of this ICE presence in Minneapolis. Not only is this a concern that we've had internally, we've been talking about it. They are not here to cause safety in the city. What they are doing is not to provide safety in America. What they are doing is causing chaos and distrust. They're ripping families apart. They're sowing chaos on our streets. And in this case, quite literally killing people. So they are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of my this was an agent recklessly using power that resulted in somebody dying, getting killed. As soon as it happened and we learned of the incident, we had several priorities. The first, of course, was to
and approaching what could potentially be a hostile vehicle. And would any law enforcement agent, let alone an ICE agent, be trained to go in front of a vehicle that could become a weapon in a situation like this? Was that an appropriate place for this agent to be given the situation?
Well, see, that's the question I raised initially. Did he come from the gray vehicle? In other words, was he already on the street because he came from the gray vehicle? The protocol Julie is talking about, she's correct, of course, but we all use that same protocol in law enforcement, but that's a traffic stop protocol. So when you pull a car over and you're approaching, you're coming in at that 90. You'll see troopers and officers even come in from the passenger side, which even gives you more level of safety, not only from traffic, but from the driver trying to assault you. So that's a traffic stop protocol. Here you have agents on a city street. They could be on the sidewalk when something happens. He could be out of that gray car and already in the front of the vehicle when something happens. We don't really know his position because we don't see him until the very last minute. You don't see him here until the vehicle backs up and then he appears. So it looks like he was already there. He didn't appear to come out of the gray pickup truck, which is an ICE pickup truck to the left. You can see there that has flashing blue and red lights in the grill. So maybe he was in another vehicle or he was on the sidewalk. So, yes, this is a different situation than a traffic stop. Julia's right. You never want to put yourself in front of a vehicle if you think there's going to be some danger. The other side is maybe they didn't realize there was danger there. They were just going to ask the person to move or back up, or we're law enforcement officers, you can't go this way, or please back over here. You know, not every situation immediately is fraught with danger, and you have to deal with people. So that could be what happened here. I don't think we can assume from some of the statements of politicians that, you know, this was terrorism, or she was evil, or she was trying to run over the ICE officer. The video doesn't show all these things. What the video shows is a truck going toward the ICE officer. Even if she's trying to escape, he still can save himself, regardless of her motive. It doesn't have to be terrorism for him to fire. It doesn't have to be anything other than, I don't want to be run over by a vehicle, and I'm in a position where it could happen to me.
But can I stop you there, Jim? Though,
even if she was trying to leave.
But I mean, I guess I'm not a member of law enforcement. I haven't been trained in this regard. But if your biggest concern in a situation like this, where you're standing in front of a vehicle and the vehicle is starting to move, wouldn't your first inclination, just as a human being responding, would be just to get out of the way? Well, I guess I'm questioning the decision to pull the service weapon and fire as opposed to just jumping out of the way. Could that be a question of how this process was handled?
Well, I think it's going to be a question for the case, and I think it's a legitimate question. And people will argue, well, he could have jumped out of the way. Now, you will see that agent's feet slip on the icy road. So he's in a dicey situation. Not only does the wheel spin on the front of that SUV, and remember, the first thing that happens that we see is the vehicle starts to back up. It doesn't start to go forward. It starts to back up. And then it's put in drive and the wheel spins on the ice and he draws a duty weapon. Now, was it justified? We can't answer that. Yes. We need more video. We need the body camera video from the ICE agents, from the vehicle, doorbell cameras, statements of everybody to really determine what happened.
Yeah. All right, Julia, let's go back to you now. I understand that DHS plans to hold a press conference to provide some more information about what happened.
Yeah, that's right. That'll be at 5 p.m. local, so 6 p.m. Eastern, and it's with Secretary Kristi Noem. As you know, we saw her just earlier today on the border in Texas with the Border Patrol. That is when she made that claim that this woman was trying to use her vehicle to attack ICE officers as they attempted to dig their cars out of the snow. Now that this video has emerged and so many people have seen it, it'll be interesting to see if she sticks with that narrative. What we can expect, because we haven't seen any wiggle room on this from DHS or from Trump or anyone today, is that they do consider this to be an act of aggression. They've called it domestic terrorism, and we can expect for them to continue to blame the driver here and to support the officer saying that he was defending himself. But yes, that will be in just under 2 hours here. She is now going to be on the ground in Minneapolis. She was just on the ground in Minneapolis yesterday doing a ride along with ICE officers to show what the agency was doing as they have drastically expanded their scope in Minneapolis there, Ryan.
Okay, I want to go to Tom Winter now, who's our law enforcement correspondent. Tom, we're seeing some concern, I think, from the local officials who have a much different narrative or their interpretation of what happened here versus the federal officials. And that probably opens the question of exactly who is going to be responsible for this investigation. What would be your expectation? Could there be parallel investigations? Is there a certain level of jurisdiction that occurs in a case like this? How could this potentially play out?
Well, I want to be clear on a couple of different things. One, I think from a law enforcement perspective, what you've heard law enforcement say is that they don't like the way that this shooting looks. And in speaking with people from law enforcement from that part of the country, they use a phrase that is sometimes heard in law enforcement circles, lawful but awful. They don't like the look of it, but from a legal perspective, it might be okay. To get specific to your question, legally, I should say. To get specific to your question, this case is going to be investigated by the FBI first and foremost because it involves a shooting by a federal law enforcement officer. That's protocol. That's going to happen. The FBI out with a statement saying that is going to be the case. So that we know for sure. Just to read people the policy for the Department of Homeland Security, which of course is the umbrella organization for ICE. It says DHS LEO, so law enforcement officer, may use deadly force only when the law enforcement officer has a reasonable belief that the subject of such force poses an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury to the LEO or to another person. These videos, and you guys have done such an incredible job of breaking it down, what we see, the evidence that you can garner from it already, only shows us a specific moment in time. It doesn't show us what led up to this. It doesn't show us why a bunch of ICE cars are surrounding this particular car, or did this car drive into an area where ICE officers were? Did they surround this person? What did this person say? What didn't they say? And so it's a difficult situation for us to sit here and play kind of almost Monday morning quarterbacking of a law enforcement investigation without knowing the totality of the circumstance. Certainly, the idea of calling it domestic terrorism so quickly afterwards, that has a legal connotation that goes to motive. So either they have a reason to say that, or they're calling it just to call it that. And I think that's going to be a big question. As Julia alluded to, it's 6 p.m. today. Do they have a motive? Do they know anything about this individual in particular? But the DHS policy and most policies in law enforcement are pretty wide when it comes to when an officer believes that they're in a situation where their personal well-being or that of others could be in jeopardy, that they can use deadly force. And it is also in the policy, and people should understand this when it comes to law enforcement, they don't have to match force with force. You can use force beyond the one that you're presented with. That's along the force continuum. And the last thing that I'll mention is that DHS does prohibit the shooting of using deadly force just to prevent the escape of a fleeing subject. So if the officer wanted to stop this person from moving forward just because they believe that they were going to flee, that would not be permissible. Yeah. Tons of questions here at this hour, Ryan, is the bottom line.
And Tom, you raise an excellent point, and that is, even though we see this video, and I think everybody has drawn their own conclusions as a result of the video, and there are multiple angles of it, but there are still so many things that we don't know about what led to getting us to that point, what happened afterwards, who this person is, what was she doing beforehand. But yet, Monica Alba, as I go to you at the North Lawn of the White House, it seems as though the administration has already decided what they think has happened. President Trump himself putting out a statement as it relates to that. Is there anybody at the White House is thinking maybe we should take a beat and allow this investigation to play out before we make any sort of definitive statement about it?
Well, the first official that we heard from, Brian, was the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller, who did share one angle of this video, and he just shared two simple words saying domestic terrorism. That was pretty quickly after this started to bubble up and those different angles were circulating on social media. It was only some time later that the president issued a very lengthy post on his social media platform, which again, he is presenting his assessment, what he believes. He says he is viewing this based on the clip that he shares also in this post, saying it's a horrible thing to watch. And the president is alleging here that the woman was, quote, obviously a professional agitator. It's unclear exactly what evidence he's basing that on or where he has, if he has been briefed by law enforcement officials, gotten any actual indication or window into motive, because it is so early in this investigation to share that. But nevertheless, the president is saying essentially that the woman who was driving the car viciously ran over the ICE officer. Now, again, based on the different angles you've been playing, people can.
I wanted to show you this, what's going on. We're waiting for another feed to come up possibly downtown because they're like downtown, but the Minnesota State Patrol is now circling all over the place. So as you heard from Walls, the Minnesota State Patrol, State Police have activated, or I guess more troops or more police, and then the National Guard are on standby, but the National Guard is not out there officially yet. I also want to put up a CBS perspective of what's going on here. This is some pretty wild stuff. And then they said in the next hour and a half there'll be a press conference. I don't know if we're going to last that long, but if there's I think they're trying to get a feedback up that's downtown media feed.
Some executive orders earlier this afternoon. It was unclear whether we're going to open that up for press coverage, but at this point, it is this lengthy reaction and the fact that you have the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, and others in the administration simply sharing an image online that says, "I stand with ICE." Ryan.
Okay. All right, Julia, let's go to you now, because I understand you have some information about what the protocols are for ICE agents when it comes to approaching a vehicle. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, that's right. And we did discuss this earlier, and I was very interested to hear what Jim Kavanaugh had to say about the traffic stop. But I've been speaking with people at DHS who are really familiar with ICE training. There's this huge federal law enforcement training center I've had the opportunity to go to, especially as they've really ramped up hiring. Remember, they're attempting to add 10,000 more people to their force. And what they're told when they approach a vehicle is that they should approach not ever from the front, because of course that it could put them in this kind of danger, that they're supposed to approach from the side and really a 90-degree angle. They have what they call a tactical L that can give them some protection whenever they're approaching a vehicle or a person who they think, may be armed, coming in from the side, also trying to make sure there isn't crossfire between officers. But that when you're in front of the vehicle, they're told not to approach the front, and that if a vehicle is moving, firing at it is not what they're supposed to do. It is okay to shoot at someone inside of a car if they are an immediate threat of death or serious injury, but that they are not supposed to fire at someone to attempt to stop a vehicle. If you think about it, the way this person fires their gun in that video, it's not going to stop the woman from driving. It's not going to stop the car from going toward him. It doesn't make the car inoperable. What it does is, of course, make it uncontrollable. And we see that as the vehicle drives off the road. So there is training for situations like this. Of course, training doesn't prepare you for every situation. And of course, there's a lot running through the mind of someone who might be worried about a vehicle in this situation. And I do think it's important to know from the video where that officer approached from. Was he one of those who got out of the vehicles that were kind of up the road, or was he coming over from the other side toward that gray SUV or white SUV? Was he coming that way? And so that's how he ended up being in front of the vehicle at that time. But their training would say to go to the sides, never to the front. And that if you are in front of a vehicle, to move out of the way rather than shooting it, merely as protocol to protect the officers from being hit by a vehicle.
Okay. And Tom Monroe, let's go back to you. We're already starting to see protesters take to the streets as a result of this. Minneapolis is no stranger to these type of protests. We remember everything that happened in the wake of the George Floyd killing. How concerned are law enforcement on the ground about these protests growing and the potential for more violence as a result of this?
Yeah, I think everybody's concerned with that at the moment. So you have what is a law enforcement involved shooting involving a federal law enforcement officer. The incident that we've been looking at and speaking at for the past 15, 20 minutes or so and then you have what the reaction will be. And so you've got Governor Tim Walz talking about putting the National Guard on notice that they might be brought in for this. You're looking at this incident that took place just in the last hour or so of Minneapolis police officers, snowballs being thrown at them, people protesting signs that said FTP, expletive the police is what that stands for. You can figure out the expletive on your own. And then as far as there's the climate in Minneapolis, Brian O'Hara is the police chief there. He's a police chief that has spent a lot of time in trying to build up the relationship with the community after the death of George Floyd, the killing of George Floyd, obviously the conviction of the officers there that were involved in that. And so that's something that's been top of mind for law enforcement there. And so the problem that starts to occur here is that there can be an equating of the local police and federal law enforcement officers, and that puts everybody at risk. And so the message from the governor was to use your First Amendment right, protest, do it all legally, do it all lawfully, don't create any damage, don't create a visual of a city that's burning. But obviously we all know the past in Minneapolis, and so this is definitely a concern for law enforcement there. This video that we're just looking at of the officers there with the crime scene tape up, that's my immediate concern, because you've got to investigate what happened here today. That's going to take time. That has to occur on that street, and you've got to have to push people back. You're going to create a barricade. You're going to create law enforcement there. It's a potential flashpoint. So that's definitely top of mind. I'm not sharing anything that they're not thinking about. I can promise you that.
Okay, Tom, Jim, Monica, Julia, all of you, please stand by. We're now going to bring in Lynette Renee Grandel and Venus DeMars. Lynette was a direct witness of today's shooting. Venus witnessed the aftermath. I want to thank you both for being here on what is obviously a very hectic and emotional day. So Lynette, you witnessed the shooting, correct? Explain to me what you saw and how everything came together.
Right. Well, I got up this morning because I was getting messages on social media that our local elementary school over here 2 blocks away was requesting observers to be there while the children were arriving for school on buses, because there's ICE had been patrolling around there quite heavily today, and there was concern that they would abduct parents who were dropping off their children or making sure their children got safely to school. So that ended, and so it was about 9:30, and I walked actually on this intersection where you can see towards that intersection, and I was going to go home, and a guy in a car drove by me and another friend who were walking along there, and he said, "Oh, ICE is right there around the corner in the 3300 block of Portland Avenue." So I thought, "Oh, I better see what's happening there. I have my video with my phone camera. I should observe there and make sure everybody's okay." So I walked around the corner, and there were a lot of ICE vehicles stopped in the middle of the street, not quite where you see it, would be north to the right of what you're looking at right now. And I was also surprised there was one vehicle, and you're looking at it now, that was sort of askew in the lane. And I wasn't sure what was going on with that. I didn't see any ICE vehicles or ICE officers in front of it. It seemed that all the activity was pretty far behind it. Vehicles and ICE officers on foot on both sides of the street. And I was thinking, oh, they must be targeting a house or an apartment or something like that. So I was looking at all of that, and there were several of us, I would say, kind of scattered up and down the block on the sidewalks, yelling at the ICE officials. And then shortly after I passed this vehicle, I would say less than 60 seconds after I passed her, I heard these 3 pops, shot, 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 pop, pop, pop. And I knew it was gunfire, and it was pop, pop, pop. And then almost immediately the crash of her hitting that parked car, you can kind of see up there across the street. Yeah. It wasn't clear to me if she had been parked. There's a parking line, and then where the ICE officers are standing, you can sort of see the stripes. That's a big bicycle lane. It's so like the driving lanes are way over there. Right now, she's moving into the driving lane right now. No, and there is no way.
Wait, Lynette, can I stop you? I want to make a point there. So the area that is covered in snow, That's actually a
Mhm.
bike lane. That would not even be
It's-
an
it's
area
a-
that a car would drive through, is what you're saying.
Right, well, it's a parking lane and then you'd have to drive across it to get out of the parked
I see.
area by the curb.
No vehicles.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there, okay. So that
Yeah.
would indicate, at least to a certain extent, why the car may have been there.
Yeah.
But as you said, so when you approached, the car was kind of in that spot. We see it at the beginning. It was kind of almost in the driving lane, but still in that bike lane to a certain extent. Could you tell at that? Yeah. Could you tell at that point, was there any sort of conflict? Were ICE agents yelling at the driver? Was the driver
No,
yelling
I
back?
had-
Did you
I had
see
no
any sense
idea.
of that? Yeah.
People were blowing their whistles at the ICE agents. The ICE agents were getting out of vehicles possibly and walking towards, in that they were walking in that direction. But I did not realize they might be walking towards that vehicle.
And I
It
guess
didn't seem like the vehicle subject to be anything, any kind of target.
So you didn't have any sort of sense when you were walking up then that this vehicle was in any way threatening anyone? It didn't seem as though the person in the car was trying to agitate or make the situation more difficult for the ICE agents.
No, I didn't even hear anything from the car. People on the sidewalks were screaming at the ICE agents, like, get out of our neighborhood, that sort of thing. But,
Yeah.
and like, we were blowing whistles and stuff like that, but no.
So then
I
Venus,
heard
Venus, if we can bring you into the conversation, then at what point did you recognize and realize that something was happening, and what was your experience?
So Lynette texted me because she couldn't come over and find out what had happened because the ICE agents were pushing
They
everybody
immediately
away.
pushed everybody back.
Yes. So I went out because we live nearby and I could come in from the other angle, and I got to the intersection and I discovered that they were the EMTs were doing CPR on someone on the sidewalk right at the intersection. That lasted for about a minute. She was behind a snowbank, so I just saw the activity of doing the CPR. The ambulances couldn't get there because there was so much traffic.
The ICE vehicles it's a
Yes.
one-way going south. The ICE vehicles had the complete block north of her, behind her blocked.
So when they finally did get over there, I watched as they got whoever they were doing the CPR on onto a stretcher, and then put her into the ambulance and drove away. But there was no rush. There was no sirens. I already knew she hadn't made it. It was just devastating to watch, and I was just across the street from it.
And so you both live in this neighborhood, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
So do you recognize the car? Would you have known the woman that was in the car, or do you have any?
We don't know her.
Right.
I
Okay.
mean, at this point, we don't know that we know her. I mean, I didn't recognize the car. It's a busy neighborhood. Portland Avenue is a busy street. It's one of the arteries going south of downtown, especially, in the second half of the day. It's a busy street.
I'm interested in something else you said, Lynette, because, we've all seen the aftermath. We see the actual incident and the aftermath, and it seemed as though this was a pretty chaotic scene for quite a period of time. But the way you describe it is, as you were walking up, you didn't even realize that there was something going on. I mean, you knew there were ICE agents in the area because of the community group that you have and the situation at your elementary school. Did it really not get that chaotic until the car started pulling out, or was there a sense of tension even before that moment from your viewpoint of it?
It didn't get chaotic until the shots were fired.
Right. It was.
I mean, I was able to cross the street. I had started crossing the street to get to the other side to see if something was going on over on that side, because I couldn't see much of anything on the even side of the street. And so I was able to cross because the traffic was stopped. ICE agents were all around. Nobody was preventing me from doing anything. It wasn't until I was still in the street, maybe halfway across it, and I heard the shots behind me. And that's when things got bad.
So I guess that also, you said you don't know this woman. The president of the United States has described her as a professional agitator. That's his language. But as far as you know, she wasn't even a part of this this text group you had that was alerting people to ICE agents being in the area.
Yeah, I have no idea who she was.
No.
There was, it did not look, didn't look like there was any blockade or any intentional trying to, I mean, it was just, we were trying to pay attention to there was a lot of activity in our neighborhood that we got alerted to since about 6:30 in the morning.
And it's continuing. I mean, my social media is blowing up. This has not even stopped them. They are picking up people all over the place.
Yeah. But there wasn't a big chaotic scene before the shooting. That's when it sparked.
Yeah.
And that's when people rushed out and asked. And there was not a lot of people out there. It didn't start turning into a protest or people trying to document until after that incident. When I was filming the CPR happening, there was still just a handful of us out there. It was not this big chaotic thing. It was just like maybe 25 of us out there, neighbors who came out. It was not a big chaotic scene.
And did either of you at any point see a DHS or ICE vehicle that appeared to be stuck in the snow? I mean, I can't imagine you're Minnesotans, you know how to drive in snow.
I heard there was one on the 3300 block of Park.
But anywhere near the scene that you witnessed?
Oh, it would be 2 blocks away, 2 blocks away. Yeah.
But nothing directly connected to the incident that you could tell.
If they're stuck in the snow, people are going to stand and laugh at them and photograph them, but they're not in any danger.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And then the last question I have for you guys just before we go is, how concerned are you now about the subsequent protests that could take place, especially given the fact that Minneapolis has already been through so much when it comes to those kind of protests?
I'm not worried about a protest. What I'm worried about is the reaction from the government with what's the rhetoric already that we're hearing about this professional agitation and all of that. That's what I'm worried about.
I'm worried about that too, that they will bring in outside agitators. Actually, the protest community in the Twin Cities is pretty well organized, but it's a lot of the outsiders who come in who try to cause problems, and that I believe is what led to some of the burning on Lake Street. And we lived through that, but we were out with our neighbors in the alley making sure that people didn't come through and burn down our garages and houses.
But it wasn't.
Well, I appreciate you both sharing your story. I'm sorry that you had to witness that and that you're dealing with all of that aftermath. I hope you and your community can stay as safe as possible given everything that's happening. But Lynette Renee Grindell and Venus Demars, thank you both for joining me. I really appreciate it.
All right, I'm gonna get another meeting up here. Stand by. They got like a lock shop location where people are mass gathering here. It looked like it. We'll put this up here. You got a presser coming up here soon too. There's
a couple different layers to this. One thing I did want to mention as well is one of the things I thought was really interesting early on, especially as the tensions were starting to really bubble up and you just weren't sure which way this thing was going to go. It had already turned deadly and then it looked as though it could get worse. We saw early on some of the city council members in Minneapolis and other city leaders coming to that scene and talking with law enforcement. We saw them with Chief Brian O'Hara, and you couldn't really see what they were saying, but out of that came a very specific, deliberate tone of, let's take a deep breath and we want ICE out of here. According to them, let's let them do this and not escalate this. And that may have played a big role in this not getting worse. This is Councilmember Linnea Palmisano who put out this statement, and I won't read you the whole thing, but it really is that tone. Also, the city council putting out a statement as well, where they're just calling for peaceful demonstrations. She says Minneapolis will do right by immigrants, and together we will do right by our residents. Residents will continue to show up for immigrant neighbors, to wrap their arms around them in solidarity and defense of their rights, but also really just making sure that that people understand that this needs to be done in a lawful way. And we've heard that across the board from all local leaders, Mayor Jacob Fry, Chief Brian O'Hara, and then also the Commissioner of Public Safety, who basically said, we're, in so many words, we're not going to engage in speculation. We're not going to further any sort of narrative.
Yeah.
Let's just everybody, let's take a peaceful approach as we move forward.
Well, we want to read you the statement from President Donald Trump. If we can cue this up here so that we can take a look. So he said.
So, we have already listened to Trump or seen that. So it's just kind of muting and talking. The reason why we're still on, folks, is because there's people gathering. There's people gathering. We don't know what's going to happen as the sun goes down. What time does the sun go down in Minneapolis? Minneapolis sunset. This is going to be an indicator of where this turns. If it turns to craziness, and it appears the sunset in Minneapolis is 4:48 p.m. their time. So in 1 hour from now, the sun goes down. You know what happens when these suns go down. It seems like there's a small group of individuals that are in downtown Minneapolis right now. And then there's a large group of individuals that they had on the feed in the right side that were at the location. Right now, it appears to be in the location here. So that's kind of like what we're monitoring here.
So political, because we have, as we mentioned, you can watch the same video and get two different perspectives and from two different sides. You heard the president there talk about the left, and then you have people saying the right. And so we just want to be very careful in what we're saying and what we are presenting to you. We're presenting what we are exactly seeing on the ground there. We have several reporters out tracking what is happening. Corin Hoggard is one of those reporters. He has been out there since early this morning, talking to people. He spoke with a witness on the ground earlier this morning. If we have Corin, we would love to hear from him to see where he is now and what he has gathered.
Sounds like we're working on getting Corin. Governor Walz also just speaking here in the last hour or so, basically, saying I called it. He said just yesterday that this was a fear of his, and then talked about the National Guard members who are kind of in standby mode right now. About 7,500 of them happen to be in training here locally, and so he's sort of let the Trump administration know. No more. Mm-hmm. They're not welcome here. And we have our National Guard standing by as sort of, we didn't quite call it a warning shot, but it was kind of like.
It turned into a vigil, a space where people are just, honoring the woman who was shot here. They have, I think it's civilians who have shut down the street here on Portland, just north of 34th, between 34th and 33rd. And they're just standing there and looking at the spot where, the woman's car or her Honda Pilot there eventually just ended up. And it's quite a crowd that's gathered out there right now. And, I have talked to several of them. Many of them are neighbors who live around here. Some of them, a lot of them came from other areas in the Twin Cities metro. But, these folks here now are mourning the woman who was killed today. I can tell you, going back to the start here this morning, the sounds of car horns and whistles have tended to follow ICE agents as they move around the Twin Cities metro. It's a concerted effort to, identify their locations and share that with neighbors, and also, in some respects to harass them and let them know that they're not welcome here. And that was the sound that a lot of the neighbors here heard this morning on Portland Avenue. They say that they hear that relatively frequently, but it tends to move away from them also relatively quickly. This time it just stopped, and that's why they were concerned and started looking out their windows or coming outside. To a person, about 10 people I've spoken to now all say that they came outside, they saw, one portion of this or another, but from the moment that they stepped out, they saw and heard gunshots, and from their perspective, nobody was at risk and nobody needed to get shot. That's what they said. I'll actually let you just hear from one of the witnesses about just kind of what he saw leading up to the gunfire here. And I watched as a third person in, full camo come and pull several times on the door handle, at which point the red vehicle reversed a few feet and started driving around. And the person who was by the driver's side originally, not the man who pulled on the door, but who was originally there, shot through the driver's side window 3 times. And one of the things he also told me was, no, absolutely not. Nobody's life was at risk when he heard the gunshots. That was echoed by just about everybody who lives on the east or the west side of Portland Avenue here. As I went door to door talking to neighbors, they universally had that opinion. There is a video, however, from one of these yards here that shows an ICE agent. You can go ahead. Yes. There is one video there, though, that does show an ICE agent get in front of that vehicle, and then the woman moved again. According to several of the people who live down that road there, they did see that, and they had a different opinion about how that went down. But again, everybody's seeing this, has their own perspective on this, and they come at it from their own unique perspective before this even happened. But, their take on the west side of Portland Avenue here was that, that was an unnecessary shooting.
All right, Corin, thank you. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. And as Corin pointed out too, and as we've been kind of saying throughout the coverage, I think it's worth just repeating is, there are also legal issues here that we are not experts in and wouldn't pretend to be, but there are, even if you see something and it appears like you come to a conclusion, the law may not be aligned with what you're thinking and feeling. So just really important to remember, there's just a lot here to take a look at, in addition to the witnesses.
And there's going to be a lot to sift through, right? He talked about, some of those videos being shared, but you also think of Portland as a residential area. You can imagine people have Ring doorbell cameras, the cell phones in addition to that. So law enforcement will have to sift through all of that information, all of that video, to pinpoint exactly what happened and what can hold up legally in court as well. We heard from Governor Tim Walz today. We heard from quite a few people. We already heard from Minneapolis.
All right, as you see, they're listening into our coverage partners there at Fox 9 in Minneapolis. They've been doing an amazing job really walking us through what things have looked like on the ground there as this breaking news story is continuing to develop. We're going to continue to cover all angles of this here on Live Now from Fox, including when we have the opportunity, dipping in to see what the scene is looking like there on the ground, as many protesters are now also gathering at the site where this shooting happened earlier today. But if you're just now joining us here on Live Now from Fox, what we now know is that there was an immigration and customs enforcement, also known as an ICE officer, shot and killed a Minneapolis motorist today. This, of course, is all coming during the Trump administration.
Yeah, we're waiting for that feed to come back up. It is now approaching 5 p.m. Eastern. And then that area south of downtown Minneapolis, a couple blocks away from where George Floyd was shot, this is where this incident happened. And it looks like there is a gathering of individuals. So they're trying to get that feed there, and we'll see what happens. There's also appears to be a small protest in downtown Minneapolis, but it doesn't look like that's really big. But we'll see where this goes. And then within the next hour, you also have DHS speaking. So we're going to kind of see what's going on here. We're going to turn up the volume. This is live, I believe,
the
now.
site of where this all happened earlier today. We do know that the victim is a 37-year-old woman. Not much else is known at this time as they're not releasing information about her. But the latest update that we do have for you here on Live Now is at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, Secretary Kristi Noem is expected to have a press conference there in Minnesota. We've only heard from her once today. She was there at a separate event in a different state, talking about Border Patrol and some of those actions. But she is going to be on the ground there in Minnesota, and that press conference is expected to begin at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Once that gets underway, we'll certainly take you out to it in full here on Live Now from Fox. I've been your host, Christina Evans, with you for the last few hours. I'm going to slide away for our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but our coverage on Live Now continues after this.
All right, so we're going to go back to another scene here. We're going to continue to see what's going on and hear different perspectives. NBC News seems like they're covering this. Fox covers this. CBS had something going on here. Craziness. Now, the question is, who is this woman? She's in her upper 30s. She was in her late 30s. We're going to find out what the woman is.
Called Operation Metro Surge has spread fear, chaos, and violence across the state. This is not law enforcement. It is state violence. Now, another person that represents Minnesota, the Republican whip, Tom Emmer, he said someone lost their life today. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, but we've got to let law enforcement do its job before the politicians or anyone else jumps to conclusions. May God bless them and bless the work that they're doing. He goes on to defend the ICE officers involved in this. Is there the possibility that we may never get as clear as possible an indication and an understanding of what happened here because the politics is going to cloud it?
Yes, I think that's likely. I think you did a good job in your conversation before ours of encouraging people to take a step back and let's wait for more information. That's the responsible thing to do. We're not seeing our politicians do that. Donald Trump doesn't have any idea whether this is domestic terrorism. He doesn't know that her motives were vicious. I think he described her as viciously trying to run down. We don't know that. We don't know this information. It's irresponsible and unfortunate that he or Ilhan Omar on the other side would jump to conclusions based on this lack of information. But this is our politics today. And I think it's exactly why, to your question to Susan, we can expect that this will be a big problem in a highly charged environment over the coming days.
So to Stephen's point, Kendra, we saw the mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, use some very harsh language directed at ICE. We saw the governor as well attack the administration for ICE's role there. Do they have a responsibility to tone down a bit of the rhetoric and let this investigation play itself out?
Of course they do. I think everybody across the board does. I will say that I think the governor's rhetoric was a little bit more subdued.
The victim in an ICE-related shooting that happened earlier today, the woman, 37 years old, dead, and now the investigation will continue. What, of course, led up to it, and then the immediate aftermath as well. But a vigil is slated to happen within the next hour. We're also expecting to hear from DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. She is going to be live in Minneapolis in the next hour. And of course, we will be bringing you that reaction and live news conference right here on Live Now from Fox. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. I'll be with you for the next couple of hours. I want to show you just some of the reaction that we are getting from lawmakers right now, including the Attorney General of Minnesota, saying, like so many Minnesotans, I'm heartbroken. I'm also angry, very angry. For weeks, we've watched the Trump administration deliberately brutalize our communities, and now an ICE agent has fatally shot one of our neighbors. The president is deliberately weaponizing the federal government against the people of Minnesota to inflict pain and instill terror. We must stand up to this horrendous injustice, and in doing so, we must not stoop to Donald Trump's level. We're right to be heartbroken and angry, but we cannot give Donald Trump the excuse he wants to continue escalating this violence against Minnesotans. Protest peacefully, organize your communities, and stand up for one another. I will continue to do everything in my power to oppose this brutality, ensure justice is served, and keep Minnesotans safe. Right now, I think nothing would keep Minnesotans safer than seeing ICE leave our state and take their chaos, pain, and violence with them. Again, that was the Minnesota Attorney General in that statement right here. We were bringing that to you here on Live Now from Fox. On the flip side of that, I want to show you the statement from President Trump just a little bit ago on Truth Social, saying, I just viewed the clip of the event which took place in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It is a horrible thing to watch. The woman screaming was obviously a professional agitator, and the woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting. who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer who seems to have shot her in self-defense. It goes on to say, based on the attached clip, it is hard to believe he is alive, but is now recovering in the hospital. The situation is being studied in its entirety, but the reason these incidents are happening is because the radical left is threatening, assaulting, and targeting our law enforcement officers and ICE agents on a daily basis there. We also want to show you some other reaction from lawmakers tonight from Representative Jamie Raskin saying, horrified and sickened by scenes of an ICE agent killing a 37-year-old woman in Minneapolis in cold blood. Congress must investigate this outrage. Secretary Noem must come testify before House Judiciary to explain how this lethal attack was allowed to happen. America's thoughts are with the victims' loved ones. And here's another live look here at that vigil this evening in Minnesota. And we, of course, have been continuing our coverage to provide you the very latest, especially when there is live feeds popping up throughout Minneapolis, and we will continue to do that. Like I said, in the next hour, everybody, we are expecting Secretary Noem to be giving a news conference live in Minneapolis. We do want to show you now some of the coverage from Fox 9 Minneapolis as they are showing a news conference from earlier today featuring Governor Walz and other state officials.
It's about the National Guard.
We'll
They're
just
there
play
to
this
protect
again.
you and protect your constitutional rights. These are our neighbors. They don't wear masks. They don't bust in from somewhere else. They're not here to cause the hassles to you or what we saw today, the tragedy. Having them at the ready to make sure, because when we see these types of things happen, and we saw it after the murder of George Floyd, there's folks that want to see these types of things happen, and we saw it after the murder of George Floyd. There's folks that want to cause chaos. There's the disruptors in it. And while the vast majority of those protests were peaceful expressions of their First Amendment rights, there were those that destroyed property and put people at risk. The National Guard is there to make sure that peaceful protests are able to be done, and that those that want to do the destruction are stopped from doing that. Yes.
We're activating the National Guard. You're doing a large scale demonstration, but the demonstration and athletes that I sprayed have been increasing in attention to the point where we saw one shot today.
Yeah, and I think apparently by a federal agent, not by Minnesotans who were there to express their First Amendment rights. I think we've seen this to have folks ready. The gatherings that were down there today, I think this shocked everyone. People showed up as they should. There's people putting flowers down on a memorial. There's people expressing their anger. It's just as these situations develop, we decide when we need to move these people out. And I think the local reporters know well on this, both unfortunately and for us, the upside of this is that we're very good and we've had practice at this. And I just want to, again, implore Minnesotans, I am not telling you not to express your anger or your frustrations or the outrage that we have. Look, this was totally predictable, as I said it yesterday, and it was totally avoidable. And I just wanted to remind you, too, that local law enforcement, we get no coordination. They don't tell us they're coming. They don't say why they're sending the largest deployment in American history to Minneapolis. They're not making us any safer. We don't have any of that coordination. They should be talking to us when we do these things. Let us know we're going to be down here. This is going to happen. We don't have that. So when you see local law enforcement or state patrol, or if it would take the National Guard, we're there responding to the chaos they've created too. But our role is to make sure that we're protecting Minnesotans so that something like this doesn't happen. I have not. The question was, have I spoken to the individual's family? No, we do not have a definitive ID on this individual. I'm going to note to all.
Terrorist power motherfuckers, get the fuck out of our city.
So different views are starting to come up with people in the streets. This appears to be a feed that has gone up, and I'm seeing this circulate where people have taken the streets. So they're definitely out in the streets. We don't know the extent of this, but they could be descending onto the area of where this shooting happened. People have taken the streets. This is crazy. Now, the Associated Press, they're going to be up at 5:30 with a feed, they said, locally there at 5:30. And then Kristi Noem and the DHS. Kristi Noem is flying back, so she's on her way back. There's supposed to be a 6 p.m. press conference, but the people have taken the streets in the area. So I just want to just keep sharing what's going on in real time. Now, again, the sun goes down in the next 45 minutes or so. Who knows what's going to happen once it gets dark? People are like, they're going to be setting fire soon. They're going to be looting, burning. Or is this all peaceful? I mean, I saw a lot of hostility. We watched it, if you were here earlier, about an hour ago, throwing snowballs at law enforcement, banging on their vehicles, just heckling them, throwing things at them. I saw mostly snowballs. Who knows what else was thrown at them, projectiles or bottles. I don't know, but I seen a lot of snowballs, a lot of them banging on vehicles and whatnot. So, they definitely, here's another thing too, is law enforcement going to be out there tonight? Are they going to be out there? Because a lot of people say, when George Floyd, when that happened, all of that could have been prevented if law enforcement would have took a proactive approach from the beginning to quell down the violence, with the National Guard. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe officials want these people to be out there, but I didn't hear necessarily dog whistles about violence, but I did hear, the governor and them say peacefully protest. You should be outraged kind of deal and talk. So where we're headed here. And who knows what's going to happen tonight? We really don't know what's going to happen tonight as the sun starts to go down in Minneapolis. All eyes on Minneapolis tonight. We will be watching it for sure. It looks like also law enforcement is up in the skies still. Let me look on Flight Radar 24. Flight Radar 24 has, they got law enforcement. They have a chopper up there in the area, and they also have it looks like a plane, a Minnesota State Police plane that originated. So definitely things are still going on. It's not over yet. Let me turn here to this scene here. Reporters at the scene, and they got different perspectives here. Let's get this boots on the ground perspective here from this reporter here, and we'll listen in. See what the reporter has to say.
They want, in their words, in their view. What has what has the tension felt like to you? Has it remained largely calm? Is that what you've seen?
It has remained largely calm, Hallie. The only time it really got tense was when those barriers came down and MPD was trying to leave the scene and people were, as I mentioned, throwing snow and ice at officers and at those police vehicles. Other than that, it's just been, of course, a lot of profanity, people screaming at officers, asking for them to arrest the ICE agent that fired that fatal shot. Here, it is completely peaceful. People are just holding flags. What we're seeing is a lot of people who are expressing their love for the country, but also for maybe the country they're from. We've had people flying Mexican flags, people flying other flags from different countries, saying that we are all American. We all deserve to live here in the U.S. and here in Minneapolis. What Governor Walz mentioned, as you said, about keeping things peaceful, he did say that he has the National Guard on alert. He has not called them into the city yet, but he has them on alert in case things were to escalate even more. He also said that he has called the mobile units of state patrol to come into town. Of course, Minneapolis, post George Floyd, we saw what happened there after the murder of George Floyd. The state and local officials just want to make sure that things do not escalate any greater.
And Joe, one more question for you too. We know that Minnesota Senator Tina Smith, I believe it was, said that this woman who was killed was an American citizen. We heard the governor say that one of her family members essentially watched this unfold. Do we know anything else about who she was or her life?
At this moment, we do not, Hallie. The governor also said in that press conference that he has not learned the identity of this woman. Kara Levin and NBC, we are working to confirm the identity of this woman who was killed this morning.
Okay, Joe, we're glad to have you with us. Thank you very much for being on the ground for us there in Minneapolis.
They're turning it off because of the
You see Julia
profanity.
Ainsley here, and I want to do something. I want to bring in Julia. I want to bring in Tom. I want to bring in Jim Kavanaugh as well as we take a look at this video more closely here. Because Julia, to the point that I know you've been talking with sources, with people around this moment that you're watching is going to be critical to the investigation, now an FBI investigation as it unfolds. Whether this was in fact self-defense, whether this officer did feel that his life was in danger with that car, or not here, Julia. So I want you to start us off in the conversation around the training for these officers with things moving so quickly in a moment like this.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of training that ICE officers do, as well as any federal agents, in terms of when it comes to vehicles, which can be used as a weapon. That's why they are trained to be careful around them. One of the things is it's a practice to try to approach a vehicle from the side at a 90-degree angle, never head on. And I've spoken to DHS officials who are watching these videos and are talking to me, Hallie, because they're worried about what they've seen here, but they can't go on the record because they don't want to be conflicting with what Secretary Noem is putting out on the record, saying that this was clearly a vehicle ramming incident and that the officer was completely in the right. Now, they're not taking sides here. They're just trying to explain the training that goes into it because they want ICE officers to be protected when they go out in the field and conduct investigations. So the first thing they said is they would never approach a vehicle from the front. Now, I would want to see more of the video to see if that officer was already to the right of the vehicle and then needed to come around and he was on his way around. That's not exactly clear how he ended up there. The other thing is that they don't shoot at a moving vehicle as it means to stop it. That, of course, wouldn't be a way to stop a vehicle. It's continuing to move, even if the person behind the wheel is no longer in control of the vehicle. And so they said that wasn't something that could be done really in self-defense anyway, because it's not going to keep the vehicle from moving forward on the path where it's already going. Another thing here we have to mention is body cameras, because if you think back to every officer involved shooting that's been high profile that we've covered in recent years, even over the past decade and more, it's come down to body cameras. We always wait for that footage in order to see what the officer saw from his or her perspective when they made that decision to use lethal force. But unfortunately, it is not a policy across ICE for all officers to have body cameras. There was a pilot program that began under the Biden administration, and it was not expanded. And so to this day, only about 25% of ICE wears body cameras. Many of those belong to HSI. They do more of the investigative work, not this kind of work. And so even with the one big beautiful bill that made ICE the most well-funded law enforcement agency in the nation, they did not allocate any new money toward body cameras. And so unfortunately, it's a very high possibility that we never see body camera footage from this incident. But certainly a lot of people talking today about training that is supposed to keep officers out of situations like this. They're not necessarily taking a side and saying that this officer should not have fired, but merely this was a position that could have been avoided.
Julia, I'm going to ask you to stand by as long as you can. I know you got to work the phones too. On the left side of your screen, you are now looking at this vigil that has sprung up near the location of that deadly shooting today in Minneapolis. You hear people and you see them gather. They are singing together. Hours after this unfolded, just around midday. I mentioned Tom and Jim are joining us. Tom, as we keep an eye on what's happening here on the scene and this emotional moment for people, again, the identity of the woman who was killed still not officially known. We have shown you some of the angles from the scene. I want to pull that back up. And Tom, I'll start with you. What stands out to you when you look at this here? Because there's a lot of questions around, obviously, as we were talking about how this unfolded.
Sure. So first off, the pickup truck there is clearly a law enforcement vehicle. You can see the flashing lights on it. It's got flashing lights in the grill.
And I'm going to ask our team too, Tom, to pause. We have the ability to do that as you're talking through this here.
Yeah, so this is a great spot to pause. The first thing I looked at when I saw this video a second time is you look at the left front tire, which is clearly made a pivot here and is trying to get out of that. So this individual backs up their car. That left front tire is pointed to the left of our screen as we're looking at it. And this appears to be a one-way street, by the way, and then is seen kind of twisting the wheel and making that turn towards the right when the vehicle is then fired upon and that person who's now deceased is fired upon. So for the ICE agent, and what Julia pointed out was a really good point about the training. However, we don't know what led up to this. We can pause and stop and replay, and you're looking there at the vehicle with its tires turned to the left, as I described before. It's cumulatively about 5 seconds where this incident occurs, and it probably is actually less than that. So we don't know what led up to it. Was this vehicle creating a problem before in slowing down
Like
ICE
3
officers?
seconds.
Was the fact this vehicle trying to turn around towards the direction of traffic, was that seen as a threat? Had there been issues before? What is said here, we don't hear a lot as far as whatever dialogue, if any, is said between the driver of this vehicle and the ICE agents. We don't know if they had a prior interaction with this person or if they knew who this person was. So there's a lot of questions here that'll become part of this investigation. Everybody's going to want answers now. The video is very clear in front of us. We almost never get eyewitness video that holds this as well as this does. We've seen other videos as well that show the vehicle turning, that there is clearly an ICE agent in front of the vehicle. I'm going to read to you the controlling paragraph, page 7, item 2 of the Department of Homeland Security Use of Force Guide. It says a Department of Homeland Security law enforcement officer may use deadly force only when the law enforcement officer has a reasonable belief that the subject of such force, in this case the woman driving the car, poses an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury to the law enforcement officer or to another person. So that's why it's going to be critical to understand, one, what was in the ICE agents, what was their state of mind leading up to this? 2, what was known about this car or this individual ahead of time? I mean, you see they stop there, they have their lights on, and they approach this car. Was there reason for it, or because of the protests, as has been stated, as you reported at the top of the show, were these guys on edge? Did they have previous interactions with people? Had they been stopping whatever enforcement operations they say they were carrying out? I'm up to, I don't know, how many, 20, 25 questions at this point. So
That's right.
That's why I think it's important to point out some of the still remaining parts of this investigation, Hallie.
Our team's gonna pull up another angle of this. This is the angle we showed you earlier, Jim. It's a different one. It's further away. It's further up the street, and you can see, and this is a different angle too. Again, all these images coming in, and I just want to explain to viewers for 1 second here. There's obviously a lot of video that comes in. We have a rigorous process here at NBC News where we have a team that is confirming that these videos are real, they are accurate, they are from the scene, et cetera. So everything you see on the internet, you might not see right here because, again, we have that process to go through. And Jim, as you look at this, you and I have talked before about this question of self-defense. And so as a law enforcement veteran, as an expert in this field here, can you help us understand how you're looking at some of these images?
Looking very close all day at these images and trying to ascertain is, did the agent have a lawful right to use deadly force because he felt that his life was in imminent threat or he was in imminent threat of serious bodily injury. There's a couple of seminal points in this video. One is the one you showed right at the top, the very first video. Was a little longer in the beginning.
Let me have the team play that and pull that up. The longer video, I'm going to ask our controller to pull up the very first video that we aired in the show of this incident. It was longer. We showed some of the tee up there with that other car zooming past and driving away. So as Jim's talking through that, I'll get our team to pull that up here, please.
Yeah, we see this is the very early video that we hadn't seen earlier. And it looked like some more people, maybe that original ICE agent is in this video, either in front of the SUV already across the street. You see a person, probably an ICE agent, already there. And here you see an ICE agent, that may be him, walking around the vehicle. If you could back it up right there, back it up a little bit, you see an ICE agent walk around between the two cars. I think that's the agent who fired the shot because he's nowhere else. So I think he comes from the right and he goes between the two SUVs. He walks between them. And then there's the two agents that get out of the silver pickup and they come over and they're confronting the driver. And that's when the ICE agent who fired the shot goes around. So
and tell me why that's significant, the movement of these officers, Jim. What does it show?
Well, we talked extensively, and Julia, some great reporting today about, the positioning before the car. We see him right there. He's between the car, and then the car starts to back up. You don't want to get between the cars either. You want to be smashed between them. So he walks around the front. And the other important thing to see here, it doesn't really play for either side of the equation, but it's an important fact, Hallie, is the car backs up, the SUV, the burgundy SUV backs up, then it's put in drive, and you'll see the front wheel, the drive wheel on this vehicle spins, the front wheel spins. And as soon as that front wheel spins, the same exact millisecond, you see the ICE agent draw his duty weapon at that same moment. He doesn't draw it when the car's in reverse. He draws it when the wheel spins. So I just think that's a good, if I was a commander here, I'd want to break that time down really close to see that. And then the third thing, just to close here, is the last video that you showed, the distant shot that you said the president released, kind of from a couple of.
Well, I want to be clear. I don't know that he
away.
released it. It was part of his Truth Social post, Jim, just so folks know. It had come from, I believe, another outlet. But we can try to pull that up. But I'm going to tell my control room team, this is the shot that's from the other perspective further up the road. Jim, as you talk here, we'll try to turn that around and re-rack that so people can see it as you're talking through it.
Yeah, we haven't seen a shot like that, from the front, Hallie. So I think it's pretty significant. It's distant, but it could be frozen, zoomed in to give us what's a critical thing here, and that's the positioning of the ICE agent in front of the vehicle or to the side of the vehicle. In other words, what's his exact position? And, you'd want to, as a commander here, get that frozen right at the, the point of decision. And when I say the point of decision, I mean the point that he made the decision. Right.
That's right.
So right there, where is he? So that's a critical one right there. Those are three that I noticed, Hallie.
Jim, thank you. I want to pause for a second and ask our team to play a new, and this is that video Jim was talking about, a new piece of video that's come into us. This is after the shooting happened. And I want to ask our team to pull it up because it appears to show some of what was happening on the ground as we were talking about these calls for calm, et cetera. Here it is.
Can I go check a pulse?
No, back up now.
I'm a physician.
Hey, listen, we got EMS coming. I get it. Just give us a second. We have medics on scene. We have our own medics.
Where are they? Where are they? How can I relax?
This appears to be the immediate aftermath, or at least minutes after the shooting happened. And you hear people who were eyewitnesses, people who were clearly nearby on the street coming out, having these interactions with those agents on scene. If Tom Winter's with us, Tom, I want to talk to you about this because I think what that video also nods to, and if Julia Ainsley is with us too, number one, the way that these operations now have drawn a lot of eyeballs, people coming to observe, to watch, to obviously in some cases interact. There was an operation that was occurring from ICE before this shooting happened. That's obviously why this most recent operation, ICE was in the city of Minneapolis in the first place. And this is a city, Tom, that understands and has been the center of a national political flashpoint before.
Well, that's exactly right, Hallie. Let's tackle the first thing first, which is the idea of operations, law enforcement operations being watched real time by people in cities. I mean, that's so incredibly rare. I'm not talking about traffic stops. I'm not talking about when something happens, there's an investigation, an incident, but typically law enforcement operations happen early in the morning when a search warrant or an arrest warrant is carried out. And then there's an element of surprise. It's not something where it's kind of telegraphed. Hey, we are going to your town to look for X crime. In this case, immigration related crimes. So that's something that's so unusual. And it's so unusual that people would be following around ICE and saying, this is where they are, or what are they doing, and have the opportunity to intercede, have the opportunity to protest, or may actually inject themselves in this law enforcement operation, all of which or none of which may have happened here. And so that makes this very unusual. It makes it very difficult for police officers. You're looking at the car there with a round through the front going right into the driver's seat. That's some video I don't think we've yet seen during the show. And so, that makes it a big challenge, right? That's number one. Number two, this happened in Minneapolis. So in Minneapolis, we know about the George Floyd killing. We know about the protests that followed that, became a nationwide protest in the summer of 2020, and what that sparked. And the chief there, Brian O'Hara, who I think at this point in his eyes is probably believes he's had to speak to the nation too many times because of some active shooting incident at a local school and a church going back to this summer in August, and then a number of high-profile incidents in and around the Minneapolis area. Now they're going to have to deal with, and we saw a video at the top of the show, snowballs and ice being, and our reporter from CARE referring to that earlier in the program, talking about how people are already responding to this. And I think that's got a lot of people concerned. That's obviously got the governor of Minnesota concerned, who's talking about putting the National Guard kind of on notice that they might get called in if there are any sort of protests or anything that happens as a result of this. And the other challenge is, ICE, local police, sometimes people don't draw the difference. You have a federal law enforcement agency carrying out, you're looking at the video I was referring to earlier, the snowballs, those being thrown at local police officers. There's still an investigation. Granted, they've cleared that crime scene, but this is going to be a real potentially contentious weekend in Minneapolis. You've got politicians that are making their statements about what they believe about ICE and whether or not ICE should be in that community in very strong terms. And we know that political rhetoric, no matter which direction it comes from, speaks to people. And sometimes it speaks to people that then want to go out and take matters into their own hands. So, look, this has become a very difficult event. It comes on the heels of a lot of rhetoric in this country, and it's something that police officers are concerned about. We did a story just in the last month or two on NBCnews.com about that concern from law enforcement. And as a matter of fact, spoke to the former St. Paul police chief specifically about this. So this is going to be a challenging couple of days. Hopefully things don't escalate further than they have been, Hallie.
Tom, I'll ask you to stand by along with the rest of our team because I want to bring in somebody who is an eyewitness to this. And Julia Ainsley asking you to stand by too. Emily Heller, who watched this happen in Minneapolis. She's joining us now on the phone. Emily, it's Hallie. Can you hear us okay?
Yep.
Thank you for being with us. Can you tell us, first of all, where you were and what you saw?
I was standing on my front porch. Was just making breakfast and I heard the commotion. I heard the honking and the whistles. My neighborhood has had a really well-organized response to the ICE raids, and so I knew when I heard whistles there was ICE nearby. So I was standing on my front porch, hadn't even put shoes on yet, and within probably 60 seconds of me standing on my front porch, the protester was shot in the face in front of my house almost immediately.
Can you tell me, Emily, and I'm sure, I know this has been an incredibly, I'm sure, emotional day for you. What happened in the moments leading up to this? So in other words, when you talk about those 60 seconds, so as if I understand it correctly, it was clear there was some sort of demonstration before you walked outside, right? Because you could hear the whistles. And when you walked out, what specifically was happening in the street?
There was a convoy of ICE vehicles, maybe 6 or 7. And some of the ICE agents had gotten out of their vehicles, and some of the protesters, some of them were on foot. The woman who was shot was in a Honda Pilot, and she was parked perpendicular to traffic. She was blocking traffic as part of her peaceful protest, and the ICE agents were telling her to move, and just seemed totally chaotic. The protesters seemed way more organized than the ICE agents did. It was totally chaotic, and the ICE agents were telling her to move, and then they approached her vehicle and grabbed her, the driver's side door to try to open it and pull her out, I imagine. And then that's when she, I'm sure, got spooked, and she started to reverse. She reversed a little bit so she could angle her wheels it's a one-way, so she could only go out one way, and she reversed. And then she started to accelerate forward, and then one of the ICE agents stepped in front of her and yelled, "Stop," and leaned over the hood of her car and shot her in the face. It was about 3 or 4 shots.
Emily, this level of detail is I think helpful as we are looking at some of the videos you're describing it. So I want to repeat this back to you. You described the woman who was killed as a protester. Can you, to be clear, it sounds as though you're saying she was in her car protesting by blocking the convoy of ICE or federal vehicles that was coming up this one-way street. Do I have that right?
Correct.
Okay. And we're showing the video now where you describe her angling her wheels and pulling off. What happened in the moments after? What did you see in those moments?
I heard the pops, and then it's like she just put her foot on the gas, like fully and drove off, and she sped off, and immediately you could tell from the shots it was fatal. There was no way she was going to survive, but she immediately hit a lamppost and then ran into some cars as well. And then she was just sitting in her car, slumped over. And by this point, I had gotten my shoes on. I was outside recording. I believe it was a neighbor who showed up, and he was saying he was a medic, or he was a physician, and he wanted to administer CPR. And at this point, it was just ICE agents, and they were extremely rude and just told him to shut up and get back. We don't care. We have our own EMS coming. And it took 15 minutes for EMS to arrive. And then when they did arrive, they couldn't get through with the ambulance. So they just came on foot and then examined her for a few minutes, maybe 5 minutes. And then they carried her out by her limbs like a sack of potatoes. There was no stretcher. They had to walk her to the corner to get closer to the ambulance.
Emily, we're showing some of the video that you provided here, some of the video that you're talking about, the neighbor apparently, or the person you said that was saying, I'm a physician, et cetera. So we're seeing that interaction as you're talking. How long had this protest, the whistles, the convoy that you heard, how long had the demonstration been going on before you stepped outside? Do you have any sense of that?
It was pretty quick because I had just come downstairs. So it was maybe a couple of minutes. I think they had been mobile, and then
I want to share something, folks. Rioters have smashed the doors of the federal courthouse. So I want to get this up here. I want to share this clip. It's shared by Nick Sorter. And I want to put this clip up here. Give me a second here as I get this together. Nick Sorter put this on, and I'm going to fill the screen. It's coming from Mercado Media, and it appears rioters have broke the window. Broke the window. Broke the window. All right, that's vandalism. That's destruction of federal property. Okay, you can clearly see the window broken, so no one can say this is a peaceful protest. Though in fairness, though, there was somebody there that pushed that person away and, said, no. But the damage has been done. I mean, this has crossed the line. And pounding on the windows and everything like that, that's not peaceful protesting. This is not peaceful protesting here. This is destruction of federal property. It's already been done. So really everyone there is complicit because you're in there as a group, a conspiracy, a mob, pounding on the windows there. The federal, this is downtown Minneapolis. ICE out now. This coming from Mercado Media, and it was posted by Nick Sorter on X. So that's very interesting. As you see, now this group has since left. It appears. We're gonna take you back to NBC and just listen in as we wait for this 6 p.m. press conference.
Peaceful protest. That's something we really weren't able to square quite
Not
yet
peaceful
until
protest.
that interview, Hallie, because
There at
that line
airport.
that the car was straddling is a parking line. So it could have been, I thought, potentially someone who was trying to pull out from being parked legally on the side of the road. But that witness said that she does believe that this car was parked perpendicular rather, in order to block the ICE officers from coming through. I think that was key just to understanding the friction in the situation. Again, not taking sides of who was right or who was wrong here. Also, the fact that the officer yelled, "Stop." That's something we haven't been able to hear as much of. A lot of the audio we get really comes from the person who's holding the phone. Obviously, they're very loud and close to their phone and shouting, but it's something that the president said in his Truth Social post, that he talked about a lot of the screaming he heard. It's also interesting and notable that the officer did tell her to stop and then fired. Just more details as we're getting in to understand this tense situation that we're only seeing seconds of, that I thought was really notable. But again, really curious to see what Jim has to say. And if it's common for law enforcement to block what would be a good Samaritan physician from trying to administer aid if they do have a professional on the way, although she mentioned it was a 15-minute wait.
Julia Ainsley, thank you for that. Jim Kavanaugh, in the minute we have left, your thoughts here.
Yeah, well, every law enforcement agency has to render aid to any injured person on the site of a shooting like this. Any kind of a shooting, any kind of a violent activity, they have to administer first aid. That's part of the protocol of every law enforcement officer. So I think ICE deserves some criticism here. Even an agent should do that. Every agent should do that. Every agent is trained in first aid. So there should be somebody there that examines the victim. Now it's possible that they went over there and looked and there's no chance of survival at all. That can happen as well. I mean, a shot between the eyes or something, and there's just really nothing you can do. The physician, again, that's a call. Are you there? Can you render aid, CPR? Then you could let the physician help you. You're not preserving a crime scene. You're trying to preserve a life. And as it turns out, Hallie, paramedics carry the victim out, according to your witness, by their arms and legs. So the scene is disrupted anyway. You always render aid. So I should really make sure they're doing that. We'll have to see what they say about it. Mm-hmm.
Jim Kavanaugh, thank you very much. I appreciate.
I'm going to put something else out here. It looks like there's another up here at ICE shooting in Minneapolis. Let me get up the scene right here.
Right. And so we will continue to monitor and stay on the air with any developments that happen. We've been on the air since early this morning since this happened. And we know that at 5 o'clock, we're expecting an update from Kristi Noem, and then also this candlelight vigil. This is a live picture of the vigil that is forming there. There are flowers across. Candles are being put in the snow there. And this is a developing situation, because there's the reaction, there's the community reaction that you see, and we expect that will continue to grow. We're learning more about the victim, and then we're slowly getting more information about the investigation, which will take a lot of time. Any officer involved shooting, the investigation takes months. So while that information is not coming in quickly and won't come in quickly, we are seeing a lot of reaction to what happened today.
Well, this will be a massive investigation because it.
All right, so this is the area where this individual got shot. And we'll turn down the volume. We'll keep this on so we can just have a conversation and talk a little bit. We're playing all different media, all different perspectives. Whatever's up to try to get an assessment of what's going on as everything is developing. I'm going to put some of the comments up on the screen, but I just want to acknowledge some people. Shirley, thank you. Thank you, Shirley. Thank you, Catherine Peters, as always. Nice to see you. Julianne puts 1278 puts Renee Nicole Good. So I'm gonna look into that name right there. That's the first time I'm seeing that. Thank you, Julianne. Let's see if that's the individual that we're looking at here. So people are centered around Renee Nicole Good. So yes, that name has been circulating as the victim here. People are saying. I'm going to look and see if there's actually media putting out, but it appears, some big accounts are saying it is a Renee Good. And here's the thing. Here's the divide in this country. The divide in this country is saying that they're saying that she's from Colorado. She's a lesbian. She's pride. She's a anti-government. Puts a lot of anti-government, and then other people are saying, she's brave. She got killed and murdered by ICE agents. So you're just going to hear two sides and painted two pictures, right? You're gonna paint two pictures. Apparently, her mother has commented on social media. Her mom has confirmed it was her, right? So she has a mom named Donna Granger, and let me move this down so then we can listen, or I can share what her mom said. I'm just going to read what the mother of and I'm gonna put her photo up here too. Matter of fact, that's and I appreciate that, Julianne, for tipping me off for getting the name. That name seems like it's been around for probably the last probably like 20 minutes or so. It's been around for a minute. Here, we'll go right here. So mom says, Donna Granger says, Renee was one of the kindest people I've ever known. She was compassionate, loving, forgiving. She was probably terrified. What happened? Or that's just basically what the mother said. The mother put out just something that confirmed it was her. So it appears to be her. Let me get a photo of her and just show you who the victim is here. Who's the woman? Because you're going to hear who's the 37-year-old woman. So I'm getting this up. In the meantime, this is a live look at the makeshift memorial here. They're at the scene here. Let me get Renee. I'm uploading the photo now. It's pretty much, it appears this is the victim here. So I'm going to get this up here so we can see. In the meantime, there's people gathering outside here, and DHS will speak in the next 20 minutes or so. I don't know if they're late. Christy Noem's on her way. All right, so here is the person that got shot. It appears Renee Good. Her name is Renee Good. So this is the victim here, or DHS is calling her a domestic terrorist. So again, there's going to just be, two sides of how they say this. The people are going to say, people are going to say that, she had it coming. She's the one that was trying to obstruct ICE agents. She's the one that tried to run over ICE agents. She was trying to attack ICE agents. She came there looking for problems and everything. And then other people are going to say she was murdered. You know the drill. Everyone knows the drill on this. This is going to be a massive. And the divide is going to be party lines. You know that the majority of the divide here is going to be party lines. No matter what, Democrats are going to say that she was murdered, and most Republicans are going to say that she tried to attack ICE agents and she came at ICE agents. You're going to hear that. It's just how it is. How it is. I know a lot of people in the chat are referencing back to January 6th with Ashley Babbitt. They're saying Ashley Babbitt got killed for much less, inside the Capitol, behind the window there, and Officer Byrd shoots Ashley Babbitt. Some people are saying that's justified, and people are saying it's not, and she was murdered. I think you're going to have the same thing here. Question is, how far does this go, or, what's going to happen with this? So I'm going to take you back to the live scene outside this area here in Minneapolis, South Minneapolis, looks like 34th Street area of Portland, 34th and Portland area, Minneapolis. They say the victim is originally from Colorado. So, and she's also in a relationship with another female, Renee N. Good, poet and writer and mom and guitar strummer from Colorado, experiencing Minneapolis, Minnesota. So we'll see what happens there. I mean, when law enforcement approaches your vehicle and you try to drive off on law enforcement, any type of law enforcement, whether it's a sheriff, whether it's police, whether it's marshals, whether it's border patrol, whatever like that, if you're there and they pull you over and you try to drive off on them, when they're telling you, hey, hold on, and you're driving off on them, the result is you could get shot. You could get shot at, if they believe that you're a threat to, them or others, or in the interest of public safety, they could shoot at you. They could shoot at you. This is just so unfortunate. The situation could have been prevented, of course. But it does appear probably Renee Good was probably there for up to no good. What was Renee Good really doing there? What was Renee Good's purpose of being there and purpose of being in the mix of ICE and everything like that? What was her objective? Has Renee Good confronted ICE in the past? Has she followed around Border Patrol? Is she part of a group and organization that just follows around Border Patrol with this, ICE Watch apps and different things like that? Is she one of these citizen people that go around and, remember I interviewed the woman that was out there in front of the Hispanic grocery store in Charlotte, and their job was to go around and do ICE watch and patrol. And every time they see ICE, they sit there and blow their whistles and pots and pans. And was she provoking? Was she agitator? Was she a paid agitator? Was she part of a group and organization? That's what the president of the United States is saying, pretty much. The president of the United States is pretty much saying, I have just viewed the clip of the event, which took place in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It is a horrible thing to watch. He's talking about the woman screaming in the video, obviously a professional agitator, and the woman driving the car was being very disorderly, obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over an ICE officer who seems to have shot her in self-defense. Based on the attached clip, it is hard to believe he is alive, but is now recovering in the hospital. The situation is being studied in its entirety, but the reason these incidents are happening is because the radical left is threatening, assaulting, and targeting our law enforcement officers and ICE agents on a daily basis. They are just trying to do their job of making America safe again. We need to stand by and protect our law enforcement from a radical left movement of violence and hate. Your thoughts? Is the president of the United States correct, or should the president of the United States more wait for the facts? Like some people are saying. Some people are saying, look, wait for the facts to come out. Have an investigation. It appears like the president of the United States and the DOJ, the Justice Department, has no intention on prosecuting that agent whatsoever. They've pretty much already, laid it down to the public that this agent was protecting his life, protecting others, and it was a justified shooting. Now, the question is, what happens on the state level? Happens on the state level.
Thank you.
So we have a lot of people in the chat with different opinions and perspectives. Keep your opinions coming. You know, everyone has a thought and everyone has an opinion on the matter, and we appreciate that. We appreciate everyone's perspective on the situation. Tell us what you think. Tell us what you think in the chat. This is a large group. As the sun is going down, the sun is starting to go down there. You do see some Mexican flags in the area, right? Mexican flags, they were burning an American flag in the street earlier. Folks, we're not a echo chamber here. I want to see different people's thoughts, you know, and because, you know, you might see somebody else's comment that you don't like. I mean, but that's, you know, everyone is expressing themselves and sharing things. I mean, we're, you know, as long as no one attacks other people's opinions and stuff like that, we don't censor on this channel. We want to hear, we want to read what everyone's thinking and how they feel about the situation. You know, you might not like what's being said, but, you know, this is, you know, it gives you an indication of how our country is and how what people are thinking. How everyone's thinking, you know, we want to see different people's opinions. We want to see people's perspectives here. You know, as far as myself, yeah, I support ICE and Border Patrol. I've made that very, very clear, you know, but covering the border and I've seen what was going on. So I take the position that I support ICE and Border Patrol. In this situation, Tom Winter with NBC had a thing, puts a term that I thought was interesting. It's like, it's ugly, but it's justified. It's an ugly situation, but it's justified. You know, it's one of these things where it's a bad look and it looks bad. It looks bad. But at the same time, legal wise, it probably is justified because, you know, it's a split second situation. It's a split second situation. And, you know, a lot of times when these individuals get shot by law enforcement, they either draw guns on law enforcement or come out of law enforcement in some way or shape or form where the law enforcement sees in their eyes that they're under attack or they have to stop an imminent threat and they take action. Now, of course, there's some unjustified shootings out there. You know, they've been out there. One in South Carolina was, you know, Officer Slager who shot the dude in the back in Charleston. That wasn't justified. You know what I mean? When someone's clearly running and you shoot somebody in the back. But in this situation, you have an officer, you know, in standing in, you know, in front of the vehicle, and you have another officer telling her, don't move, and she's trying to escape. And then, you know, accelerating her vehicle in the way of the law enforcement in front. I mean, how can you say that that's not justified? Unless some people are saying that policy and protocol of law enforcement, they shouldn't go in front of vehicles. They should go to the side of vehicles. Now, if all officers were on the side of the vehicles and they shot like that, you could arguably say it wasn't justified. If that one officer in the front was actually towards the side, I don't think they that would be a justified shooting. But the fact that officer, even if it was just a little bit, there you are. Well, we shall see. We shall learn more facts.
We will not put up with ICE. 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 We will not put up with ICE.
We're waiting for a press conference to come up, and we'll go to the press conference as soon as it comes up by Kristi Noem and DHS. But we're monitoring here of what's going on.
Against Trump, with Twin Cities Coalition for Justice, we are standing here to demand freedom for all of our immigrant neighbors. Freedom for all of us who are observing, who are calling out ISIS crimes against all of us. Whether we are citizens or not, we should have the right to protest, to have our First Amendments. And what do? They try to take it from us. Just as we have nothing else, they try to take our ability to observe. Say shame! 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 Today, MPD essentially allowed the feds to contaminate and clean this crime scene. Shame! Shame! Who should be the ones in jail? Us? Demanding human rights for our neighbors, or the fascist Nazi ICE? We're here today because we lost a community member who was doing what was right. She was fighting for her immigrant neighbors, just as so many of us have been. And now she's gone! We cannot let this scare us into stopping our own operations of doing patrols, of helping our community, of doing everything in our power to support the immigrants in our community who are under such a brutal siege in the United States currently. We need to let this incident empower us even further to keep fighting. They're the ones with guns, and they're scared of us. How does that make any sense? And that just shows how much power we have as a collective. That just shows the strength of people power. They are afraid of us with our whistles, with our cell phones, with our cameras. And they should be, that's right. Because when ICE comes to town, we're gonna deal with them because Minneapolis knows how to deal with ICE. Thank you all for being here today to hold our power together while we remember a community member that we lost. We're going to have a program of some speakers, so thank you all for being out here today. And without further ado, I think I'm going to introduce our first speaker from the Indigenous Protectors Movement, Joby Thal. Never mind, we're going to start with the Iraq member, Megan Yurka.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I am here with you today because I am angry. I am saddened by what we have turned into. This is unacceptable. A member of our community was killed in this very spot, protecting her neighbors. This is unacceptable. It is a direct result of a militarized state. It is a direct result of an organization that has no accountability to anybody, that they feel like they can do anything that they want on our streets with our neighbors. Our neighbors need us more than ever right now. They need you out there blowing your whistles. They need you out there doing grocery things for them. They need you out there contributing so that they can make rent because they can't get out there to go to work every day. Our community needs us more than ever right now. Every single one of us. There are so many people out there today that are not here. They are not speaking up. But they think that what is happening is wrong. And to those people, I say, look at us. There are so many of us. Come be in community with us. We need you. We need you. We don't need you to be silent. We don't need you to sit on a fence. Because the fence belongs to the devil. You stay silent. You are just as bad as all of them. You are part of them, as far as I'm concerned. You come out here. You speak up. You say something. You stand in solidarity with your neighbors. To those people that are staying silent, that think that this is too much, that what we're doing out here is too much. Where the fuck are you right now? Was killed by a Nazi. You better come out here. You better show up. You better show up in solidarity with your neighbors. Everybody is important, but especially those of you that hold privilege that can show up. Please do. Because there are people out there that are too scared to step out of their house. We need you. Because you can show up. You can show up. You can Stay shame. Shame. I want to close this off with one message that is my favorite share because it is the most true thing. I truly believe
The volume on the beat is a little bit low, folks. It's the louder it can get. All right, so that's that perspective. I'm going to show you another perspective here.
the people in power right now in our city who do not.
So here's it from the air shot here. And then also there's a feed up for Kristi Noem and DHS. So I'm monitoring that. The feed is up. And we'll wait and see what DHS, reliable news. Thank you. Springfield, Missouri in the house. Always great to see you, reliable news. We're waiting for DHS. So there's a feed up for DHS. So we'll listen in on them as soon as they come up. I'm monitoring this. Fox Minneapolis has a feed set up there inside, ready for a press conference. It hasn't started. As soon as that starts, we'll go in on that one. So they're, you know, if you know about the protesting all these years, they're doing the same stand up, fight back, stand up, fight. They do the same chants on almost every single issue, from Free Palestine to, you know, anti-Trump to anti-ICE. It's what do we do? Stand up, fight back. What do we want? Justice. What do we want now? What do you know? The chants. It's all organized chants. They have the same chants. So whether you support it or not, it's the same chants that they do out there on almost every single issue out there, contrary to you know, more aimed towards the Trump administration and Republicans. So I'll take this. Let me see. Oh, I gotta. All right, I'll do it like this. Hold on. Well, listen in.
She set out to observe a raid because she cares, because she cared for her neighbors, because she cared for the people in this city, and that is more than any ICE agent or any police officer could say. And I'm tired of seeing police collaborate with ICE. I'm tired of seeing the Minneapolis Police Department with their backs to the ICE agents and with their guns and their batons facing the people. They need to respect the separation ordinance. They need to stop violating the separation ordinance. And ICE needs to get out of our city. The Twin Cities Coalition for Justice, we are organizing for political power. We understand that the police cannot be reformed. We understand that ICE cannot be reformed. And we understand that we need democratic control over the Minneapolis police. We also demand that ICE agents leave our cities. We also demand the end to mass deportations. And we demand that the ICE agent who killed Renee Good today be prosecuted to the fullest extent. We demand full accountability and justice for Renee. Don't believe the lies. She was murdered in cold blood today. Don't be confused by this administration. Don't be confused by the lies. We have to see clearly, straight through those lies. And we have to keep on showing up in these streets. We have to keep on standing together. We are the only ones who keep us safe. So keep showing up. And don't just show up. Get organized. Join an organization. If you're not in an organization, join one. Because we need you in this fight. Thank you.
My name is Loretta Rambo. I'm also a member of the Freedom Socialist Organization and a member of Twin Cities Coalition for Justice. My comrade said it best. I don't know what more to say other than all I know is I've been very emotional today about what happened. I've been a little emotional about what's been happening today. I live in South Minneapolis. I'm from South Minneapolis, so this hurts deep. Again, it's not happening where Floyd was killed. And again, another cop, whatever you want to call it, killed someone on these streets. And that's not right. All right, I'm sick of hearing about I'm an educator. I'm sick of hearing that children don't want to come to school. Their families don't want to send them to school because they're afraid ICE will take them away, or their kids will come home and there's nobody there because ICE took their parents away. I'm sick of hearing the stories. I'm sick of hearing that ICE is terrorizing my neighbors, ICE is killing my neighbors. This has got to stop. I'm beyond the thoughts and prayers. I'm enraged now. So when we're under attack, we better fight back. So, like I echo the sentiments of Noah that we need to come together. We need to organize, and we need to get ICE out of our city. That's all I gotta say. Thank you very much. I'll do a call and response in Spanish, so just repeat after me. Aquí estamos. Y no nos vamos. Aquí estamos. Y no nos vamos. Y si nos echan, nos regresamos. Aquí estamos. Y no nos vamos. Y si nos echan, nos regresamos.
Thank you, everybody. We're actually going to keep it going in Spanish. ¿Se habla en español aquí? Bueno. Entonces yo voy a tener mi amigo aquí, Pablo Tapia, de la Asamblea de Derechos Civiles. Bienvenidos. Oh. Carlos. Perdón.
No, yo no soy. Me confundieron, yo no soy el que él anunció, pero lo únicamente que quiero decirles es que a todos mis hermanos americanos, la gente de la raza blanca y todos.
There could be about 500 people out there to 1,000 people out there.
We should be united now more than ever.
So we're kind of listening to their message. As you see, top screen, the spot where she was shot. I guess they set up like some makeshift memorial there. They're lighting flowers or lighting candles, flowers, cards, everything in the building. They're saying, remember her name, Renee Good. And then in the right bottom quarter is where DHS Secretary Federal Authorities are going to have a press conference on the matter. So we're going to listen to that when it pops up. We'll see, and we'll put this comment up. Jersey girl, it's good to see you, Jersey girl. 67. Why didn't she just get out of the car? This started because of the warning whistles to warn ICE was in the area. If you take part of protecting people here illegally, I have no respect. It's coming from Jersey girl, 67. Thank you, JLR. Why was she there? What was she doing? But, see, here's the consensus. The group here that's chanting here literally is saying their message is no more deportations. So the message, what they're saying here, this remembrance for her is no more deportations, no mass deportation. They just want everyone to be in the country illegally. Is that what's going on?
Show me what community looks like. Well, you guys say.
Show me what community looks like, sounds like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. So they remixed it to show me what community looks like. This is what community looks like.
Community looks like. Show me what community looks like. Rise up, take a stand. No one is illegal on stolen land. Rise
Now,
up.
come on, man. Rise up, rise up. Something on thing. No illegals, illegal. No one's illegal on stolen land, on stolen. Come on, folks. Come on. And is that how it's supposed to be? Like, no one is illegal on stolen land. No one is illegal on stolen land. That's what they're saying.
From Indigenous Protectors Movement. Please give them a warm welcome.
Indigenous protectors.
Thank you so much.
Stolen land.
You know, I'm here, you know, with my pipe here and delivering the prayers and thinking about kind of what I want to say, what I want to put out there. And really, this day is not only just for Renee, but it's for the rest of us. A tragedy happened today. Someone died. It was the inevitable. As soon as the ice raids began, we all knew what was going to happen eventually. This was a road back.
So what is he saying? No ice raids? Just you can't have ice raids. You can't have illegals in this country, or illegals can just run around free. In his eyes, he's pretty much saying, oh, well, illegals can just, illegal criminals, don't do nothing about it. Just have a lawless land.
We heard our brother talk about accountability with the police system. Unfortunately, there is no accountability. No amount of transparency can change the fact that these systems are just inherently racist and meant to brutalize black and brown bodies and to control.
So all police are racist. Just police are racist. That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. All police are racist. Going after brown people.
Right. We outside. But despite it all, when we were driving around, hell, if you were walking, and shout out to you bus riders, right? Shout out to transit. But when we looked at every corner in this city today, what did we see? Protests. We saw people with whistles. We saw people giving notifications, checking license plates. We saw honking. We saw the whistling. We heard it. This city.
Well, at least he's admitting to the truth. That's what's going on. Whistles and honking and ice apps and tracking ICE agents down and going in front of them and impeding them from doing their work. That's what this is about. This is where she was good. Renee Good was there to do that. Obstruct ICE from doing the job. It's unfortunate she had to lose her life, but she shouldn't have lost her life because she made a poor choice. She made the poor choice.
We need to maintain the resistance. I don't say burn yourself out. Take care of yourself. We can't take care of anything unless we take care of ourselves first. But we need to be in community. Mutual aid and solidarity isn't just a word.
Solidarity.
It is an experience. It is an act that we choose every second of the day. We will continue to need the whistles. We will continue to need bodies outside, monitoring license plates and notifying people.
Yeah, just monitoring license plates, right? So just go around and just film law enforcement's license plates and whistles and track them down while they're doing law enforcement duties. Yeah, that's the right thing to do, right?
So they knew to either scram or to hide or to be safe.
It shouldn't be this way.
It shouldn't be this way, but guess what? It is this way. So what I'm saying is, who keeps us safe? Who keeps us safe?
They kind of muted it down, I guess. We're waiting for DHS.
We kept people from getting kidnapped. And we're going to continue to need that. Take care of each other. Stay vigilant. Stay militant. Right now, the inevitable happened, right? Horrific. But what they want is for us to make a mistake. Don't give them that. They want us to pop off. And we know we can pop off, right?
All right, that was the visual in Minneapolis, Minnesota. We were bringing you that coverage, and at times we did have to mute it because of bad language by the protesters. But next up, we do want to keep you in Minneapolis and take you out to DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, about to make remarks. Speaking on this incident, we are going to be hearing from her for the second time today, but now these are formal remarks in Minneapolis.
Greg Pavino's there.
Many of DHS as well as Border Patrol
Greg Pavino.
ICE members are here as
right there,
well.
Greg Pavino.
That will be behind Secretary Noem. So we are going to be listening in here as it all happens on Live Now from Fox, bringing it to you worldwide. Let's listen in here as we will have Secretary Noem moments away.
3, 4, 5. You want more or you good? Well, check. 1, 2, 3. Good. It's all there. All right. I gotta call Susan back. You good?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here tonight. I want to start out by addressing the loss of life that we saw here in Minneapolis today. Any loss of life is a tragedy, and I think all of us can agree that in this situation, it was preventable. I've spoken to the president today on the situation here on the ground. I also just got off the phone a little while ago with Governor Walz and spoke to him as well. I want to reiterate first with all of you the facts of what happened today. At 10:25 a.m. Central Time, Immigration and Customs Enforcement were carrying out lawful operations here in Minneapolis. Because of the adverse weather that Minneapolis has seen in recent snow, one of the vehicles became stuck and ensnared in the snow. Law enforcement were attempting to push out this vehicle, and when a mob of agitators that were harassing them all day began blocking them in, shouting at them, and impeding law enforcement operations. ICE officers and agents approached the vehicle of the individual in question, who was blocking the officers in with her vehicle, and she had been stalking and impeding their work all throughout the day. ICE agents repeatedly ordered her to get out of the car and to stop obstructing law enforcement, but she refused to obey their commands. She then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle, and she attempted to run a law enforcement officer over. This appears as an attempt to kill or to cause bodily harm to agents, an act of domestic terrorism. The ICE officer, fearing for his life and the other officers around him and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training to save his own life and that of his colleagues. He was treated at a local hospital, has been released, and is now with family. I encourage the American people at this point in time to pray for him, but also to pray for the deceased's family and her loved ones. Today alone in this country, there have been 4 different domestic terrorist attacks on federal officers by the ramming of vehicles. 3 of them happened here in Minneapolis. We've seen over 100 of these vehicle rammings happen in just recent weeks, and this must stop. ICE alone is facing a 1,300% increase in assaults against them and an 8,000% increase in death threats against all of them. In fact, the very same officer who was attacked today had previously been dragged by an anti-ICE rioter who had rammed him with a car and drug him back in June. He sustained injuries at that time as well. And let me remind you why we're all here in this city today and why we've been here. In communities across this country and here in Minneapolis, we're just enforcing the laws that we have in this country. For years under President Biden, tens of millions of dangerous criminal illegal aliens, terrorists, and suspected terrorists were allowed to invade our country over our southern border. They were allowed to steal, to defraud, and to perpetuate violence against American citizens. Regardless of who your mayor or who your governor is, President Trump promised every single American that he would make America safe again. He promised every single American that he would work to protect them from dangerous criminals. Since Governor Walz has been in charge of Minnesota, we have seen homicides go up by over 50%. That's also during Mayor Fry's tenure as well. Since President Trump took office, Governor Walz has released over 470 violent criminals back onto the streets here in Minneapolis. He has another 680 of them still within his jurisdiction that he could give to us today to face the consequences for their crimes. Because Governor Walz and Mayor Fry refuse to protect Minnesotans, and instead they protect these criminals, that's why we are here. And we didn't just show up yesterday, we've always been here. But we're surging operations because of the dangerous situation we see in this country, and because we're no longer going to allow illegal criminals to damage and harm, to kill, to sexually abuse, to proliferate drugs, and to steal American taxpayers' dollars. This state has faced unprecedented immigration fraud. It's seen unprecedented benefit fraud. Individuals were allowed to come into this country and set up fake companies and fake nonprofits and divert billions of dollars away from American citizens and those vulnerable citizens who truly needed the services from those programs. This city has burned before, and your mayor and your governor let it happen. President Trump is not going to let that happen. He and our federal law enforcement officers are here to bring peace and to bring public safety and to ensure that criminal activity is stopped and that people who perpetuate it will face consequences. Since we have been here in recent weeks, we have arrested over 1,500 criminals off of the streets. Our law enforcement has arrested murderers, known and suspected terrorists, child pedophiles, and other brutal criminals that were protected here in this city. We should all work together to protect our citizens. We should all protect the men and the women and the families who live here in Minneapolis, who live in Minnesota, and live throughout this entire country. I want to thank you for being here, and I want to thank you for focusing on the important work that our federal officers do and make sure that we're focused on the priorities of this country, and that's making sure that we're keeping people safe. With that, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Secretary, Mayor Fry called the claims of self-defense BS. How do you respond to that?
I say that he doesn't know what he's talking about. It's very clear that this individual was harassing and impeding law enforcement operations. Our officer followed his training, did exactly what he's been taught to do in that situation, and took actions to defend himself and defend his fellow law enforcement officers.
Secretary, can you expand too on the agent's injuries? The president said that he's lucky to be alive.
The officer was hit by the vehicle. She hit him. He went to the hospital. A doctor did treat him. He has been released, but he's going to spend some time with his family.
Can you clarify whether he was before or after the gunshot was fired?
I can't, but the FBI will continue the investigation and release more facts when it's appropriate.
Secretary, has the agent been relieved of his duty, or can you give us any other insight?
No, we're following the standard protocol procedures we do in situations like this. When there's an officer-involved shooting, we make sure that we get the facts and that we are getting the statements from everybody involved and make sure that investigators are handling the decisions.
Secretary, have ICE operations paused because of what happened today?
No, we're still out on the streets doing our work to get dangerous criminals off of the streets of Minneapolis.
Can you give us any insight into your conversation with the governor?
You know, Tim and I have known each other for years. We served in Congress together. We both ran for governor the same year and have served as governor at the same times. So we were colleagues, and we discussed what happened here today. We have two very different viewpoints of it. I talked specifically about the fact that we have laws. They need to be enforced. He knows that I believe sanctuary policies have protected criminals and placed a priority of them over the citizens that live here. And he knows we'll continue to do our work, and I encouraged him to work with us. We've never had a cooperative arrangement with law enforcement here. Whenever we've done investigations, whenever we've done police work, when we've been doing what we can to bring people to justice for the crimes that they commit, we haven't had the cooperation of the state of Minnesota or the city police here under the mayor's direction. If you talk to any of these federal law enforcement officers, they'll say that when they call for backup in a situation, that it's hit and miss. They were grateful today that the police chief and local law enforcement showed up at the scene and helped secure it to make sure that nobody was harmed and that the FBI could do their work. But I would encourage them to work with us, that we could form a partnership that would make sure that individuals have the opportunity to have a safe Minneapolis.
Secretary, will body
Over here.
cameras fairly stand behind the use of force, and will any of those use of force guidelines be altered or changed in the future?
You know, it's clearly established law that a vehicle driven by a person and used to harm someone is a deadly weapon. Deadly force is perfectly lawful when a threat is faced by a weapon. So I do believe that this officer used his training in this situation, and we'll let the FBI continue the investigation to get it resolved.
So just to be clear, the shooting happened before and after the vehicle hit the officer?
I know you keep asking that, but that doesn't mean that the FBI is going to give you an answer today. There will be an investigation. We want to make sure that it's factual. What I would ask is that as we go forward from here today, that we all remember that our job is to have peaceful discussions. I'd encourage our local law enforcement and state law enforcement to work with us. We are going to continue to operate here in Minneapolis and in the state of Minnesota to make sure we're going after dangerous criminals. One of the key focuses that we've had here is a focus on individuals who are sexual predators and are involved in child exploitation. When I was just here yesterday, we arrested individuals who were charged with criminal assault and sexual assault and people that exploited children. Why would we want to keep them on your streets? President Trump has promised to go after the worst of the worst, and that's exactly what we're doing in Minneapolis. By not working with us, Governor Walz and Mayor Fry are putting those criminals and prioritizing them over our children and our grandchildren.
Governor Walz said that he is not giving any heads up when there is.
And that's simply not true. He said that to me on the phone too. So I'll get him the documentation that he needs so that he knows that we would love to coordinate with him. He doesn't give us access to any information on criminals, let us know who he's detained, doesn't honor our detainers, and has individuals and criminals in his jurisdiction that he won't turn over us today too.
You
Yes.
mentioned that the officer involved today was once before wrecked by a vehicle. Can you explain the difference between that instance and today? Was a firearm discharged then? If not, what was the big difference?
I won't speak to that case right now, but we can get you the details and the information on that. But the facts of the matter is he's an experienced officer. He's been in situations like this before, and he certainly has been out there and followed his training today.
Given the threat of vehicle encounters, are you going to change the way police?
You know, people need to stop using their vehicles as weapons.
Are you going to change the?
This domestic act of terrorism to use your vehicle to try to kill law enforcement officers is going to stop. And I'm asking the Department of Justice to prosecute it as domestic terrorism because it's clear that it's being coordinated. People are being trained and told how to use their vehicles to impede law enforcement operations and then to run over anybody who gets in their way while they go out there and try to disrupt peace and public safety. And Americans deserve better.
So can you say why they were the National Guard?
That hasn't been a part of the discussion. I know Governor Walz mentioned some of that earlier in his press conference, but you know, we've got law enforcement officers here that will continue to work, and we're hopeful that the public recognizes that the work that we do every day makes America safe again.
Can you get insight to the operation that was happening at 34th and Portland?
We had law enforcement officers that were out there doing an enforcement action. And a vehicle got stuck in the snow. And so they had called for other people to come and help them get that vehicle out. Those officers were trying to free the vehicle when the harassment started, when the protesters were out there impeding their vehicles and preventing them from leaving the scene.
Was it at a particular home or business at that intersection?
I won't speak to that.
Can you speak to the crime that person maybe committed that you were going after and you mentioned sexual? Okay. Will body camera footage be released?
I will let the FBI decide.
Were they on target today when they were in that neighborhood?
They were returning back to headquarters, I believe, to start a new operation, had just completed one.
Was it a nice?
Well, thank you. What's that?
Was it a nice vehicle?
I was one of the vehicles that ICE officers were using. But remember, when we operate in a task force model. So we have other federal agencies that work with us, and we're very grateful for that. We have CBP officers, FBI, DEA, ATF, all of those all work with us every day in a task force model. We appreciate it. We'd love to have the state police, and we'd also love to have the Minneapolis police chief and his team be alongside of us while we're out there doing those enforcement operations.
With the agents there.
But that will get you more information as it is revealed. But thank you and everybody. Let's work together to make sure that we can continue to help the city be safer, get more criminals off the streets, and ensure that our public has the opportunity to pursue the American dream in a city they can be proud of. Thank you.
All right, Secretary Noem wrapping up, saying the investigation is still in its early stages, but reminding those that come to protest that they cannot use their vehicles as weapons. And that is exactly what she said happened and transpired earlier today and was the reason why the agent had to fire the gun there and shoot and kill that 37-year-old woman. So we will again continue to follow the investigation all right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Let's now go out to Fox 9 Minneapolis. They continue their coverage as well. Let's listen in right now.
Stand by. I'm going to put back the backdrop here. We're going to discuss what was going on. Christy Noem there. You notice Greg Bavino was by her side, the Border Patrol commander, Greg Bavino. Looks like they're, Christy Noem supports Greg Bavino and the Border Patrol there. All right, so the crowded groups of people are still out there, and where this Renee Good was killed. Your thoughts on Christy Noem and what she said? She pretty much said that operations will continue. This is not going to stop their operations, and she laid down and said, laid down facts on in their position, whether you believe it or not. Some people in the chat were saying she was lying. She said pretty much this provocator here, provocateur, agitator, has been following Border Patrol ICE all day, and an ICE agent got stuck. Vehicle got stuck in the snow because there is snow there, and they were attempting to get the vehicle out, and this person came and disrupted them, whatever, and then they confront her, probably to arrest her or find out what's going on, tell her to move here, and she gets her vehicle and she goes backwards a little bit and goes forward. There's an agent in the front. She clips the agent, shots, boom, boom, boom. Christy Noem saying that the agent got hit by the vehicle, went to the hospital, now home with the family, will be with the family, probably on some sort of administrative leave, probably according to policy and protocol, whatever their protocol is, we don't really know. Whoa, all right. And Border Patrol, I think she was just like, she spoke to the governor. Governor and her were colleagues before when they both were in Congress. They both ran for governor at the same time. Her in South Dakota, him in Minnesota, but they got two different philosophies here. Two different views of the situation. Let me get this aerial footage. I got this aerial footage. I think this air footage is pretty cool to watch because I want to see where this crowd goes after. That's my curiosity here. I mean, they're there. They're saying their message. We've heard some of it. I want to know where this crowd goes to. I'd like to know where this crowd. Look, here's air footage. So this is interesting here. This is there's probably about 1,000 people out here. No sound. All right. So there's about 1,000 people out here. A mass gathered. We're going to watch this because I don't know if, once this remembrance vigil, whatever you want to call it, at this spot near 34th Street, I don't know where they're going to end up going. I don't know where they're going to go next. Are they going to march down the streets? Is there going to be chaos tonight? Who's in the crowd? Who's in the crowd? Spicy Pizza says, that's my ancestors' land. Spicy Pizza 6116. I don't know if you're being sarcastic or you literally believe that. Spicy Pizza. I'm going to get a spicy pizza in a little bit. I'm in the mood for some pizza. Oh, this is nuts. Let's just keep it here. I don't want to end this because I want to see where this goes, right? We want to see where this protest goes. Everyone just disperse when it's done, or do they march? Do they march or they go down the street? So all eyes in Minneapolis right now. And as the sun started going down, sun's been down now probably for about an hour, down about 5:45 their time. Or I'm sorry, 4:45 their time, 5:45 Eastern. It is 5:40 Central right now. And we'll see what's going on here. Well, it's been a busy day for us. We've been talking about Greenland, and then this happened. We had to break our broadcast from Greenland. We were talking about Greenland, and this broke, and this was an urgency. We had a lot to talk about Greenland and Iran, Venezuela, a lot going on. Now, so this crowd's pretty big, but, you know, Minneapolis, again, how many mass shootings have we covered in Minneapolis? How many crazy cases have we covered in Minneapolis? And all the places where an ICE agent would shoot a protester or agitator, whatever you want to call it, protester, agitator, domestic terrorist, that's what they're calling her. Minneapolis would probably be the worst place for this to happen. Because if they don't do nothing tonight, who's to say that they don't mobilize? And what's tonight? Wednesday? It's Wednesday night, it's 7. You get a couple more days, you got the weekend. Let's look at the weather in Minneapolis now. To possibly stop, 2 things that could possibly stop looting and burning and stuff similar to George Floyd. 1, the victim here, white woman. As I said, if the victim here was an African-American male or female, I think there would be really uprising right now already. 2, the weather. This is different. It's not the summer of love. This is the winter of love, or the winter. It's cold out there. It's 33 degrees. You want to riot, loot, and protest in 33-degree weather? Most people probably got hand warmers there, and they're cold. It's cold. Well, if you're there, you're probably used to it. It's probably balmy. 33 in their eyes are probably balmy. It's not going too cold out there tonight. It's going to the mid-20s. Friday, but here's the thing. Reason why there might not be some looting and craziness law like that on a mass scale is forecast for Saturday is snow with a high of 23 degrees snow. And then low in the teens. And even Sunday, it's going to even be colder. It's in the low 20s for a high. Friday, high 30s. So tomorrow, you get a little bit balmy like it was today, upper 30s. But the weather gets worse and worse as the next couple of days. And usually when you get these things, when these crazy events happen, you usually got the first 72 hours. Or if it happens on a Monday or Tuesday, you got to wait to see what happens on the weekend. Because the organizations out there and all the groups, they're going to be creating flyers for the next day probably, and then they're going to be posting online flyers all over the place in all their chats. And they're going to say, come out Friday or come out protesting on Saturday or Sunday. There's going to be something, right? There's going to be something. And it usually happens with any event in any city like this. Weekday, then going into the weekend. So the first weekend is critical. If you can withstand the first weekend, if they can go through the first weekend here without any like rioting, looting, I don't think it happens. You understand my point of view here? Similar stuff with LA, all those riots in LA, they happened on that weekend, and then it kind of just after that, it just kind of died out. Didn't have no legs. Now with George Floyd in the summer, people protesting in the summer, people taking the streets, rioting, looting, burning, whatever you want to call it. Some people out there when it's 70 degrees at night, it's balmy, people do that stuff with t-shirts and they would just mass it inflamed. But around this country, it's winter time. It's winter. Who likes the cold? I do. I don't like it too cold. I'll always say this about January 6th. You know, with the craziness in January 6th, whether you support it or not on January 6th. But one thing that went in favor of that Capitol building not being burnt down was the weather. It's cold out there. If it was like a weekend and there was like summertime, oh goodness, who knows what would happen then. Who knows what would happen here if it was summertime? If it was July right now, July. If it was like middle of July right now. Who knows what would happen right now? With it warm, balmy, school's out, college is out. This would happen on a Friday, and then you have that weekend, that anger, that first anger, reactionary anger. This was enough to trigger all these people to come out. This isn't small. This is not small. Look. This is not small right here. This is pretty big for a situation. This is over 1,000 people for sure. For sure. Minneapolis. Now, there's a lot of things going on in Minneapolis, as you heard or know or don't know. If you guys are on the internet, y'all know. Y'all are informed. We got probably one of the smartest chats on the internet in the chat. We know what's going on with Minnesota and Minneapolis and the eyes of just with everything going on and the talk and the discussion, the frauds and governor and, you know, the Somali issue and a lot of things going on. This just adds another element to it. A lot of people. All right, let me scour around, see if we can get more. It's kind of good to talk instead of listening to NBC News. But we got to hear the media's perspective of this, right? What they say. I think NBC News was fair with the reporting here. They put some people that were former law enforcement that were saying that this is justified, and then they brought on people that were just trashing Border Patrol and ICE. You know, you want to get all views. You want to get all views. You want to hear everyone's opinions and let you decide. I'm sure if it was like MSNBC, they'd probably just some medias. I think Fox is, will definitely take more of the position most of the time of, supporting Border Patrol and ICE agents no matter what. MSNBC would probably just support the protester or the person that got killed no matter what. No matter what. You want to hear all sides, right? You want to hear all sides. Do we ever have all sides anymore of a situation, people's perspective? Mixed with opinions. It's all opinions too. People have opinions. Y'all are great though. I appreciate everyone in the chat here. Been here for almost 7 hours. Holy smokes. And the sun is already down. What a day. We didn't even get to talk about Nick Reiner. I was going to cover Nick Reiner, the case of Rob Reiner's son. I haven't even looked at there. We were going to cover the court proceeding. I don't even know what happened there because we've been following this. Let me see what we're going to see if they march. That's where we're going. We're going to see where they march. So let me see what the media is putting out with the clips and reports. All these media outlets now have threads. Kristi Noem says, victim shot by ICE agent attempted to run over law enforcement officer. So that's what she said at the press conference. The ICE agent who fatally shot a woman, we don't know the name of the ICE agent. The ICE agent who fatally shot a woman on Wednesday morning in Minneapolis feared for his life and the other officers around him, Kristi Noem said. The incident unfolded at 10:25 Central Time, so 11:25 a.m. Eastern, as U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers were conducting operations in the city. One of their vehicles became stuck and ensnared in the snow, she said. As officers were attempting to push the vehicle out of the snow, Noem said a mob of agitators that were harassing them all day blocked them in and attempted to impede their efforts. One of those vehicles, Kristi Noem said, was being driven by the victim, who the secretary accused of stalking and impeding officers' work throughout the day. ICE agents ordered a woman to get out of the car, but she refused, Noem said, and then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle in an attempt to run over the officer. Now, that's going to be up for debate. I think that's going to be the debate, right? Because we've seen the videos. Was she weaponizing her vehicle specifically to go at ICE agents or DHS, or was she using her vehicle to get away? And that's going to be up to debate, where some people feel like she was only just trying to get away. And she didn't necessarily say, hey, I'm going to go slam into office. Right? So that's going to be the whole thing, right? Whether she was just trying to get away, and if she, people's eyes, she might say, well, she was just trying to get. Well, these people don't like ICE as it is, so they're just nothing. ICE could be in the total right here, like literally. Here's the situation with this crowd here. It's fair to say, even if the woman pulled out a gun and pointed at ICE agents, and ICE agents shot and killed her, this crowd would somehow defend her. Most likely. A lot will just somehow say, well, I shouldn't have been there. She wouldn't have to draw a gun. You understand what I mean? Now, in here, people are going to say, did she try to escape? Because the vehicle looked like it was trying to turn towards the right. And the vehicle looked like it clipped the officer standing in the front. Other people might say, hey, the officer shouldn't have stood in front of a vehicle. Do you stand in front of suspects' vehicles like that? Because a lot of law enforcement has policies, rules, laws, procedures where in situations like that, dealing with the suspect, to prevent from getting run over, you're supposed to go to the side and deal with the issue, deal with the person. So that's going to be up to debate. Weaponizing her vehicle. But, if you charge to a law enforcement, if you get your vehicle and you're running at law enforcement, you're, about to run law enforcement over, and they fear, they have reasonable, they fear for their safety, imminent harm and danger, don't they have the right to defend themselves? Now, this woman, if she was there agitating all day, she didn't like ICE. ICE is not her friend. Border Patrol's not her friend. The federal government's not her friend. She's there blowing whistles and everything like that. She's already took the position. It's not like she was just a random woman that was there and this situation happened. This was somebody that probably, if they get her communications and get her phone, subpoena her phone records and subpoena her social media presence, there's probably a long paper trail of her with anti-ICE, anti-government stuff. Maybe even communicating with the people to get to that location. Hey, we're following me. Maybe there's ICE watching her. There's ICE apps. I don't know what type of ICE apps they have up there in Minnesota, but a lot of these communities have these apps or sites they go to, and they're supposed to follow ICE around. They're supposed to jot and mark down ICE, take pictures of their license plates, and then post it on their app or their group that they're in to let the community know. And what they do is they go there. Some of them go hardcore. Some of them just go there and blow whistles. Some of them really get in the face of ICE agents and yell all types of crazy threats and obscenities to them. Stand there, or when ICE is arresting somebody, they, where's your warrant? And know your rights. Oh, Alan Jackson. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Thanks for the info. Alan Jackson withdrew as Nick Reiner's attorney. I wonder why. Money, probably money. Appreciate that. Good for the tip. Good. More Hills, thank you. So we're just going to sit here and see where this goes. So Christine Noem goes on to say the federal agent, this appears as an attempt to kill or cause bodily harm to agents as an act of domestic terrorism. That's what Christine Noem said, adding that ICE agent responded by firing defensive shots. And sometimes when there's a law enforcement shooting or whatever, like that questionable shooting, police will say, hey, the agent has been placed on, or the police officer has been placed on administrative leave while an internal investigation is going on. Doesn't seem like that's the case here. It seems like the federal agent or DHS and the head people, including the president of the United States, already take the position that this was a justified shooting. That's it. No investigation whatsoever. This was a justified shooting. That's it. Will they show body cam? It's a great question. Will they show body cam? That federal agent used his training to save his own life and that of his colleagues, Noam said, before he was treated and released from a local hospital. State and local officials has disputed claims that the shooting was done in self-defense. Noam also said it's simply not true that Walz has no heads up about ICE actions. Department of Homeland Security Kristi Noem disputed Minnesota Governor Tim Walz's claim that he does not know when there will be ICE operations in the state. That is simply not true, she said at his news conference, responding to a question about Walz saying he has not given prior notice of actions. Noam said she would provide the governor with that information, adding that we would love to coordinate with them. The secretary said Walz and his administration does not give DHS access to any information on criminals. She also claimed that Walz has individuals and criminals in his jurisdiction that he won't turn over. Thousands of residents hold vigil near shooting scene. Minnesota residents and activists are holding a vigil around a makeshift shrine of flowers and candles on a patch of snow near where 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good was fatally shot by an ICE officer hours earlier. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE, they chanted. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE, they chanted. Some carried signs with messages such as, "Killer ICE off our streets." Speaker said the action of the federal officers are unacceptable and a direct result of what they called militarized state with no accountability. They called for charges against the ICE officer who fatally shot the woman in her vehicle, noting that she had been there to observe the action of federal officers. We're not afraid of Donald Trump. And we're not afraid to say F ICE, one speaker says. Noam also says an ICE agent involved in the shooting today was dragged by a car in June. One of the ICE officers involved in the deadly shooting in Minneapolis today was attacked by a person in their car in June. The very same officer who was attacked today had previously been dragged by an anti-ICE rioter who rammed him with a car and drug him back in June. Noam says 1,500 people have been arrested in recent weeks. Our law enforcement has arrested murderers, known and suspected terrorists, child pedophiles, and other brutal criminals that were protected here in this city. We should all work together to protect our citizens. We should all protect the men and women and the families that live here in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, who live in Minnesota and live throughout this country. False. Air Force USA 2 says Officer Tatum showed an angle where you can clearly see the officer. Can you show the video, please? Yeah, I got it here. I got that second angle that has been put up there. Let me see if I video file can get it back up and upload. All right, so that's the one angle that we see, right? So let's just review it back. But there's another angle, but you can see the officer. Look at the car and look at the officer in the front of the vehicle to the left. Now, I'm going to move down this banner because the next one we're going to show, and I'm going to move myself to the left. All right, so you can see he's right there. Now, did he get hit? Look at his leg. His leg looks like it's twisted. Looks like his leg got hit. Looks like he got hit and clipped because he moved to the left there.
Oh my fucking God!
All right, so let's go back. Here's the other angle. I think you're talking about, Air Force. Now, this is hard to see, but it's on the right corner. Look in the lower right corner. And you can see an officer there, right there. So let's move it back. Do you see the officer in front of the vehicle? It seems like she clipped him. What do you think? What do you think? Reading the thoughts, yes? Justified, yep. So I think, Air Force, that's the angle you were talking about, right? The second one, right? Where you could clearly see an officer in the front there. I mean, even though it's like not directly in front of the vehicle, it's still there. It's still, he's like in front of the vehicle, like right there at that corner. Right there at that corner. And it appears, let me try to, it appears he was right there and he got clipped and moved to the left. And it looked like he was limping after. And you don't know, like if he didn't shoot that, she could have kept going right into him. Like you don't know if she's really swerving and like all he is he's there and she's flooring it and he's in front of the vehicle. Now, somebody said in the chat, this is a lying channel. We're sharing we're showing different angles. I mean, the angles speak for itself. Laws justify after she's ordered out of car and lunged. Rocks and Cows, hey, Minnesota. And always good to see you, Rocks and Cows. What do you think? We'll put the banner back up here. We'll call it mass chaos because we don't know where this is going to go. If law enforcement gives you a lawful order, you run off on law enforcement, you're asking for trouble. If law enforcement gives you a lawful order, or you draw a gun, or use some sort of equipment as a weapon, you're going to get most likely shot. Stop what you're doing. Park your vehicle. Let them come out. She probably would have been detained, probably hit with some citation, and she would have went about her life. That's it. She might have got some sort of obstruction charge or something like that. She would have been bailed out. Probably the charge, she probably would have got arrested. Probably would have been dropped. She would have lived another day. You can't. What did we do? We showed a kid yesterday at Walmart. It was an old video, but it was a couple of weeks ago. The kid pulls out a gun and tries to shoot cops after he's caught shoplifting. Those cops could have shot him dead and would have been 100% justified. As soon as that kid pulled out a gun and went like this to law enforcement, that kid's lucky to be alive. Instead of them trying to stop the gun and grab the gun and take him down, they could have shot him. And probably the person next to him probably would have got shot too, and it would have been justified. Would have been justified. You can't do that to law enforcement. You can't. You can't. They give you a command, you just comply. Comply. You deal with the legal consequences, get a lawyer and deal with the legal consequences, and you'll go through. Probably get a plea down. And now we're here. And, Christy Noem, in fairness, whether she says that a loss of life is a tragedy. It is. Regardless of how you feel about this person, whether you think, yeah, she got what coming or whatever, some people might think that, but it's horrible. It's horrible. It's horrible. It's horrible. So we're continuing to monitor what's going on here. I don't know how much longer they're going to be out there. I'm sure that people are starting to get cold and hungry. gonna look at the AP. I'm gonna go to the AP. I'm gonna go to the ground perspective here. Just see what's going on the ground. We're gonna stay with this, and I just want to know where they go. They even go anywhere, where they dissipate. So a lot of times, like these media outlets will turn down the volume or put it low because probably not made for TV language. ICE is dangerous, it says. ICE is dangerous. Say ICE is dangerous. ICE murders. ICE murders, justice now. All right, so NBC News is repeating what Kristi Noem says. Renee Good. So our objective at this point is to see here, we're gonna put on the local media and see what they have to say about it. And we're gonna monitor where this protest goes, or whatever you want to call it, in remembrance. We're gonna put this up. I'm going to take it back just a few minutes.
A lot, because early on, there were ICE watchers out here very early this morning before the shooting. They were here and they were honking horns and blowing whistles, letting everybody know that ICE has reacted. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem has reacted, both saying that the officer acted defensively, and they call it an act of domestic terrorism, that the officer feared for his life. And that's what will have to be sorted out in the investigation, is whether or not that was a justified shooting. Vehicles can be used as a weapon. So in this case, is that the case? Our governor also holding a news conference kind of outlining the state's response at this point, because he's concerned there might be some, protesting that gets out of hand. In the event that happens, they have state and local officers ready to react. And then at the local level, the mayor has called the president and Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem's narrative untrue. So you have a lot of people today who have already drawn a lot of conclusions, and that's all airing out publicly in real time.
What's happening right now is what we referenced earlier, and that is the gathering of hundreds of people in that area of 34th and Portland and Minneapolis. So you can see it there from the aerial view that has been growing steadily since about an hour or an hour and a half ago. Our So Young Kim is on site right now as we speak with more on that gathering there tonight, a vigil of sorts for the woman shot and killed today.
Yeah, Randy, Kelsey, behind me is Portland Avenue, and I'm standing almost right in between 33rd and 34th Street, and the crowd has now grown to more than half of the block. At one point, they were chanting Renee Good's name, and we got that confirmation from the Minneapolis City Council saying she was a resident here in Minneapolis. We know she was 37 years old, and there's a lot of community members out here mourning. They were, again, chanting her name. There's signs with butterflies that say remember. And what we know so far that's confirmed from Minneapolis police is the woman who was shot and killed here this morning was 37 years old. She had a gunshot wound to the head. There were at least multiple shots fired. And when she was taken to the Hennepin County Medical Center. She was pronounced dead. And right now, BCA, the FBI is investigating. The community out here mourning. They're also calling for accountability and justice. There's also, you can't see from this vantage point, but there's a growing memorial. People have been dropping off flowers. And again, a lot of people are, it's passionate. They're emotional out here. And you can kind of hear the chants behind me. The crowd really, people are still coming in. They were starting to march at one point, but there's a lot of speakers kind of in the middle of the crowd there, and it's part vigil, part rally, calling for accountability and justice, but also just remembering a life lost of another community member here in Minneapolis. We'll be out here tonight, keep you posted, but for now, I'll send it back to you.
All right, So Young, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Yeah, there's a lot to be said, as you pointed out earlier, about these videos that are circulating around on social media and what people see. They see it from their own perspective. Obviously, in the end, what matters is what law enforcement and the judicial system sees from those videos.
Yeah, so we want to talk with Karen Scullin, who's also been on scene for most of the day and was there as those ICE officials were trying to leave the scene too. So Karen, you've taken a look at the videos. You've seen them from many, many different angles. Talk us through just what your day has been like, number one, and then what those videos are showing. Right, it's been a day for us for sure. I mean, just a lot of confrontation throughout the day between protesters, between ICE agents, especially as ICE agents were trying to leave the scene after the shooting. There were a lot of confrontations then. A lot of protesters would not let the ICE agents leave, whether it was down an alley or down the road. They were physically blocking the roads, arm in arm, that kind of thing, pounding on the cars and throwing things at the agents. In return, the agents did end up deploying mace or chemical spray into the crowd or into the people that were actually blocking the situation. It was very volatile at times, and that was happening pretty much throughout the day. But as you mentioned, it's going to be these videos that are everywhere. They're crucial into determining whether or not this shooting was justified. There are a lot because early on, there were ICE watchers out here very early this morning before the shooting. They were here and they were honking horns and blowing whistles, letting everybody know that ICE was in fact in the area. So you're talking about not only the watchers that have video, but also neighbors and residents who came to the windows, hearing the horns and the whistles and started shooting video, capturing some of those very important moments when that gun went off. There are two different angles for the most part. There's behind the maroon SUV that the woman was driving, but there's also an angle from in front of that SUV, and they both kind of tell two different stories. No! ICE watchers and neighbors were recording as a confrontation between agents and a protester was quickly unfolding. Now let's take a closer look. Watch as agents approach the driver. The 37-year-old woman begins backing up as one agent has his hand on the door handle of the vehicle and the other arm appears to be reaching inside through the car window. At the same time, there is an agent on the front left corner of that SUV. That is the agent who fires his gun. First, it appears to be through the windshield, the following two shots through the open window. But there is another angle from the front of the SUV. It is the angle President Donald Trump refers to on social media when he defends the ICE agent's actions. In it, you see the agent on the front left corner of the SUV. And in the chaos, it does appear to show that agent being hit by that SUV. The agent then fires 3 times, reportedly hitting the woman in the face. The driver then crashes into 2 parked cars. ICE is claiming self-defense, that the woman was using her car as a weapon. A lot of protesters showed up shouting and screaming that the shooting was unjustified, blocking agents from leaving the scene. They were pounding on windows, throwing things at the agents. The situation played out several times. Eventually, chemical spray was deployed, which did help clear the way for ICE to exit. And it does seem that that is going to be the situation every time there's a confrontation and people won't move out of the way, that ICE agents or whoever's on scene there might deploy their chemical spray. We did get some of that spray. I can tell you it hurts a lot. for a long time, especially if they have contact lenses. So just be aware of that if you're going to come out and protest at any of these sites and these situations. Right now, I can tell you people have been coming and going. We're just kind of a block away from 34th and Portland. There's a ton of people going, a ton of people coming as these.
Mayor Fry speaking right now on NBC, so I'm going to get this up here, and we'll reverse it back. Speaking now for about 2 minutes, giving an exclusive interview. So I'm going to get this up here. Stand by. Listen, Fry. I'm going to get Fry up here. All right, so Fry's coming up. We got Fry. Jacob Fry.
Quote, viciously ran over an ICE officer who seems to have, his words, shot her in self-defense. Tom.
Maggie Vespa leading us off tonight. Mayor Jacob Fry joins us tonight from Minneapolis. Mayor Fry, we thank you for joining the show, and I am sorry it is under, once again, these horrific circumstances. You've been very vocal against the ICE operations in your city. I want to play a little bit of what you said about the incident today. Let's play it.
They are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is.
So, Mayor, after seeing multiple angles now of that video, do you stand by what you said earlier?
Of course, I stand by what I said. I won't preempt the investigation that is presently underway, as the state has said that the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension will be helping to investigate this case. But look, I got two eyes. All of you do too. And you can see for yourself what happened was reckless. And by the way, entirely predictable, because we have been saying, Chief and I, vocally for, over a month, that somebody was going to get hurt or killed, whether that was a civilian, a police officer, a federal agent. When you deploy, in this case, thousands of agents to Minneapolis, to our state, with no clear plan, that don't understand constitutional law, that clearly can't even drive in the snow that well, yeah, you're going to get problems. And then when they treat people the way they've been treating them, and by the way, this is not like the first instance of horrific treatment. They were dragging a pregnant woman through the snow. We've seen them indiscriminately pulling Latino and Somali people off the street. That is not the way we behave in America. In Minneapolis, we're going to stand up for our community. And tragically, this instance of reckless federal behavior, again, has resulted in somebody getting killed.
Mayor, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem just spoke. I want to play some of that sound and get your reaction on the other side. Here's what she had to say.
The ICE officer, fearing for his life and the other officers around him and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training to save his own life and that of his colleagues. He was treated at a local hospital, has been released, and is now with family.
Mayor, what do you say to that?
That does not sound to me like a person that believes what they are saying. I think she also mentioned that there was some form of, this was domestic terrorism that the victim was involved in. That would be the first instance of domestic terrorism that involved like a 4-point turn, that the victim was clearly trying to leave the situation and get out of there. And by the way, leaving a situation and getting out of there is neither domestic terrorism, nor is it trying to ram a federal agent. It's trying to leave. None of that, by the way, can justify use of deadly force under the law. You don't need a law degree to know that.
The governor mentioned earlier that he thought federal agents should have done more to help this woman. In the first video, the original video that has been put out there, you don't see agents, and obviously they had just been shot at. It was a traumatic scene, but you don't see any first aid immediately being administered. Did that trouble you? Did you notice that from the videos?
So I don't know that I've seen that exact video. I certainly have heard about it. And yeah, one of the responsibilities, a duty of a law enforcement entity is to make sure that people aren't killed. And so even if that individual was the one who shot, first aid should be administered in the immediacy. Our police officers got there, and 2 of them were in the ambulance driving down to help as soon as they can and going to the hospital. And, that's what they need to be doing. But no, from what I have seen in these videos, this is not an example of what any officer of the law should be doing.
People are going to be watching this video and they're going to say to themselves, there's two sides, right? The side we're hearing from you and the side we're hearing from Kristi Noem. And they're going to say, listen, that officer was in front of the car. It looked like the woman was accelerating. She shouldn't have done that. Law enforcement training says that's a lethal weapon. You can use force. My question to you, though, what people don't understand, the context, and I'm not saying this is an excuse or a reason for any of this violence, but the temperature right now in Minneapolis, it's winter, but it is incredibly hot. How would you describe that to other Americans? Because your own governor was asked, is the state of Minnesota at war with the federal government? And that sort of stunned me that question could even be asked in 2026. But is that what the feeling is like over there?
Well, I'll tell you what the feeling is. And the feeling is that in Minneapolis, in Minnesota, we are going to rise above. We are going to be our best versions of self. We're going to be wrapping our arms around this family because obviously they are suffering. We're going to be standing up rock solid for our immigrant neighbors because they are getting targeted and attacked. And we're not going to take the bait. We know that the Trump administration is looking for any excuse to come in and deploy a whole bunch of military and occupying force on Minnesota and Minneapolis that we know would be even more devastating for these very communities. And so we're going to be doing this right. We're going to meet a lot of hatred and divisiveness with love and unity. We're going to see all that the Trump administration is doing here, but then we're going to show our own brand of who we are as Americans, of who we are here in Minneapolis. We want to be an example for others to follow because, again, we need the entire country standing up to say that this isn't okay. It's this horrific killing that is not okay. It's also the fact that they are indiscriminately pulling Latino and Somali people off the street a whole lot of the time. And that's not how we work under our endurance of our republic depends on this.
Look, Mayor, I don't have your job. I don't know what you're going through day in, day out. I hear you talk about love as well, but I also heard something very real in your voice when you told ICE, get the F out. Do you still stand by that?
Yeah, I mean, yes, of course I stand by that. I mean, I'm sorry to any of those that have these Disney princess ears that are totally offended. But I mean, for those that are saying that's inflammatory, the F-bomb is inflammatory, if I'm going whether the F-bomb is the inflammatory piece here or the killing of a civilian, I think it's the killing of the civilian. That's the real inflammatory piece here. And, I'm frustrated. We said it. I stand by it.
When ICE comes to your city and there's more than 1,000 agents now in your state, do they tell your local police officers? Do they call your office? Do they say, hey, we're going to be here just so you know our agents are here. They're not going to be in marked vehicles. I mean, is there any communication?
No, man. No. We've said very clearly that we will not coordinate with any federal agency around immigration enforcement work. And so, no, they don't tell us when, where, how.
But when you say we won't coordinate,
they're going to come into our city, but clearly they're here.
Mayor? When you say we won't coordinate, if they were to call you, you wouldn't even take the call?
Well, if they're going to call me and say we're coming in, obviously I'll take the information up, but we won't coordinate with them.
Where does your city go from here?
We go where we always go, up and forward. Look, Minneapolis, our whole country has been through a lot over these last 5 years. We've had a series of turning points, and I think this is a particularly potent one, where, again, we can meet a lot of the hatred that we are seeing from this federal administration and the way they're conducting themselves with some truth, with some honesty, with some justice, and then a lot of compassion and love. That's where our city is standing.
Finally, what's your message tonight to President Trump and his supporters who said he campaigned on this, he said he was going to do this, and he won an election?
Well, look, winning an election does not mean that you get to violate the Constitution. Any Democrat, any Republican, certainly Any professor of constitutional law should understand that a lot of the things that are going down right now are not okay. I mean, there's such a muzzle velocity of actions that are taking place that there's litigation that's trying to keep up with it. My message to President Trump is the same message that we delivered earlier today, which is get ICE out of this city. Look, we have done a lot of the work over the last several years to drive down crime. We've worked with our police officers. We've worked with the U.S. Attorney's Office. And right now, crime is dropping in virtually every category, in virtually every neighborhood. That is important work. But what is clear is that the actions that ICE is taking is not about keeping people safe. It's about terrorizing communities. It's about ripping families apart. It's about eating away at the very fabric that makes Minneapolis, and America, America. We got to stand up for the endurance of this republic right now. And for anybody that's watching, you're part of this too. You can be part of this movement to have this kind of thing stop from happening.
Mayor, just before we go, we're getting some new information now. We know that the woman who was shot and killed, 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good. Have you been able to talk to her family by any chance? And can you make a promise here that this shooting will be fully investigated?
Yes, this shooting needs to be fully investigated. I know that I've heard from the state that the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension will be involved, and I think that's the right thing. I'm so sorry to this family. No, I have not talked with them yet. I need to. I know that my staff is working on getting the contact and everything. And I mean, look, nothing that I can say here over the airways is going to be even remotely helpful. But we're with them. We're with them. We stand with them. We stand with this city. Let us all stand together.
Mayor Jacob Fry, we thank you for your time. We know this is a very difficult day, so we appreciate you coming on.
Thank you for having me.
We also want to note that we reached out to the White House and the Department of Homeland Security to also join us, but they denied the request. So for more on the shooting and the video that's the source of much scrutiny tonight, I want to bring in retired NYPD Captain John Monahan.
All right, stand by. We're going to put up back the live feed, and then we're going to talk about it more. Thoughts, folks. Thoughts on Mayor Fry and what he has to say about the situation. Keep reading your chat. Everyone can see your thoughts. We'll go back to the live feed here. Boom. All right, so it's still going on. Still got people out there. So this is live. We will continue to monitor this, and I'm going to see where they go. I don't know if this will go crazy, but I don't know who's in the group here. I don't know where they go with this. We're going to stay with this for sure. Jacob Fry, we listened to the press conference of him, vocal about the situation. Spotlight is on Minneapolis right now, and look what happened. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. All right, let's see what else information. Wife of woman shot dead by ice creams. That's my wife. I have a 6-year-old seconds after her death. Apparently the victim here is has a female girlfriend, the victim. Lesbian relationship. That's what people are saying online. Crowd out here is pretty big. They're saying hundreds. Some people are saying thousands. It is now 32 degrees in Minneapolis, going down to a low of 25. Let's see if we get more information. No one didn't name the officer, ICE officer who shot the woman. So we know the victim is named Renee Good, but we don't know the officer's name. But Noam said, Noam didn't name the officer who shot the woman, but said he was experienced. And this same officer was dragged back in June when he was rammed by an anti-ICE motorist. Noam also said the immigration enforcement operation in Minneapolis will continue. We are still out on the street doing our work to get dangerous criminals off the streets. Homeland Security Secretary said. Noam also said she spoke with Walls earlier Wednesday and that they didn't see eye to eye on the shooting. Noam said the death is a tragedy, but that the ICE shooting was justified. Black Lives Matter affiliate, we will not normalize this violence. An organization called Black Visions, a Black Lives Matter affiliate group in Minneapolis, said the killing was the outcome of escalating state violence fueled by rage, fear, and the criminalization of immigrant life. Our communities have been sounding the alarm, and today that the violence turned deadly, reads a statement posted to a Facebook account for the group. The same group was involved in organizing the protest after the murder of George Floyd in 2020. We will not normalize this violence. It continues. Our greatest resistance has always been our love and care for one another. They cannot defeat us. That's who might be out here, part of this group here. It's called Black Visions. Pastors are out here. It appears pastors are out here. Pastors attend community gathering after ICE shooting to show solidarity and advocate for non-violence. Hey, Murky Piglet, nice to see you. We'll put you up on the screen, Murky. It was great to see you. Yes, my heart does hurt for her child. To be involved with this stuff and put herself in jeopardy, knowing she has a child at home that wants and needs her. It's an interesting perspective, Murky. Murky says this victim here has a child at home, but put herself out here to do this. Risk sacrificing her life for the cause. She had a child. Now the child doesn't have a mother. This could have been prevented. It really could have been prevented. Why did the vehicle and the woman get in the mix there and, get her vehicle and get it in a vicinity and where agents say, DHS saying that, these agitators are going to confront them and blocking them. Why would she do that if she had a child? Cher Reed, 64. Thank you for being here. Yeah, it's a great perspective, Murky. She had a child, 37 years old. I mean, she's not young, she's not old. But you get what I mean. She's like in the middle of her life, 37, but activists are out there, and activists, I've seen activists in their 70s out there doing this. I've seen activists in their teens doing this. People. Why they choose to do this? I mean, I don't know. We've seen so many police shootings and almost 99.9% of them were justified. There is some bad apples. There is some police officers that go too far. Police brutality, they go too far. Do you think this officer was just like, hey, I'm going to go shoot this woman today? Like said, I'm going to go just shoot just a random person. They weren't even going after this woman. This woman was not the target of their operation. This woman was just there bugging them. I'm sure they were annoyed with her though. And I'm sure they're annoyed with just the growing, these agitators coming to them and harassing them and heckling them. I'm sure it gets under their skin and they're trying their best to remain, maintain composure and everything like that. But I'm also believe that they got directives from above and said, if you feel like your life is in danger, by all means, do what you have to do to protect yourself and others. I'm sure they got that directive. If you got to do what you got to do, you're out there and, these people are out to get you. They're out for blood. They're out there to, harass you and terrorize you and try to dox your family. Do what you got to do to defend yourself, And what message does this send if you, with the officer here that if the DHS throws this officer under the bus, what message does that send to all the other agents out there that are doing immigration enforcement? Everyone's seen it. Now, I would like to see the video. All these videos that always come out, I'd love to see you know, if we had the lens, I'd love to see like 15 minutes beforehand, you know, the whole what transpired, like what brought agents there to that location. How did they get stuck? Or if they did get stuck, that's what they're claiming. They got stuck and they were trying to get them out. And what drew this woman to this location? What was she doing beforehand? What was she doing? So pastors are, I guess, a pastor at the nearby Holy Trinity Lutheran Church. Clergy members, her and another group of clergy members wearing their stoles and collars. It's a pastor, Reverend Ingrid Rasmussen, a pastor of a nearby Holy Trinity Lutheran Church, said she and other clergies were there wearing their stoles and collars, are there to be in community with the neighborhood that's hurting and a city that feels under siege. Coming from the Lutheran Church. Rasmussen, who had opened her church to the community during the protest and rioting after the killing of George Floyd, said she hoped violence wouldn't happen again, but blamed federal law enforcement activities like Wednesday's shooting for inciting it. We are all gathered around our own grief. Live above the sky here, 34th. Oh, what's that? 34th and Portland. 34th. And then has to say with the reports. There's some media play-by-play information. Shooting is the lid. This is coming from USA Today. Oh, Chopper. Maybe he ran out of gas. I got the AP feed, so if this goes away, we will go to AP. If AP's still up. Is AP still up? Yeah, it appears AP's still up. More than Chopper's good. I like looking at that Chopper. All right, we're going to go to AP. Seems like that's like the last one up. This one probably ran out of gas or just said, hey, I'm going. You know, you don't know what's going to happen once this is done. But I have a feeling everyone's going to go home on this one. I don't know. Here we are. So they're saying her name, Renee Good. That's what they're saying. Renee Good, Renee Good. Renee Good. Say her name, Renee Good. That's what they're saying. And let's see what else we got. Question is, do they march when they're done? That is the question. Do they march? It got a little bit louder. Here's another one that's a little bit louder. Let me go. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know where everyone's going to go after this. Chopper went away, so that's gone. A lot of screaming. All right, chopper feed's gone. So now we just have this perspective here. on the ground. Renee, good.
Telling ICE to get out of Minneapolis. But again, as for the investigation, we know that there are still a lot of questions here. BCA, the state investigators, along with the FBI, are in a joint investigation for this shooting. And we know that city leaders have been calling on this investigation to include local agencies to not only ensure that transparency remains intact, but to ensure that justice plays out as well. Well, I'm in Minneapolis. Nathan O'Neill, Fox 9.
All right. Thank you, Nathan. And again, yes, there are a lot of strong reactions today to what has happened. And the governor has said that he wants to be prepared in case things do become in any way violent or unruly tonight. So he's prepared a response just in the event that the gatherings do get out of hand. But
so far, not the case.
So far,
we have hundreds of people gathered at that area. And from our perspective, and certainly we've been watching this thing since well before 5 o'clock, from our perspective, it's been completely peaceful. Some words thrown around to the media and things like that, but outside the bounds of that, very peaceful. You got a combination of people who are there in memorial. As a vigil, you have people there who are also activists and demonstrators, but really staying within the bounds of peace, which is what the governor has called for in this case.
We're going to take another quick, but that's an aerial shot actually of the vigil from earlier tonight. So you can see there are hundreds of people who have gathered, and then you can see what they've laid down at that site. We are going to take a short break, but our continuing coverage on Fox 9 and Fox Local continues right after this.
Okay. Fox 9 Minneapolis, who has been tracking this story all day, as have we here at Live Now. We're going to continue to dip into their coverage as the night progresses. As they take a commercial break, we are as well.
All right, so it appears this thing could be wrapping up here in the streets, and now people are on the move here. So we're trying to understand where this is going to go and if they're going to take the streets and do something crazy or not. Rocks and Cows says cared about her alleged kid would be home in Missouri, taking care of her and not here helping Democrats kill Minnesota. She hit a agent. Ultimate FAFO result. Trump won. Deal with it. Change law or STFU if you don't pay insane Minnesota taxes. Thank you for the conversation and for the comment, Rocks and Cows. ICE isn't going to stop doing their jobs. FAFO. A lot of y'all are saying FAFO. You all know what that means. FAFO. There were never any protests when an Australian woman was murdered by a Minnesota police officer in 2017, Carl and Webster says. Thanks for the comment. Sit there. We'll put this up. See if we can get any other information. I want to see if they posted up where these individuals go to. The AP went off. That means the protest is over. I don't know why they don't want to follow around the protesters or the people there to see where they go and if this all ends up peaceful or not. This is the victim here, Renee Good, 37 years old, originally from Colorado. It looks like she's been from multiple states. I'm also seeing Missouri and Colorado that she's from here. I don't see any other feeds up. I think they're all gone in reference to the situation. So we might be at ease here. Let me see. Fox Minneapolis is probably the last one left. They said we'll be right back. I don't know where they're going. I think that's with us. We're probably going to sign off. It's been a long day. On for 7 hours, 46 minutes. Let us know what you think in the chat. I'm looking to see. I just want to kind of stay with this because this is kind of like the last thing. There's a small group of protesters downtown, and then you got a large group of people here by 34th. Small. Excuse me. Let's see. I'm gonna stay here, and we'll put the Fox one back up because I think they're gonna still check out the crowds and whatnot. Stay by.
Yeah, Austin, it has been a wild day here. After the incident that happened this morning, there have been protesters throughout the afternoon. There's now demonstrators, like I mentioned, but also a massive vigil. Our other Fox crew is over there. They told me it's nearly 1,000 people that are over there chanting the name of the woman. We now know the name of the woman who was killed in this shooting, 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good. And we know the DHS did confirm that an agent was responsible for shooting and killing her. If you've seen this video online that's been circulating, you'll see that an officer go up to her car, and as she's driving, another officer in front of the car shoots back at her car, and she is eventually killed. She crashes into the side street there. And ever since then, we've had hundreds of protesters around that area chasing after police, even burning an American flag there, yelling for the Minneapolis city police to arrest ICE. And they really want them to get out of the city is what their big sentiment is. Now, like I said, DHS confirming one of their officers was responsible. They do say the agent was shooting in self-defense as she was trying to run them over. The Minneapolis mayor here saying he doesn't buy that after watching the video himself. But after that incident, again, we saw so many protesters throughout the afternoon, even into the evening, into right now. I think they're just starting to wrap stuff up. But again, let's go back to the mayor because he's been speaking about this very passionately, saying that he wants ICE to get out of town.
What they are doing is not to provide safety in America. What they are doing is causing chaos and distrust. They're ripping families apart. They're sowing chaos on our streets. And in this case, quite literally killing people.
ICE needs to get out. We don't want them here. We value our community. We value our immigrants. They're what makes our community our community. ICE doesn't belong here. We want them out. We want them to stop kidnapping our neighbors and our friends and our families.
President Trump responded to this as well, saying it was, quote, horrible to watch. He said that clearly this woman was an agitator and that the agent did shoot in self-defense. Again, so many people here telling me they don't buy that after seeing the video themselves. Almost 1,000 people, around that number, have been out here demonstrating and putting flowers down for this vigil that's been going out throughout the evening. And more politicians, legislators are speaking out about this as well as these hours have gone on, Austin.
Liviana Comey is reporting in the Twin Cities tonight. Thanks, Liviana. We're going to continue to track Fox 9 Minneapolis as they report on the ground. Looks like So-Young Kim reporting live from that demonstration live. Let's pull up the audio on this. I want to listen to her report.
So, Young, a quick question for you, because it is part of the atmosphere. I know that the ICE agents have dispersed. Do you see any local law enforcement there in the perimeters anywhere around the crowd?
So we were kind of hanging back on the outside perimeter of the crowd on Portland, closer to 33rd, and we haven't seen any local law enforcement present from this perspective. It was so packed, I don't have a good view to what it looks like on the other side of 34th. But from this perspective, we didn't see any law enforcement presence, and it was peaceful, very peaceful here tonight.
All right, So Young, thank you. 34th in Portland in Minneapolis, the site of the shooting this morning.
Yeah, and we can see that. And as she said, this is a crowd that's been there for a couple of hours now. But in advance of all of this, the governor did ready some state resources just in case it was necessary. And so we want to give you just a little bit of the governor's response here too today, following this shooting, saying that our top priority is keeping Minnesotans safe, and that state and local leaders are taking every step to support law enforcement and protect residents, and state resources have been deployed to ensure our neighborhoods remain safe. We have repeatedly warned that this federal mobilization was putting residents at risk. I encourage Minnesotans to remain calm. This mobilization was about putting on a show from the beginning. Again, this is the governor's statement. Let's not give it to them.
All right, so all this is surrounding this video. That's obviously aftermath of the video, the ground level perspective, the vehicle that the woman, Renee Good, was inside when she was fatally shot by an ICE agent, crashing that vehicle into another vehicle, very clearly seen there. Prior to that, there was a level of protesting, but certainly after that, there was a higher, intense level of protesting that occurred in that area as well. It got heated, at the very least. Pepper spray was used. You can see that video here. Demonstrators, others there, obviously very, very emotionally amped up from what happened. And this is what that scene looked like shortly after the shooting.
And so it became, very volatile. You can see just the reaction of the protesters and ICE agents in this interaction as they're trying to leave. They deploy those pepper spray canisters. And that, if you've never experienced it,
All right, I just want to say in San Antonio, Texas, they are protesting at City Hall. So it's now expanding possibly to other cities. So I'll get that up in a minute.
Those protesters banging on the ICE vehicles and then also throwing snowballs at the agents. And maybe that at this point was the most tense that the crowd and agent interaction had become throughout the day.
This was.
Thank you, everyone. Next up, we have Jose.
Hey everyone, I just want to say a
This
couple
is San Antonio.
Our sister that was here a little earlier that was calling for violence against the state. And I just want to say, where do we think change comes from, right? If we think about how we got DACA, right? If we think about the millions of people that took to the streets in 2006, a person standing on the coast with the waves coming at them is not going to do much, right? A wave is going to take over that person. What we have to do is we have to be the wave. We have to be the storm, and we have to be the tsunami to take over this fascist state and demand better for our people. So that does not take a lone person out there trying to compete with the state and every piece of armament that they have. It takes organization. It takes building from a single wave to a storm to a tsunami for us to take over. For us to decide what we do with our money, and for us to decide what this country looks like. So let's keep that energy. Let's think about the sacrifice that our sister Renee made, because if we want to honor that, if we want to think about her, then we have to fight back just like she was fighting back. Thank you.
El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. 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 El pueblo
I turned it down some. So I also saw something possibly about a Chicago protest, though. I'm just going to turn it down and we're going to monitor, because this is a serious situation. We don't know if things are going to be flare-ups around the country. We don't know if they're going to be taking the streets elsewhere. So far I see Minneapolis. This is San Antonio. But what does San Antonio, what does this have to do with, like, well, I guess in their eyes, solidarity with the situation. Also going to sit here. I saw some people say Chicago. They're gonna be doing protesting in Chicago. So I'm just gonna monitor this too and see. I don't see anything popping up in Chicago right now that I see. Now there's different streamers that got like all types of different views of different places and stuff. But I don't know. Let me see if anything's jumping off in New York. Just paying attention to what's going on in reference to this topic. I'm gonna turn it up some.
But Democrats or progressive leaders do want to try and do something. They have, look, your constituents are saying that they want this, right? So, like, I know Cruz and Gordon are still going to vote the wrong way every time. But you have to call them and tell them how they're voting the wrong way as your employees, okay? We pay for them. They literally work for us. They've forgotten they take money from people now, but that's not their job. Democracy can work. It has worked. That's the whole United States thing. But here we are with people who are empowered democratically, completely ignoring the way that democracy works. You cannot get there legally and then say, the law is nothing to me. So we need those who are still important, probably will listen. You see Trump, right? He's freaking out. He's backed into a corner. Epstein, Venezuela, Republicans are starting to flip. We have seen Republicans move to the Democratic Party saying, I'm a new, center Democrat. Whatever, that's good. That's good for anti-capitalism, bottom line. So, I get it, you're cynical. I went to law school. I am cynical. I worked to end the death penalty.
Get to know the people that are still out here tonight. Follow, hands up, hands off, New York. Follow, I got it, New York. Follow all of the organizations that came out today. Because we need to get mobilized and we need to get organized. Thank you for coming out and see you tomorrow.
All right, so this could be Detroit, maybe, or New York City. They said they're coming back out tomorrow. Where is this? This is by Fox Detroit. Does anyone recognize the city? Because it doesn't identify which city this is from. So what it appears is these different events that are starting to pop up. It's Detroit. People are saying it's Detroit. So they took the streets of Detroit on this issue. And they might have ended it. But he said he's going to be back tomorrow. Be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow.
So easy. Just a good morning. You can be sassy. You can, I call Corden and I'm like, you're not as bad as Cruz, right? Like, you want to show people you're not that bad. Like, obviously, he's crazy. I call Cruz and I'm just like, you asshole, you complete piece of shit. What are you doing with the money that I worked so hard to make? So just do it, okay? Please do it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mary. Thank you so so much, and thank you for everyone that came out here today to stand on the streets with us and people all across the country, because people went out to protest in the thousands in Minneapolis. People went out to protest all over the country. So thank you so much for standing out here tonight. We need to come together and keep fighting, and not just fighting by coming out on the streets. We need to build community. We need to work with our local organizations that are doing things to help people going through the worst times in life, to come together for the people that are being persecuted by this administration, and to break bread and to build and to help each other and to have a hope that we can arrive at a better world. Next up, we have our final speaker, Corey.
Remembering how he went home after he responded
turned it down some. Looks like there's something going on in New York City also, just to keep everyone informed. Let's go here. Stand by.
And they are trying to normalize the devil's work. They are trying to normalize the things that we said were going to happen, and they said we were going to. I think they called it Trump derangement syndrome. You are not going to have anything we have to raise now. This is what happens when you put someone like Donald Trump in office. It was very clear. What happened today was horrific, but I know I'm surprised it took this long. Because this is what it was always going to end up being. This was the only thing it was going to end up being. And to a point that Brother Pinto said, I just want to make sure that people are clear. I'm so happy to see you here. And I want to make sure you understand this ain't the action. This is not it. They are coming. Chrissy Nome will be here tomorrow, and I'm sure she's not coming today. Oh, praise God. Whatever she's doing. They are coming to New York, and they're going to find any excuse. And if you heard my inaugural address, I asked everyone to link hands and make sure that we held everyone and no one let go of anyone's hand. And it's an important thing because the person you hold, you may not feel comfortable with it. You may not like. You may think they're living the life that they shouldn't be living. But it's important to understand that the other person holding your hand might think that about you too. And so we all have to make sure we link arms with our neighbors in this city and let the dictator, authoritarian, and chief understand that we are going to love stronger than we hate. And our love is not weakness. Our love is strength. We are going to fight back in love, but we are going to fight nonetheless. Stand up, fight back. And we are going to win. There has always, when people say, this is not who we are, this is not America, fuck it, it is who we are, and it is America. That's right. But so are you. And y'all are the light in this darkness. And I've always said, even the America that they want, there's always been those of us who have said, we are going to make sure this country lives up to what it says it is, not what it is. And we have an opportunity now to stand up, to show up. And I'm not going to lie, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be casualties. But we look back in history and wonder what we would do if we were there. Well, we are here. We are here now. And it's our time to step up and make sure that my children have a country that is better than we are in right now. We can do it. Moving in love is the way, but moving and fighting nonetheless. We have to and we must love greater than they hate. Please believe me, we can be victorious. Your light is brighter than their darkness. It truly, truly is. New York is a beacon of possibility. So let us show them how we do it. Please, people are counting on us. The people who aren't even born yet are waiting for us to bring them a city and a country that is rooted in love, rooted in equity, rooted in all the things that we know this country can do. Are y'all with me with that? they do what they can, what they have, where they are. When Rod and others make the call, we need you to come out and be there. I've said before, there are people's names you read in history, but there are tens of thousands, even more people's names you will never read. That's right. But we would not have had the victories without them. There are those who said, I don't know what I can do, but I can pray. I don't know what I can do, but I can sing. I don't know what I can do, but I can be present. I can make some sandwiches. I can hold hands. I can witness. That is our job right now, to just show up and make sure we deliver a country that is better than where we are right now. We can all do that where we are with what we have, where we are. So repeat after me. I believe. I believe that. I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win.
All right. Well, I don't see anything else. The other feeds went away. That's something that's going on in New York. The volume was a little bit low, but clearly it was a response of what happened in Minneapolis. Looks like the Minneapolis one came to an I think tonight, I don't think there's going to be looting tonight, widespread or any outrage or everything like that. Oh, they got another. Get this local reporter back up. We're still here. We're still staying with this. We want to stay with this story, and I'm going to put this up here. It's,
30 seconds of me filming, the shots were fired and this person died for what I believe was no reason other than a minor inconvenience and imagined fear.
And as you just heard, he was recording for 30 seconds before everything unfolded. Now, there's still people here tonight. There's a crowd behind me, but a lot of people have been here all day long. I've been here since noon myself. It's been a long day for many, many people. From the time when police were here to when police had left, and now the vigil happening tonight. So a lot of people here. It's been a long day for many of them here tonight, especially after what that witness had witnessed this morning. I saw him walking around earlier tonight, and it's just a long day for everyone. Tim?
Yeah, a long day where emotions are getting more raw as the day goes on, too. Leon Purvis coming to us from the neighborhood there tonight. Now, crews have been on the scene all day as the protesters and law enforcement flooded the streets in South Minneapolis. Our Corin Hoggard walks us through the incident itself.
And we know that video will be very important as we try to put together the most complete story of what happened out here. But we also know that agents from the FBI and the BCA were out here interviewing as many witnesses as they could, and we did the same.
It's terrifying. I'm horrified that this happened directly outside of my house as I was making my breakfast.
Emily Heller couldn't believe her eyes after the sound of whistles and car horns alerted her to the presence of ICE on Portland Avenue. She and several other neighbors told me they barely had time to breathe as the incident unfolded.
I saw the car parked in the road and then a bunch of ICE agents walking up, screaming at her to move. And then when she backed up and then started to turn away to move and to get out of their way, then one of the guys jumped in front of the car. Another guy tried to rip the door open, and then someone yelled to stop, and then I heard gunshots.
A statement from ICE said the shooting victim was one of several rioters who blocked officers. They said she tried to kill the officers by running them down, so an ICE agent opened fire in self-defense. But that's not what neighbors saw at all.
No, they weren't driving at a person with any intention of hitting them.
She tried to leave and get out of their way, and then they shot her for it. There was no, he wasn't in danger of getting hit. His life wasn't threatened at all. He put himself in front of the vehicle.
They all saw the woman's SUV veer off the road and crash. couple minutes later, a doctor tried to get through the police line to render aid.
He made it very clear, I want to help. I'm just trying to check what's going on. And they were like, we don't care. Nope,
Said,
back up.
Shut up, we don't care, back up.
They said it took at least 10 to 15 more minutes for an ambulance to arrive. And even then, the ambulance could not access the shooting victim because ICE vehicles were blocking the road. So eventually, they carried the woman's body out to the ambulance. And as we later learned, she passed away. In Minneapolis, Corin Hoggard, Fox 9.
All right, Corin, and you're already starting to see the different narratives that are unfolding of what people saw out there, both witnesses at the scene and official narratives from the Department of Homeland Security as well. All right, we're going to take a short break here. You're watching Fox 9 Plus streaming on Fox Local.
All right. Come on in, JLR investigates. People are also saying ABC Chicago is going up in a few minutes, but I don't see anything like really going crazy. We're here to make sure everything is okay, and we're here to monitor what is happening around the nation. But I don't see anything yet. It's at 8:15, so it's also cold. It's winter time. Sun is down. I think a lot of people just probably want to go inside. So you'll probably be seeing a lot. What we're probably going to be seeing is a lot of fuming on people upset, mad, agitated. And then what we'll probably see is, organizations in the next couple of days and some protests break out over the weekend. I suspect that. With that being said, I think we're going to sound off here. Don't see anything else. Yeah, that's it. Y'all, anything else breaks, you'll hear it here on JLR Investigates. We'll stay on it. Thanks for entrusting us and being on for the last 8.5 hours. Crazy day in Minneapolis. We'll see what else breaks. But if anything else breaks like crazy tonight, we will be back for sure. So we cover breaking news, true crime, 24/7, 365. Thank you, everyone, for contributing. You all are the best in the chat. And let us know what you think. Everybody's opinion is welcome here on JLR Investigates. Just respect each other's opinion, right? We police ourselves. We're good, right? We don't censor, but we're good, man. Y'all keep it good, right? Even though everyone has different opinions, y'all keep it good, and I appreciate that. All right, we'll talk soon. Be safe out there. Minneapolis, JLR Investigates. We'll talk soon. Peace out.